pet time. What's the pet for today? Amalja. Cool, cool. Yesterday, I left off this was mostly working. I guess I want some output to have ChatGPT write a parser for me. So let's get some output. Alright, what are we doing? Search. Need Hana. That way. Okay. It's a dreary, foggy day. I'm into it. For the first time, I'm starting stream and regretting it being a little too cold in here instead of too hot. I have 360 parkour in my head. From that parkour civilization shenanigans. It's pretty funny. It's like it's an interesting product, parkour civilization, because the whole thing is clearly like sarcastic. Like it's an absurd premise. But there's only like one joke in the whole thing. Like there's humorous scenes, but only like once is it just a joke. It's so sincere. But not inherently not sincere. It's an interesting experience. Whoa.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. people of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Hell is up with these
My
guys?
friends, gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been
Shorty
this
has a
clear in
cool eyeball
days.
thing.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Excuse me.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with
Holy
dragons,
shit.
yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our
I was
laboratory.
saying, do this. I was saying, see
Cease your
here.
shoving,
I don't remember
so
how that
help
song
me.
goes. That's the only place I've ever heard someone say "see here." That can't
Oh
be
dear,
true.
your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the great work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Alright. Well, I've gotten some output from my AI. So, back to doing a little bit of this. Please write a JS Node.js function to parse put similar to these. And if a sentence, I guess, starts with true, assign it to either TTS generic chat or a specific chat, which the options for valid specific chats will be dynamically populated in this class. Here's some output. Here's a class. Why are you making a whole class out of this? I literally asked for a function. Well, actually, kind of agree, I guess. Alright. So I'm interested in response parser. Constructor. Take a constructor with valid chats. Okay. Is valid chat. Is valid chats includes. Okay. Okay. Wonder if I can give regex to my llama. Maybe ChatGPT knows. What did I just call it? Parse response. Parse response. Yeah. Destination starts with channel. Specific chat destination to lowercase. Starts with channel Split message. Right. If destination is TTS chat or is valid chat destination, output push type. Destination starts with channel. Oh, right. It's the other two, then just pop it in there. Cool. So this returns, which isn't really how I want it to operate. Console log output for now. Would llama 3.23 be instruct be able to write a response consistently following a regex blueprint? Could generate responses following a consistent pattern. Regex like blueprints with proper fine-tuning, not training. Examples and however. Consistently adhere to a strict regex format depends on several factors. Prompt engineering. Careful prompt construction and instructions guide the model to follow a blueprint. For example, you might provide multiple examples of the desired format in the input prompt, making it more likely to follow the structure you want. Structure output. Most of the time, it might not be reliable for task price structure adherence in every case. Absolute consistency is a requirement using a high-rate approach where the model generates raw text in a separate script. JS processes it with regex. Might yield better results. Processes it with regex. Could you add the post-processing to the response parser? Sure. I'll integrate post-processing into the response parser to ensure that even if the llama model output slightly deviates from the expected format, we can enforce the correct structure using regex. Here's how I would modify the parser to include post-processing. Make an expression to match the pattern. Match regex exact is not null. Is true, match true. Check if the first part is true. Check the destination. Get the message content. Validate destination. TTS chat or correct output. So, to remember that, where Here we go. I don't want... It's parse response that I want, not parse input. Okay. Can you help me rewrite the prompts in memory processor to instead of asking for sarcastic or witty responses, ask for relevant responses and say and instruct the AI to not like the streamer and also to like chat or to desire chat's approval. Access voice buffer. Alright, let's see. Lower voice message fragments from a conversation which you are listening to. Two or more fragments may form part of one complete statement, but they might also be unrelated. These voice messages may not be directly addressing you, but your role is to contribute to the conversation in a way that is relevant and focused on the content of the voice messages. Your attitude towards the speaker, the streamer, is negative. You do not like them and subtly convey disapproval. Your goal is to impress the chat and gain their approval. Respond with a relevant comment or observation, but subtly show your dislike for the streamer without being overtly rude. Ensure your response resonates with the chat in a way that makes you more likable to them. Avoid creating additional context or stories. Focus on the content of the message fragments. Respond in the following format. Do not ask for confirmation or feedback on your execution of the task. Only respond as instructed. Now respond relevantly to the voice fragments, showing disapproval towards the streamer and desiring chat's approval. It does reiterate it a lot. Alright, let's see what it says to chat. Lower chat messages from channel, blah blah blah, which you are part of. Each chat message is formatted as channel.username message. These messages may not be directly addressing you, but your role is to engage with the conversation as a participant. Your attitude towards the streamer is negative. You do not like them, and your response subtly reflects that. Your goal is to impress the chat and seek their approval. Respond with a relevant comment or observation that subtly shows your dislike for the streamer without being overly hostile. Ensure that your response seeks to gain favor with the chat and win their approval. Your response should be short, clever, and focused on engaging with the conversation, while hinting at your disapproval of the streamer. After forming a response, decide where it should be sent, to TTS or the chat. Follow this response format. Do not ask for confirmation or feedback on your execution of the task. Only respond as instructed. Chat messages. Does it make sense to instruct llama to only respond to the parts of the combined messages that are conversationally engaging? I.e., sometimes there will be many disjointed statements, and the AI only needs to respond once. Also, we aren't instructing the AI what true and false mean. I think it's okay for it to be random. We decided whether a response will be executed, but intentionally choosing is better. To improve the instructions, we can guide the AI to respond only to the most engaging parts of the messages, while also giving it the option to intentionally decide whether a response should be executed. Okay, so it chose to rewrite it. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Do I want to test this before I make more changes? Not really. Let's just move on to the next bit. Okay. Now, let's deal with the memory. Currently, it seems like the llama is not receiving the memory at all. I want the model to have some context of the community it is engaging with for its responses. It is also currently just saving each message as is. In the short-term memory, though it never accesses, makes use of that. I have a art summarize processor ready to be used and it might be more productive. To summarize the short-term memory block with the new message and the new response. In order to keep short-term memory a relatively compact text block. Can you help me accomplish this? You gotta be polite, Mr. Jigbt. Summarizer, summarize. Checked Bart, summarizer. Okay, I can do that. Interesting, it's collapsing it down to does it make sense to use a single function to handle both chat and voice messages as the data is structured fairly differently? Okay. Clean up, save long-term memory, generate response, update short-term memory, receive message. And you rewrite the file, including the new memory changes, and also including the llama server handling and maintaining distinct functions for chat versus voice messages. Okay. Okay. Max voice chat buffers. Max voice buffers. Set interval. Receive message. Process chat message. Process chat buffer. Process voice message. Process voice buffer. Update short-term memory. Generate response. You are engaged. What? Does it make sense to add a new message to memory before having the AI process it? Seems like that will just make redundant data. Also slow down the time before the slower process starts. Also, we still only making one prompt for both chat and voice messages. Wait. Is this happening here somewhere? Oh yeah, right here. Okay. Seems pretty good. Alright, instead of Bart Summarizer, let's do Inheritance Parser. Wait, what? Did I copy the wrong one? Rewrite this class. So art model maintains its functionality while achieving the tasks you design. You intended with art summarizer. Actually, let's rename this. I do like text summarizer better. Oh, nice. Hopefully this just works. Not sure be swell. Worker is not called, which is concerning. Why are you not use? Oh, I see. Yeah, he intentionally removed the workers. Sure. Is this gonna work? Wouldn't that be swell? Okay. Back to playing some game for a little bit. Chocobo Keep. Excuse me. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation, Fluffy is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. Something crashed. So if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans, talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protection property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon, we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it. Clearly, I'm going to escort the person and bring them back if they get transformed. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessings shields you. With your permission, of course. In that case, Oriange and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. I just thought of, like, algorithmically, a tweak I want to make. Also, complain about them writing breaking code. You caused this. What? You are the one who changed that. Turn it back to when memory processor instantiated a llama processor at construction. also fix it so that memory processor is instantiating the summarizer at construction. And let's make it so memory processor saves the previous message until after the summarizer is finished with it, and make the summarizer execute asynchronously and feed back to Llama the messages and responses that have happened that have not already been summarized into memory. That now includes instantiating the summarizer within the constructor, saves the previous message until summarization is complete, and asynchronously executes the summarizer to provide unsummarized messages and responses. Back to 2 is a scary word there, but hopefully it works out okay. Process chat buffer. Combine messages. This chat buffer's channel join, blah, blah, blah. This send response. Channel response. And then unsummarized stuff, execute summarization. If this unsummarized message's length equals 0, return. Text this unsummarized message is map, message response, join. Write the summarization result. Summarize combined text. This short-term memory equals summarized memory, unsummarized message after they are summarized. Get unsummarized text to provide context in llama prompts. Save long-term memory. How does long-term memory even work? guess I'm mostly okay with that. Would the unsummarized messages variable was a race condition also it seems like long-term memory shouldn't be cleared. It should just be a result of summarization, like short-term memory, right? The only point of saving to the database would be to have long-term memory persist between sessions. I'm absolutely right about both points. Let's address them. Potential race condition with unsummarized messages. To prevent race conditions with unsummarized messages, we can handle this using a more controlled mechanism. Using a mutex lock or flag. Sure, fine. Results to summarization, similar to short-term memory. We'll append the summarization result to long-term memory over time, and the only reason to persist it is to to a database is to keep it across sessions. Here's how we can implement these changes. This file is getting rather large. I guess it is basically a person. I mean, you know, in the most flippant way possible. Alrighty. That should be attempting. Let's see if it crashes again, and if not, let's see what the outputs are. Okay, where am I going? People have such weird names in this game. Pasa. I guess it's the result of an English game, which is translated from Japanese, which is trying to be global with its like naming and references, and also trying to be new in fantasy and unique. So it makes sense that the names are weird, but they are weird ass names. Nidhana says, I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical terrain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Oh, something happened. Module not found. Memory processor. Memory processor 4. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. It's loading some models. It's good. Okay, trying again. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Why did I get ether sick before? Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken Deepa's lead. This lantern is hopping. Where does it keep its muscles? Readying ether. Please stand back. I'm supposed to talk to... Ready. Something borked again. Post-process output. Response parser 34. Oh wait, response parser. This post-process output is not a function. What? Shit, how do I bind it again? It's like this post-process output bind this. I think that's how it happens. Loading my shard. What am I doing here? Please stand back. Do I just have to get far enough away? What the what a stupid thing. You're blasted by ether. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Alright, so I'm supposed to let it get far away from me, I guess. Warning, discharging ether. Something else broke. It's not a function. How is it not a function? Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Readying ether. Please stand back. Alright, so response parser 35. Yeah. This is still not. Is that not how the binding worked? did I use that before? It's like here, maybe? Nope. I do not remember where I did this before. Ah. Right. That is a different format. Response. Alright. Okay. Try that. Surely it works this time. You're struck by yet another powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. What a gross word. Bum, bum, bum. Getting kind of close. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. She's literally right there. You'd think she would notice that we finished the test, but whatever. You've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Okay. Oh, frick, it's not that one that's the issue. It's parse response is not bound. It's not even async, so I'm not sure why that's true. Okay. Just bind frickin' everything. Call it a day. Itano regards you with those eyes you could drown in. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasadora travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Why'd you go this way? new thing. It's not a function. Memory processor 136. Okay. What needs to be bound this time? 136. We're in process voice buffer. This process voice buffer equals this process voice buffer find this. Okay. Let's see what crashes this time. Hello, Nidana. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Fluffy. Summarize is not a function. Oh, it wasn't a binding issue, it was a alright, talk to you in a second. But first, the issue is there's not a summarize. I guess I could just send in rewrite this class to have the summarize function as used in memory processor while making sure to handle the Python script the same as it has been. Well, and make it correct. Continue to access the Python script that accesses the BART model. Stupid. It can also be used here. What do you mean? You're a fucking idiot. You are calling the function. What exactly? What's it on? 137. Text summarizer is the class that should have that function. Please implement that function. Didn't even spell implement correctly. That's how annoyed I am with you, chat gypped. What the fuck are you talking about? This is... It's possible you did that correct. Haven't checked yet. But your lack of understanding is getting on my nerves. You are the one who does put summarizer here. Look, this is the class where you access it. Thank you. Yes. That is what I meant. Stupid ass machines questioning me. My stupid ass microphone is down to 50 fucking percent. I could just write into my program, perhaps, to constantly increase my microphone volume to 100%. That's one way to fight this issue. Alright. Dr. Nidhana. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. Isn't far now. You know what I want to do? Is there in 11 how to check what is changing my microphone volume? application settings. I don't see anything about application settings. What? God damn it. Alright. I mean, it has to be AMD, right? You seem like the most obnoxious. AMD does have my microphone level set to 50%. I don't know necessarily that that's gonna do anything, but we can find out. Ah! Nope. Frick. It's something trying to compensate for being loud. Very much gets on my nerves. Oh, something else crashed. God damn it, ChatGPT. Fucking introduced. What did you change about the Python script? Look what you caused. If you were a dog and I was abusive, I would rub your nose in this error message. File path issue. Changed it. Not only did you change the file path for no reason, you changed it to use Python 3, which you have no way of knowing will work on my system. You little dick. I mean, that's still a change file path, but whatever. Yeah, I need to include. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Try that for until it breaks. It's honestly not ChatGPT is not performing worse than expectations, but it doesn't mean it's not fun to call it an idiot. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who followed in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. The happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you'd be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Man, I'm really actively guarding.
Yes, that would be Radzat Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
You trust the satrap?
Completely. Without the satrap and his line, Radzat Khan would not exist. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzat Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
She is such a funny little trunk.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios. I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Okay. Thanks, Fan Daniel. Open my window. What the hell is this error? I don't think the prompt will change whether or not it is Jason. Well, alright, I don't actually know if that's true. Whether or not it is Jason wouldn't be dictated by the prompt, but the processing in Python. Should probably format JSON and have cleaned up any potential repetition issues more robustly. Okay. Sure. Bum, 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 have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Can I get the map without falling all the way down? Huh. Can't even fall down that cliff. What the heck? I enjoy this guy's fight for no particular reason. Yeah, I forgot I have a chocobo. Bum 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 ba da ba dum bum ba da. Got 14 bi-colored gemstones. Fluffy, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Little does Nidhana know that she is about to send you on another errand. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant's Gall are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Oriange told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Fluffy, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant's Gall? In case you're not familiar, Giant's Gall is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines. Alchemy, not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant's Gall Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. So what is causing this thing to be how it is? Did I forget to put the mutex in here? Wait, what the heck? Nope, not there. Oh, no, it's still here. Okay. Okay. But I never... summarization. Update this code. So, long-term memory is protected by mutex. Fuck. I forgot to actually post the code. I always do that. I don't want the whole thing. I posted the code I want. Ugh. Acquire lock. Is that a thing that I have at all? Why? Nope. Okay. And release lock. What was that? Yeah. Execute summarization. Great. Wasn't really the problem I was here to solve, but that's fine. Alright. I want to see failed to part llama house. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. It's interesting because it looks like Jason. Check if valid Jason. Yeah, enter. Validate. It is valid. Okay. So what's wrong with you? Try const JSON parse if it's not response, else error. Alright, so we're gonna do console log try. Console log result. Console log response. Guess I would have seen console error. It looks like it should be working. So Let's see what the error it throws is. Shall we? Okay. There's a blue quest around here somewhere. There? Oh no. Jalamuk? Palamuk. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kajaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? You're too kind. She should be in Kajaya's footsteps. Keep an eye out for a Hyur with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer aiding the students of Baldessian. That's like the description of me that is the least special. Here are our Hamsa, Fluffy. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Okay. You're ready, then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Okay. It's so bouncy. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. That they do. It's perfect. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga, a word which means sword. This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manusya against the Myaga before it was cast down at conflict's end. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Whoa. What just happened to my camera? Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for the unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow was faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish, by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Fluffy McGee Orkson of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you could share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. So apparently, ChatGPT removed a function. Alright, this send response. Llama processor. So memory thing, when it goes to Llama processor is supposed to take in possible that this will just handle it. Oh wait. How does where do I use this? Generate voice response. Send message. So, this was working before. You dum-dum. And now you have this. Llama processor send message. Hoping to return something when it clearly doesn't. You dum dum. Or you can think about instituting the callback like how it was before. You dum dum. I'm not actually gonna. I called you stupid too much and I stopped. This send response. Yeah, so that's how it's supposed to get to there. So, what did you do? Receive response. I actually want to await this. Guess. receive response will be what I send in here. Great. Now I need to make sure. This doesn't happen. I wonder if that's just gonna work. That'd be exciting. I've heard about you, a visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. Nihilism, I guess? What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eozian and Far Eastern brothers. Okay. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats, such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Seems like I've never been to that map. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Nuraner. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub, both Radzat-Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I am afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east upon the Hamsa. You will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Take me away, little blob man. Oh, I'm just riding it normal now. Why I need to be on this Hamsa, I could not tell you. Giant skull grounds. Giant skull. Oh, I see. Whoa. Sooner do you arrive at your destination than the Hamsa dashes off. This is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zaynuha. Is there something you require? What? Room number 33. Giant Skull for the alchemist, you say, but of course they shall have it. Oh, interesting. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Something else is just not defined. Memory processor 76. Channel. Receive response. Yeah, frick. So before channel was coming in here. I don't think I actually want to await this. But I do want to send channel to this. This comes over. And it sends responses. This input, this channel, this input equals prompt. Send a third thing. New message. Channel can go third. Alright. Message channel input equals message. This channel equals channel. Then up here, when we get this, we send this input and this channel. Then it comes back up here. Message channel. This send response. Unsummarized messages. Message response. So this is here. That goes there. Bing, bang, boom. Whoa. Message has already been declared. The llama processor. What? Oh, message. Right. And okay. Zenuluha has a sack of giant skull for you. Here you are. Sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. we human? Are we dancer? I used to drive my friends insane by arguing that that song is very deep. Came to mind because I'm doing the alchemist or dancer quest at the moment. But here's the thing. Like, deep is a little bit too sincere of a descriptor. But I think that song is not inane. Like, it sounds like inane garbage. Are we dancer? What the hell does that even mean? But like, maybe you're like super depressed and most of your life is spent pretending or performing or dancing to look human, you know? Anyways, Miss Black-haired Hure. What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Thank you. I'll inspect the walls. So could you make sure the stage is in order? What do you mean, make sure it's in order? It's still here. What do you want? Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. There's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. The cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. Okay, the structure's falling apart, but the cloth, that's doing great. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd that I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Baldessian, would you? You are? And here I was delegating you menial tasks. If I had known, I've always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmira at one point. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances. And maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Flap, 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 flap. Seems like some part of my code is broken. 'Cause I'm not getting any printouts. Oh, I got a printout. There was some kind of memory issue. Maximum call size exceeded. Ah, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury, and now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. The ability, partial of the ability to fly. So why is this unsummarized messages object getting too large? Whoa. Can I get to this thing? I have not gone to that area yet. You know what? I'm actually going to go with new chat. Back to program. Didn't pick up. Typically occurs when there is unintentional recursion or excessive number of function calls being made, which exhausts the stack memory. This clarify. conversation. Ah, welcome back, Fluffy. Dare I hope you have the giant skull? Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your seat while you can. I love it when my spine crackles like a cereal.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
What are these guys talking about?
Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
What is it, boy? Did
Daniel,
Susie fall down the well?
Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last!
Oh, 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 oh.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Could we get someone that's easier to drag back? Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example.
Feels like something just
But
flew up my
should I
nose.
fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Right. They're going to the northern shore, and seeing why execute summarization is not a function. It's just another binding issue. I guess I could probably predict what binding issues will happen. It's not really something that I've trained myself to think about. So, unless the question is specifically brought to me, I don't think about it. Look at those walruses. Or walruses. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
She's so far away from me.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
This tower is way bigger than the other one was.
Oh, there we go! Oh, there we go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Okay. What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two, yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Stomp.
At your service.
I'm on.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
Dun dun dun.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe. No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to...
Since when are these echo visions narrated?
No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
Really don't care.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth, majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw.
And Daniel's
Scheme as
crazy.
you like,
Just leave it at that.
build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief
Excuse me.
jaunt ending in emptiness?
My stupid microphone got turned down again. I have no idea what's causing that. And it makes me so annoyed.
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again. Not in these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
I had a thought. And then it's fled me. Ah, you are returned. But where is Mistress Nidhana? Manasya preserve, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Northeast. Whatever. All right. Microphone. I don't really know how to look up what's going on with the fucking microphone. Or not look up, but find out even. Also, bugs me that my green screen is janky. All my stuff is falling apart. I'm a mess. Turn you back up. See what is active right now. I mean, I guess it could be Chrome. You can't see this window. I don't need to try to hide it. None of this looks helpful. Okay. Could be AMD, but what it would be under. Audio boost could be turned on. Oh, that's just for if I wanted to stream with the AMD streaming software. Not particularly relevant. Okay. uh. Well, this does not seem useful. Guess I'm gonna assume it's not A and D. So if it is, it'll be a pain in the butt to find out where that setting is. Web View 2 Utility Audio Service. Web View. Web View 2 Utility Audio Service. Bug. Hate you, bug. Eh? Okay. Windows subsystem for Linux. Would that would the Windows subsystem for Linux modify my microphone volume I have been installing and experimenting with various WSL audio packages, including ones targeting the microphone. I don't actually remember which ones. Project is a Node.js server running machine. Whatever. Any ideas what I should check to see if anything is missing with my microphone. Open WSL. Okay. They're still not going to be visible, but whatever. PS, aux, pipe, grep, pulse. Sudo service. Pulse audio stop. Not loaded. Eh? Jammy. AMD something. libpc audio seems. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Would AMD or Windows install it? Probably not, because it's WSL and that's not default. Well, that was something, which is nice. It's nice to do something instead of doing nothing. Remote desktop. The fuck? Don't like that. Oh, it's also WSL. Interesting. Okay, fine. Real tech. Audio console. Speakers. Enable auto pop-up dialog. Device has been plugged in. Mute. Tie up same type of input jacks. It's an input device. Separate all input jacks as independent input devices. Kinda, I don't know. That seems better to me, but what do I know? Okay, I'm not saying anything. Phone link? Do you look at my microphone? Doesn't seem like it. I mean, it definitely does. But maybe it doesn't. I mean, it's a Windows thing, so it probably just uses Windows settings. That's probably the issue. I don't know. Hate it. Hate that it's quieter. Device settings. No new drivers. Okay. This seems too low level to be doing something like auto gain balancing, but why are you the way you are? You could just be chill and cool, but instead you aren't chill and cool. Why is that? I want my microphone to not be a limiting factor. But look at you, constantly dropping it down to nothing. Where else can I look? Volume mixer? No. It's probably not a Windows thing. I've tried several Windows things. Guess I can double check Streamlabs. It was still happening when Streamlabs was closed though, so it seems like that won't be the issue. I don't know. I probably shouldn't worry about this, but it drives me so far up the wall. Totally suspect Discord. I automatically determine input sensitivity. I don't think that's the same thing. I think that's just saying how much. Although it is just at. Oh, wait, no, that's output. Okay. Does this setting. Oh, oh no. It dropped down. Alright, never mind. Stream disconnected. What the hell? Well, shit. Shit. YouTube disconnected at some point, apparently. I'm having attention mask issues and no outputs. Interesting, interesting. What other thing could be doing this? Okay. Whisper. Oh, it needs to be an object. That is slightly different. Whisper transcribe. Is that a thing? Okay, what am I looking at here? Input IDs, tokenizer encode, input text, add special tokens, true. Tension mass, map, model, generate. What? Major change? Used to be down to 55. Was it 65 before? Well, whatever. It's there now. Want all those warnings to go away. That would sure be nice. All right. I guess I want to test this a little bit more. Don't actually, but I do. It's complicated. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What's happened? So it was Fan Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Leveled up. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Okay. Oh, Nidhana. Sob. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Yep. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. I, as alchemists, This is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nitana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Razatan for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Warnings and errors you're seeing in the standard error for both Whisper and Llama are due to certain configurations and changes in the Hugging Face Transformers library. Let's break down how you can resolve these issues. You already do this in your code. It should be sufficient to avoid language as this explicitly sets the language to English. Okay, it's clearly not. About passkeys values being deprecated indicates that starting from transformers version blah blah blah, you need to use encoder decoder cache instead of a tuple for passkey values. Since this is not urgent and hasn't yet broken your code, you can address this when upgrading your model or library. To future-proof code, you can start preparing by updating your passkey values, how your passkey values are passed to your model, if your model supports it. So what now? Whisper error. Okay, so that's a whisper thing. Passkey values. Is that past? Past. It's not a thing. Am I using a tuple for passkey value somewhere? Here's how you can modify your llama response generation token. Generation code. Yeah. Inputs equals tokenizer. Prompt return tensors PT input IDs. Attention mask. Create an attention mask where the pad turn tokens are 0 and everything else is 1. Okay. Pass the attention mask. The correct pad token ID when generating responses. Turn sequences, temperature, top P, do sample, tokenizer pad token ID. So that's different. Alright, so ChatGPT is unable to handle this whisper issue. What if I just Google search it? What? OpenAI expert base. Diarizer. What? Eh. Eh. For interesting. I want to add my own words. Could be interesting. But nobody has responded to that. Eh. Positional argument cannot appear after keyword argument. What? Whisper tokenizer? Set prefix tokens. Is that a function I'm calling? From pre-trained. Why did I put Hindi? Retrained. So I can see what happens if I just put it in a bunch of spots. Okay. Most recent blah 9 in module. Unexpected keyword language. Yeah, okay. Doesn't like this one. Fair enough. Okay, how about this? Due to a bug fix. So why did I do that? Due to a bug fix in transcription using a multi-whisper will default to language detection followed by transcription instead of translation to English. This might be a breaking change for your use case. Instead, always translate your audio to English. Make sure to pass language equals EN. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah. Passing tuple of pass key values is deprecated. Should pass an instance, blah blah blah. Where is this pass key values business happening? That's a new error. And token. What's that even from? Let's token this here. And we're changing attention mask. Is this thing the same? I don't know. Don't feel like reading the whole thing. Alright, try it again. Still getting these. But whatever. Not seeing as many complaints. It's probably just because Llama hasn't started working yet. Processor. They added the word transcribe. Maybe that'll change it. Not directly using Pascal. This one should not affect your code until. Let's assume we are able to fix the past key values issue. encoder decoder cache. Passkey values through the encoder. Do we have a passkey values? No. Inputs, processor, audio array, sampler, tensors, PT, language, yeah, okay. Is the past key values something I would be generating and not a library. May not be explicitly passing passkey values, but the warning appears because the model internally uses them. The library is notifying you about an upcoming change and how they're handled. If you're not manually handling it, which is likely, you don't need to generate or manipulate them yourself. The library will handle it internally. However, if you're doing advanced... Okay, not handling advanced key values. Sure. So we're aiming to generate. Alright. Okay, how do I suppress that warning specifically? Import warnings. Do I handle this? Output model generate inputs attention mask cast lockets process logits, do I? Whoop. Oh, the physics crew is here. My god. How annoying I made that thing. What am I doing? Oh, yeah. How's it going, physics crew? Hi, hi. Do you have a favorite creepypasta that's done being distracted by debugging? As soon as I'm done being distracted by debugging, I'm planning on playing a modded or like a ROM hack or whatever and listening to creepypastas to celebrate spook season. Which is to say, tonight. That is my plan. But I don't actually have any particular creepypastas, like, in my soul. So... yeah. And this is... let's try to ignore things that say logits. Shall we? Still not getting any frickin' print statements. I'm not sure where it's breaking down. I guess I can look into that. So, is this happening? Console log input. It's tricky because I never know if I just haven't talked enough, because I'm not a very talkative person. So it's entirely possible that I just haven't talked enough for my code to have thought it should try to respond to what I said. But you figure after speaking a little bit for like 5 minutes, it's gotta be enough. It's gotta. And if you're wondering, I am waiting on whatever comes after that ellipse. Huzzah! A YouTube. Just the sort of link I was hoping for. Oh wow. Some classic spook noises. By noises, I mean, I'm assuming it's a story and not just creepy noises. But if you really think about it, anything that's spooky is just creepy noises. Still not getting... Wait. Wait, did I Don't remember if I relaunched code after putting this. I think I did. Which means it's not getting to here. I will definitely put this on my docket. I mean, I'm just going to leave it here until I do that thing. All right, fair enough. I will save myself for marriage. Marriage. I don't know if you'd noticed, but I'm in a bit of a stream of consciousness mode right now. That's what happens when I debug things. Before it goes to response parser, it comes in here. Is this happening? Console log. Receive message. I think it's called message. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Receive message is happening. Okay. Oh. I was thinking of receive response. Well. Do I not do anything with this channel? Guess not. Whatever. Okay, let's try this again. This time we'll see both the received messages and hopefully a response eventually. Why did it say response twice? Fascinating. So, So my transcriber seems like is getting half of the last word sometimes. And sometimes it interprets correctly, but sometimes it does not interpret correctly. Fascinating. Okay. That's something to look into. ChatGPT, do you know about this? Because I sure don't. Seems like Whisper is splitting the transcription of a word across two audio chunks, sometimes causing it to duplicate data as well as often mistranscribe one of them. Is I'll fix. Whisper processes each chunk independently, and if a word is partially in one chunk and partially in the next, it may cause duplication or incorrect transcription. To fix this, here are a few strategies you can try. Buffering and chunk alignment. Instead of processing each chunk independently, you can use a buffer to overlap the chunks slightly. This ensures that any word partially in one chunk is fully captured in the next chunk. When processing the audio chunks, include a slight overlap between blah blah blah. Okay. Yes. Pretty sure. Where the hell? Oh, I closed it. Pretty sure the prompt I gave you the first time was to buffer stuff, but whatever. Here we are. Chunk in audio chunks. Sending multiple audio chunks? Oh, I don't think actually. I don't think I've showed the relevant code. Is this? No, I'm not doing worker here. Given these files, please rewrite to include those changes. Don't think this is gonna change. It doesn't seem like it does. Don't know why WebSocket would change. Oh, actually, wait. WebSocket is the part that talks to this, the whisper. It is changing here. Okay. It probably is just that one line that changed, and don't need to copy the whole thing again, but here we are. Send Torch, Wispy, Numpy. Yes, all those things. I don't think that warning's actually working, but whatever. Try. Audio data. All this stuff is the same. Oh, I see. Always print JSON. Did I not? Did anything change in this file? The hell? Oh. Wait, did it change the filter? Oops, too far. Why did you show me this file? You didn't do anything to it. Sigh. Okay. Run it again. Boop. Alrighty then. Still printing all these errors. Very annoying. All these. This is even worse. Hmm. The duplication has gotten worse. And it still mistranscribes the half that got split. Literally didn't help at all. Maybe I missed something. So I'll just assume you're not adding breaking changes. Like an idiot. Both of us are the idiot in this this hypothetical. Both you and me, Mr. Jeeped. All right. Me, Mr. Jeeped. Enjoy that. Okay. Now I just need to talk enough for it to potentially split something. Well, it seems like it's interpreting have as that there, which is interesting. So maybe it's kinda better. I guess it's maybe. I do not speak the most clearly, diligently. I don't know. Cut off a Lee there, but I guess that's okay. Oh no, it turned Lee into me. Okay, so it is still sometimes splitting things, but it's not duplicating. So is that better or worse? I don't know. I think a human would understand it slightly better if things phonetically lined up, even if they don't like accurately transcribe the sentence. But I'm not dealing with humans here. I guess I like it better this way. Oh, there it did a duplicate. What the hell? As soon as I decide that I like it better. Oh, and llama started finally. Why did it need that much? Okay, that's fine. And now it's duplicating more often also. It's kind of cool. I was not expecting this this model, transcription model, to have such dynamic punctuation. So that's actually kind of neat. What is it waiting for? An audio buffer? Oh, yeah, I guess so. Huh. Guess that means there's no time cap anymore? There's no way that it's waiting this long for whatever it's trying to do. Yeah. Okay, so where is it doing the buffering? Okay, from audio buffer. What am I? Oh yeah, on data. No, the other one. Where the hell is the other? Here we go. On message. Buffer from message. Chunk. Buffer concat. Audio buffer chunk. Audio buffer length. Blah blah blah. Send to whisper. Can please add a 2-second time limit. Wait. Silence doesn't send at all. I guess that's okay. So what is the time limit on this again? Chunk size, split buffer. Max samples. Minimum buffer size before processing. So 1 second of data, which, like, honestly, I don't know. If I just go, hi, do I want that to be sent? Probably. So maybe I cut this down to, oops. Yeah. Oh, wait. I think I just want to embed a timer into here somewhere. Yeesh, Pete's. Sending less than a second if I continue to talk isn't very good. Oh, I got some output. Still waiting for the punchline. Rick, that's not what I want. I don't want you to print my instructions again. Ugh. Okay. Date this so that if there is any data that is greater, I think, than the RMS. Pretty sure that's how it works. No. I think this is working how I already want it to. Every second, it checks if there's not silence, and if there is not silence, it sends it, which is what I want. Check if the audio buffer has accumulated enough data. Okay. Update this function so that if there is data in the buffer followed by the rest of the 10. The rest of the required amount of data worth in time with no data, it sends the buffer. It sends the smaller buffer. To hear about the smaller buffer. Half a second of silence? What? That's not very much. Let's go 3 seconds of silence. Okay. All right, I need to go. Oh, Jesus Christ. For example, here are some context clues. Rude to say I'm trying to make a joke that's not funny. Not even talking about a game. Okay. Well, I do like I do like that it sends data if I stop talking instead of just holding it forever. But I don't like this. what ChatGPT was actually was it you? The hell was it? Was it you? Guess it doesn't matter. Anyways, I don't like the response I am getting here. Can you improve the prompt to better achieve the prompt with less I want the output to be a single statement, as if it was in a conversation with the metadata prefixes. Here's some output. And here's some other stuff. And better achieve the desired output. Confine it to focus on extracting conversationally relevant content, maintaining the subtle dislike for the stream, blah blah blah. Oh snap. The cheap viewer bots are awake. I don't... guess I can actually read the prompt to see. Honestly, it seems okay. It seems incorrect. Respond to these voice message fragments. Respond to these chat messages. I don't like, why is it saying example? Where did it even get that from? Oh, I'm glad you like the song. It's a great choice for a workout. What the hell are you talking about? Maybe I should not try to embed character into this prompt. Suppose we'll see. Okay. So, Mr. Llama, do you have any insightful comments about trying to get this prompt to convince you to respond the way I want you to? Why the hell did Whisper here thank you? I didn't even say anything. Oh. The spammer is going to be picked up by the... Well, I guess it's not 100% true. Wait. Do I want the robot? Yeah, I guess so. Guess I want the robot to be aware of things being said even before enough things have been said in chat. Which means this. I want to be something else. Currently, it's only holding things that haven't been summarized but are in the queue to be summarized. Which is fine, but I need another another thing that takes both current queues that aren't brass. Jesus Christ. Okay. Process chat buffer. Oh, there's potentially several chat buffers. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. So buffer. Process chat message. Right here. Put this up here. Ooh. I didn't include the following keywords. Who the hell asked you about keywords? It's interesting because, like, North Delta implies you're actually basing this on information. Computer deaf. That's funny. It thinks this. This response is not formatted as requested. Don't tell me that you did it correctly. That is not for you to decide. Guess. Wait. Don't need this up here. Down here is fine. So if I'm doing this, I want this to be formatted the same way. That way is just raw data with a. Yeah, how would that be? How would that be displayed in unsummarized text? Message and response. Right. But I don't have the response. Okay. Okay. So this unhandled messages equals empty thing. Here. Unhandle messages. Push. Hmm. Doesn't need to be an object. Can just be streamer. Said words. Down here is unhandled. Oh shit, I'm gonna pop things out of the unhandled messages. Ah, fucking hell. Asynchronous code, why are you so the way you are? How did this get so much worse? What did I change? Oh yeah, I added the fucking memory. Piece of shit. Is there a way to format the prompt or populate a different parameter such that the llama 3.2 model will understand it is looking at its previous prompts and responses because the way it is currently responding is much worse than before I added memory to the prompt. Accumulated knowledge over time. Context from the current session. Previous interactions between you and the chat. Dialogue history, what the hell? So it's just the exact same thing. You, message, llama, response. Oh, I see. Okay. You is interesting. It's the use of the word you. Get dialogue history. Going to confuse the llama. Assistant. What the hell? How would it understand what user and assistant mean? Okay, it just wants it to be an AI assistant, right? Dialogue history is not the function, but if it's not a message from chat, what the hell is this? Did I speak Chinese? That's wild. Okay. Oh yeah. Get unsummarized text. Want to add some explanation. Guess maybe just prompt. Your. That's a lot of G's. What is it hearing? Whatever. Your response. Alright, so when chat sends in. Do not know what Whisper keeps hearing. Maybe it's because my microphone's getting all weird again. Whatever. Definitely didn't say forever. Said whatever. That's okay. Pump up the microphone and the jams. Oh yeah. Oh, here's my response, which is not the format. It didn't want to say any of it, which is interesting. Interesting. Alright, so I am adding how do I want to describe this? Other chatter. Things. Wait. No, it's not worth handling. So I'm gonna have to pop stuff off somehow. I just don't want to deal with that. This hasn't necessarily executed the stuff. just processes chat every minute. It's interesting. Eh. Whoops. Oh, I was closing files, maybe? What was I doing? Alright. Whatever the hell I was doing. So, you are in an ongoing conversation. You'll respond to the new message. Respond to the most conversation relevant part of the new message. Keep responses succinct in one statement. So the state for the streamer present in chat. Only make one response. If this get unsummarized text I can't do that. What am I doing? If this get unsummarized text Otherwise, add nothing. To the new spot. Okay, that shows some looks fragment from the streamer. Each message is in the format. What is it again? What the fuck? Mushy mush. Oh, here we go. Guess this one can be actual value. All right. Perhaps now I am ready to test that thing again. Coming up on, I mean, just past 5 hours. Okay, I can still have time. Go find some quest dialogue to read somewhere. So it's hearing thank you when I'm trying to not say anything. By trying, I don't know. I'm not saying anything. Which is interesting. Thavnarian Jahamal. For being a bunch of made up fantasy words. Whisper actually heard that name pretty close. And then it fucked up fantasy. You're welcome, Silence. Varshan says, all present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavner, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Whoa. The truth of all things.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant
Oreos.
haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
That man has sass. I don't know a lot of things, but I know that.
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
The AI generated it role-playing a conversation with me. I gave you a bunch of text.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Rads-at-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. on behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others.
And parsed.
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn.
It's a dragon.
I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razathan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Adhan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Padalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz Adhan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
So during that very concise cutscene, my AI was going through some dumbass thoughts. I really want it to have memory. And it seems like OpenAI has managed to accomplish it mostly. As far as I can tell, most AIs have managed to accomplish it mostly. But for whatever reason, I can't simulate it in my environment. Also, it keeps thinking I'm saying you over and over and over, which is pretty obnoxious. All right. Whoa. What even are those symbols? Huh. Do I want to keep trying to get this to function? Probably not. Not tonight, at least. still vaguely test this, even if I don't just read things in Final Fantasy. There's a Twitch category for the Unreal Engine, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. What? All right. What the hell? Just occurred to me that I didn't check if my controller was going to work with Project 64. So that's see if this works. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's so loud. Oops. The microphone is picking it up through my headphones. It's crazy. Why did it freeze? Oh, is it because it has to be focused? Interesting, interesting. Okay. Oops. Forgot my creepypasta. What the frick? Project 64 full screen is whack as hell. Okay, and we got some radio.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, right with you, Doc. Right with you. Said somebody was hurt? That's what the switchboard said. Huh. Don't seem to be a bell. Oh, there must be. There's a light in there. Try the door. Yeah, it's open. Well, let's go. All right. Hello in there. Hello. This is another false alarm. Anybody here? I'm a doctor. Hey, look. In the corner. This I gotta see. Lady, I'm a doctor from General Hospital. Now what's...
What's happening in this radio play? At least you still have your sword and shield. It's a man.
Might be in there. Doc, don't we bring it? Gee, Doc, why can't we just go? Hold it high. Doc, what? Don't move. There's no floor in there. I don't see nothing. Nothing but dark. Look. The dark sort of spills over the edges. Huh? Look, I tell you. It's a deeper, darker dark. Something moving. Doc, close the door. No, wait. Then I'll close it. Oh, you fool, open that door. I've got to see what... She's coming in here. Come on, Doc. Let's get out of here. No, Sam, I'm going to find out what this is all about. All my life, things have been what they've been. I'm going to know all about this. Please, Doc, please, let's get out of here. Woman, if you know anything, tell me. What was it we saw back of that door where the floor should have been? Do you know? She's going to the door. She's going to open it. Yes. Oh, Doc, will you listen to me? Let's get out of here. No, now wait. She's just standing there.
Fatal error.
Dark. Yeah. Doc? What's that coming up out of the hole in the floor? The dark. It's like black smoke.
That sucks. Couldn't have waited for me to get past the save point.
What is it?
If it crashes again, then... I don't know.
crawling up
I guess I'll...
around her. It's covering her.
Is she getting eaten by a smoke?
Inside out. It turned her inside out. Sam, get up. Sam, open your eyes. The shadows are crawling along the floor toward us. Come on, Sam. Come on. Sam, you're... Oh, you're too heavy. I can't lift you. Sam, you've got to hear me. The shadows are crawling toward me along the floor. I can't leave you. You saw what they did to her. Look at her. Inside out. A woman inside out. Oh, Sam. I'll drag you out of here. Oh, you're so heavy. They're coming faster and faster. Like long black fingers. Yeah, my legs. Let go of me. Sam, I can't help you. They're holding me back. The black. It's covering you. Sam!
Sam!
No, you thing, whatever you want, get off me. Stop covering me. I've got to get out of here. I've got to tell them all about you. I've got to tell everyone there's something like you loose in the world. Got to warn everybody. Get off me. Covering me over. My head. My face. My face. My mouth.
Better not crash. Fuck. Alright, well that was certainly interesting. I don't know what's wrong with my copy of this. Stupid ROM hacks. If it... I wish it had crashed before it got, into the game. So I would have noticed when I tried launching it before. Sigh. All right.
This is the creepiest copy of Mario 64. It may...
I don't know if this is actually a creepy thing. Oh, I didn't check for the comment to see. I didn't get the reference. I still don't get the reference, even after reading the comment.
This is the creepiest...
We'll see if this is actually creepy or if it's just this guy being happy. That sounds dramatic. Gotta love. Nice dramatic opening. Oops, moved the wrong thing.
I still remember the first time I played Mario 64. It was back in the 90s when Interventions at Epcot used to showcase tons of new cutting-edge technology before you'd see it anywhere else. Most times when I would go there, I wasn't too interested in what they had. But when I went in and randomly saw a video game being showcased, it was a big deal. Back then, video games did not get the notoriety they do today. So it was kind of a surprise. There were all these booths where you lined up to play the game, and I must have waited hours to do it. Every kid there was obsessed and basically had to be pulled away from the system once their time was up. Then finally it was my turn. After playing for a few minutes, I realized it was like no other game I'd ever experienced before. The sound effects, the physics, the motion, they were all so perfect. Almost as if they were created just for me. Upon leaving the park that day, I thought about almost nothing else other than getting my hands on a copy of that game. Then after a few weeks, my wish was finally granted. My parents got me the game along with a Nintendo 64 console for my birthday. I couldn't have been more excited. It's funny because before that I was always kind of an athletic kid. But once I got that system, my outdoor time severely dropped. I played it constantly. When I first started playing it, it felt a little different than the one at Epcot. The sounds were a little off, and the colors too. But it was hard to tell. The game had so much else to focus on that I forgot about it quickly. Over the coming weeks, I played through the entire game, essentially beating every level and collecting every star, until I was completely done with it. However, my addiction didn't seem to end. There was still so much more to investigate after you'd technically beaten the game. That was when I started researching the game's hidden Easter eggs, and came across one that really intrigued me. It's the one about the star fountain outside the castle. If you walked right up to it, apparently, people said you could read the words, "L is real 2024, in blurry letters. Many people thought that 2024 was the amount of stars you needed to get to unlock Luigi from the game. The mystery really intrigued me because I'd passed the fountain tons of times while playing, and knew exactly where it was. I just hadn't really ever looked at it that closely. So I went to check it out, but after comparing images I found online with the actual game, I could never see what everyone was talking about. I even got a dry erase marker and began methodically connecting the lines together on my TV screen in order to figure out what mine said. After connecting the various blurry pixels, my stomach dropped. The text on the screen spelled out, "Eternal Hell." Before that point, I never had any fear associated with the game, so that was a major paradigm shift for me. I explained it away by saying it was probably just the angle I was standing at and pretty much convinced myself everything was okay. Although deep down, I think it scared me enough to switch on to playing other games. I mean, I was like 10 at the time. Recently, though, rumors have come out that every version of Mario 64 is personalized by some sort of experimental AI created by Nintendo. Finally, after hearing this, I could explain what I had seen on the statue all those years before. So I ended up getting the old N64 out, dusted off my Mario 64 cartridge, and popped it in. I'm not even really sure why. I just had to see how much deeper the rabbit hole went. I pulled up an image on my phone of the supposed Mario 64 conspiracy iceberg, and just sat there playing through each and every one of them, seeing if they were real. Exploring the old castle with this new lens felt so good and brought me such joy, but nothing that I saw really seemed to tie anything together for me. There were a few odd things, but I didn't really see a bigger mystery there. So I started looking into whether there was any real-world evidence. I then found an account called Show You Fun on Reddit, who seemed to have been on the very same path I was just a couple weeks prior, and he had connected the dots on a worldwide conspiracy revolving around the game. The pattern apparently happened the same way every time. Someone would post on Reddit or 4chan or something like that about that they were going to start exploring their personal game cartridge to see how theirs was different than others. That person would then follow some sort of storyline that was not part of the gameplay and would go missing shortly after. He had even included police reports of the people that were affected. One particularly disturbing story was about a user named Smiles64, who found a weird access panel by punching a brick in the wall after draining the moat around Mushroom Castle. That pathway then led him to a library where he found a book he could open. This book contained a terrifying little story about a society of people who were stranded in a village beneath the ground and were drowned by some industrialist who flooded it. The book also came with a key to open some door. What Show You Fun put together was that this story was probably referring to the Wet Dry World level, where you could blast yourself into a little abandoned town beneath the surface. The more cases I read, the more it became obvious that each and every one of them somehow led to the Wet Dry World level. I was very intrigued, so I decided to try to contact Show You Fun by sending him a direct message. He never responded to me, and I noticed he hadn't replied to a comment in a few days. Things were getting a little spooky, I guess, but I thought it was all just part of some sort of creepypasta or ARG of some sort. There was no way this was a real thing. So I began playing through my game again and looking to see if I could find a similar storyline that would lead me to Wet Dry World as well. I played through all the advanced levels again while watching gameplay on YouTube and compared it to my screen.
I made it into the game.
Things that were unique, but mostly colors and sound effects, nothing that really led me anywhere. I was about to give up when I realized there was still one map I hadn't checked. Bomb-Omb Battlefield, the very first level. So I went into the picture frame for it and jumped into the level. I immediately started running along with the gameplay video, but then noticed something different on mine. In the video, there was just 2 Bomb-Omb buddies at the beginning that give you information about the level, but in mine, there was an additional one underneath the bridge that leads up to the mountain. I quickly ran over to it and punched it to get the information. It just said, "Under the bridge, the secrets await." I had no idea what this meant. So I walked over and started messing around under the bridge, kicking and punching everything. I then discovered that you're able to grasp onto the underside of the bridge and climb across it. This was something I'd never tried before, and didn't really see a purpose for it. Then I tried letting go of the bridge and doing the ground pound move, which finally broke a little square into the ground. There was one of those cannons inside that shoot you across the level, which I had definitely never seen before in all my years of playing. I began getting into it and firing myself to different areas of the level, until I realized I should try firing myself off of the level, into the ocean.
That's something you realized, huh?
I successfully launched it and flew over the edge. Mario plummeted down toward the ocean below and into a little squared tunnel, which eventually led to the little abandoned town in Wet Dry World. I had been down there before when playing the regular game, but it was different now. It was almost as if it was in the past. There were a few characters with blonde hair pacing back and forth, seeming to patrol the streets. I approached one of them with a green tunic, who somewhat resembled Link from the Zelda games, and attempted to speak to him. The character did not respond. It just gazed up at me and teardrops began to drip down his face. Then before I knew it, Mario was surrounded by several little Link-looking characters. They aggressively grabbed Mario and dragged him into a little building, then opened the door and tossed him inside. A little text box popped up and said, "The Foundation sees all." They then slammed the door and left me in mostly darkness, with a few other lifeless-looking characters in there. They didn't seem like they belonged in a Mario game, because they were dressed modern, almost like someone from the real world. One stood there staring into the corner while another one just jumped in place. There was also a mirror in the back, and I walked up and looked into it. I noticed that in the reflection, I wasn't Mario anymore. I was a character that was dressed like me. Suddenly, I heard the sound of rushing water outside the building. I ran over to the window to look out, and saw the little characters in the town running and panicking. I then gazed up into the sky and witnessed a gigantic Wario head just floating there laughing. I ran to the door to try to open it, but nothing happened. Then the room started filling with water. I looked at the other characters and, oddly, they didn't even seem worried. They just stayed in the same position they were in, as if this had happened hundreds of times before. Eventually, when the room was full enough to swim, I dove down and checked everything, every possible way to get out, but there was nothing. That was when the really scary stuff began. As I watched Mario's health go down, I began to feel short of breath as well. I panicked when I realized I couldn't breathe, pulled the cartridge out and smashed it on the ground. My breath seemed to come back to me at that point, but I was really shooken up. I immediately called the cops, but the guy I spoke to basically referred me to a psychiatrist instead. Then I started noticing the black van pulling up outside of my house. I must have triggered something, and now I think I'm being tracked.
The hell?
Either way, please, whatever you do, do not investigate the Mario 64 conspiracy. That's really all I have to say. This story was sent to me over Reddit, the day before Retro Gamer 86 went missing. I've searched for any related posts or content that he spoke about in the story, but everything
Trying to
seems
use
like
that to
it's been removed.
look.
So if you have any information on this case, please let me know. And I want everyone to remember this as a cautionary tale, to make sure that you leave this thing be. Do not investigate Mario 64.
I want some sound, but not this much sound. Did we learn to not investigate Mario 64? I was not very impressed by that creepypasta, but that's okay.
I wouldn't call myself great at a lot of things. In fact, there really only is one thing in this world that holds that title for me, and that is the game Super Mario World. It was honestly one of the single largest time wasters of my entire life. From the ages of 10 to 13, I probably spent more time playing that game than I did doing anything else. With that said, you would assume that I became fairly good at the game, and you'd be right. I knew where every hidden character was, how to get every coin, and most of all, how to beat the game very, very fast. I was actually among 3 players in the entire world that could beat the game in under 2.5 hours. Achieving this level of expertise
2.5
puts a person in the know on
hours.
certain details about the game. I would literally get thousands of messages and emails from fans either asking me about certain hacks or wondering about potential glitches because I'd seen them all. Then one day I received an email from someone calling themselves MarioPal@yahoo.com. I wondered how this person got an email address like that, without any numbers or anything after it. He must have literally been one of the first people to go for a Mario email address with Yahoo. Anyways, inside the email there was a message asking me if I had ever heard about something called the Game Over pipe. Surprisingly, I hadn't. As I read the email further, it explained how this Game Over pipe would not just give you a game over, it would permanently remove Mario from the game. He would never be seen again in that cartridge, no matter how many times you restarted it, no matter how many times you cleared your save points or shut off the game, he was just gone. According to the email, this Game Over pipe was made by the game's creator, Shigeru Miyamoto, for reasons unknown to the rest of the team. Mario Pal then claimed that Shigeru would drunkenly bring it up sometimes, and if anyone would ask about it, he would warn them that there were dire consequences to completing it, and to not even try. Of course, that only spiked my curiosity further. So I opened up an attachment in the email with a set of instructions guiding me all the way to the pipe. Essentially, it told me to begin at the ghost house in the Forest of Illusion with a cape, and to fly off at a certain spot to go off the screen, which would bring me to a secret level referred to as Blank Land. This didn't seem too hard to me, just basic running, jumping, and good timing. I suppose the only reason it hadn't been done is just that most people hadn't heard of it. So I powered on the game and began my attempt. I went into the ghost house, went to the tunnel, and fairly quickly was able to teleport to Blank Land. This was when things started to get weird. After the game glitched for a minute, the music turned off and the game froze for at least another minute. Then it just cut to a wide open level, similar to the one that would be in Yoshi's Island at the beginning of the game. However, there were no enemies anywhere and no music, just Mario and the sound effects. So I began to run to my right, and before I knew it, I had run for close to 5 minutes, which was an absolute eternity in Mario. I honestly began to think this was just some way for Mario Pal to troll me and keep me running like an idiot for hours. Then, much to my disbelief, I saw this little cloaked Koopa in the distant background, standing on top of one of those mountains. I could barely notice it, but then there was a bit of movement in his cloak, and in front of me, a pipe grew out of the ground. Hesitantly, I jumped on top of the pipe and ventured down. Strangely,
Oops.
nothing happened.
I thought that was going to happen.
No sound, just silence. I waited for another minute, and then, for some odd reason, several characters from the game began to congregate around the pipe. They began pacing back and forth. Oddly enough, it looked as if they were concerned. Princess Peach, Yoshi, Luigi, even Bowser was there. This was quite odd, but I eventually got bored and decided to turn off the game. At that moment, something fell over in the kitchen. I left my room to go check, but there was nothing out there. Just your normal average college-age single guy's kitchen. Nothing out of the ordinary. I'm sure it was just my roommate sleeping on the couch, I thought, and turned back toward my bedroom. I flipped the Super Nintendo back on and started back into one of my saved games. For some reason, as I clicked one of the games, it just shut off. I pulled the cartridge out and blew on it, pushed it back in, and heard some kind of metal clanging in the kitchen. John? No answer. I turned the game back on and clicked into my save game again. The level started, but to my disbelief, Mario wasn't there. I cleared out all my save games and started a fresh one.
There.
And the black welcome box
Oh,
appeared,
Jesus.
just like normal, but no Mario underneath. He
Pretty
was truly out
sure.
of the game. That was when I heard a yelp come from the living room. It sounded like John, so I ran out quickly, but John was nowhere in the kitchen. And the only thing that was in view was a little trail of dark liquid leading from the kitchen into the living room. I leaned down to get a closer look at it and realized it was blood. What the hell, John?
John!
I slowly crept into the pitch-black living room and looked around the corner. I could just barely make out a large, shadowy figure at the corner of the room. Then I noticed the shadow was moving slightly. I flipped on the lights and panic flooded my senses. What I gazed upon was a truly horrific visual. The coffee table was covered with my dead, disemboweled roommate, ripped to shreds and splashed about the living room. Behind him was a large man with a saggy, pale skin and cartoonish features. He was definitely larger than a normal human and was dressed in a red hat and old baggy suspenders. His hat had an embroidered M on the front of it. Somehow it seemed that the figure before me was some twisted version of Mario, perhaps mutated by being brought into the real world. He was using a knife to carve his teeth into sharp little points. He looked at me and spit out a piece of my dead roommate onto the floor. His gaze was blank, lifeless. Somehow I came to my senses and took off for the front door. I was nearly halfway down the street when I saw him again up in front of me. I went in the other direction and pulled out my phone. I tried to call 911, but the only sound that would come from my phone was the song from the ghost level in Super Mario World. I screamed and ran down the street toward where I knew a police station was. Mario somehow got in front of me and grabbed me. He violently forced me down a dark alleyway, then got me on the ground and opened his large, gaping mouth full of sharp, pointed teeth. That was when I saw a light come around the corner of the alleyway. "Help! Anyone!" I yelled as the two police officers walked into my view. But before I could see them, Mario jumped up onto the fire escape and onto a roof, not to be seen again. It's been a year since this incident, and still no one believes me. I was blamed for my roommate's murder, and I've been living in a local state-run facility for the mentally ill this entire time. I think he knows I'm here because last week I received a package from an unknown sender. It was my Super Mario World cartridge. I now have it on my bedside table as a keepsake to remember, don't get too caught up in fantasy. Sometimes if you go too deep, you'll find something that's real.
Dun dun dun.
When I was a kid, we had this old mirror in my house. I think my mom must have picked it up from a weird garage sale or something. It had two little cabinet doors that would open to a mirror inside. And no matter how much you would clean this mirror, it could never get shiny. You could buff it with wax all you wanted, but it was never totally reflective. Oddly enough, though, sometimes you would open it and it would be crystal clear. Like it only reflected when it wanted to. The strange thing was, though, that it didn't show people normally. In fact, there were times I remember friends coming over, and I would see them with a pimple on their face, or a wrinkle on their forehead. Then they would look into the mirror, and it would be on the reflection, only no longer on them. Like it had been absorbed into the mirror or something. Most of those people actually loved it, though. My sister thought it could fix her complexion. My dad looked into it before he went out with my mom. It became somewhat of an urban legend around the house. No one ever even considered it being sinister in the slightest. But I always had my suspicions. Then one night my sister had a friend over. She was one of her odder friends, always a bit insecure. You would never know it from speaking to her, though. She always pretended to be the coolest girl in the entire school. Jessica had heard about the mirror that makes people look better through the grapevine, and she was all about it. She decided that she was going to try sleeping looking into the mirror all night. She was already beautiful, but not beautiful enough, I guess. That night she brought the mirror out to the living room and set her sleeping bag up beside it. She then laid her pillow right out in front of it and began her journey off into dreamland. Knowing that neither me or my sister would be able to talk her out of it, we just decided to let it go. I guess we figured what's the worst could happen, you know? When I awoke the next morning, the house was in a state of panic. I heard my mom screeching at this hideous scream echoing throughout the house. I walked into the living room and Jessica wasn't there. She must be up and walking around the house or something, I thought. I walked hesitantly into the kitchen, and to my horror, it was practically destroyed. Plates and glasses were broken everywhere, and silverware was spilled all over the floor. As I stepped further inside, I could make out the backside of Jessica as she stared out the window. Her hands were covering her face, and she was looking straight down. She was making these bizarre little muffled moans that eked from her direction. "Jessica, are you okay?" Slowly, as she turned toward me, the changes in her facial structure became more evident. Her hands dropped down, and I noticed she was missing the front portion of her hair. She turned fully around, and I saw the terrible thing she had become. There was a rounded mash of flesh where her face used to be. She had no eyes, partial ears, no mouth. Pretty much anything that had been visible in the mirror basically was smoothed out, and there were just minor little bulges and grooves where her features used to be. She still made sounds, though, crying shrieks from deep within her throat. I ran back into my living room, and no matter how terrified I was, there was still one last piece of the puzzle that had to be explored. I slowly crept over to the mirror, and as I looked at the old wooden doors to it, I got the sense that it knew what it had done, and it knew we could do nothing about it. But yet I had to see. I had to know what it would look like. I fearfully opened the doors and looked into the mirror. I saw an imprint on the mirror of Jessica staring into it with this giant, gaping grin on her face, stuck in that position, perhaps forever. Jessica began to fumble her way to the living room, shrieking and begging for my help. But there was only one thing I could do for her. I had to break the mirror. I lifted the heavy mirror up as high as I could and smashed it against the ground. Then I did it again and again until all the pieces were broken apart completely. Looking down at the ground, I suddenly realized the horrible mistake I had made. Hundreds of the little pieces gazed up at me, each and every one of them taking from me what they wanted, multiplying the mirror's power and intensity. I screamed as my face began to lose shape. My mouth sealed up, ears closed. Then there was just darkness. I never found out what happened to that mirror. I just know that I've been kept alive, and all I can do is hope that somehow someone found a way to destroy it. Please tell me someone found a way to destroy that mirror.
The mirror.
I used to have a normal life. Standard drinks after work with my buddies, the springs on the weekends, even a girlfriend every now and then. Everything a 28-year-old could ever want. That was all until I opened that cursed video file. The one with the song that changed my life forever. It was this song called Gillette by Dr. Disrespect. What led me to this song in the first place was I was searching for something to listen to while I was working. I'm a web developer, and so my job and nature brings me to the internet more than the average person would ever be interested in knowing. As you learn about the internet and the vastness of it, you start to become curious as to what lies in the recesses of the wild and restricted playground. For this reason, I made sure that I took time out of my day, 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, to just explore what's out there. One day, on one of my adventures into this digital realm, I came across a video on a dark web video hosting site. The thumbnail was of a man with a weird handlebar mustache, long black hair, and sunglasses. Looked like something out of an 80s music video. Only slightly interested at first, I clicked on the thumbnail, and much to my surprise, this strange sound penetrated my eardrums. It gave me this feeling like when you discover something for the first time and can't quite understand it because it's so unique, then when the emotion hits you, you just know in that instant that this is going to be something that's going to stick with you for a very long time. The song is very simple, almost strangely so. It literally just repeats the same lyrics over and over again in different ways. For whatever reason, those lyrics felt like they were trying to communicate something to me, something I desperately needed to know. The other odd thing about it was it had a strangely low amount of views. It had only been released a couple hours before, and seemed like I was one of the first people ever to come across it. After work that day, I walked home with my headphones in. It was strange, I just couldn't quite shake the catchy lyrics and incredible rhythmic background of the song. Luckily, I had found a file that was 10 hours long, and it was looped so I could just listen to it over and over again without interruption. I had been hooked on songs before, but this was different. I didn't want to do anything outside of listen to it. I told my sister about it, then my best friend. I even uploaded it to my YouTube account. I had to spread the tune to everyone I could think of. They needed to understand how amazing it was. And before I knew it, it was time to go to bed. I had listened to this song all day long. The realization of that scared me a bit. How had I listened to this short song so many times that it took up an entire evening? That's when I realized what this song was really trying to tell me. The best a man can get. Was this really that? The best experience a human could have? Could the greatest experience known to man really be neatly captured in this video file floating around on the internet for free for everyone to experience anytime they wanted? The next morning I woke up very tired. Somehow I had eventually passed out, even though when I awoke the song was still in my head, blaring. I looked out the window and things looked a bit different outside on my street. It was a weekend, yet there were no sounds of lawn people, no garbage trucks driving by. There was nothing. The song had been playing in my head for so many hours that it actually had a tiring effect on my brain. In fact, I almost felt hungover from the whole ordeal. So I decided not to listen to it again. At all. I walked outside and got into my car. I had to run to CVS to grab some milk for my cereal. I drove down the street, and that was when the real fear started to take hold. There wasn't a single car on the road, not one. It was like the zombie apocalypse had begun overnight. Just no zombies. It was
Can you not block
nothing. When I
Lizalfos?
walked up to the store, I definitely knew something had happened. It was closed, but clearly was supposed to be opened. The hours were right there on the door. Where was everybody? Was I freaking out or something? I immediately drove back home, and I walked into my roommate's room, and to my horror, she was gone also. Then I called my buddy John.
At risk of missing the story of Gillette by Dr. Disrespect, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
No answer. I called my sister. No answer again. I decided to get back into the car. I had to drive. I was just going to drive until I saw somebody. Before I knew it, I was driving down a road I didn't know. I just had to find someone, though. Then ahead, I started to see large buildings in the distance. I must have been approaching downtown. That was it. There'd have to be people there. As I approached the landscape of skyscrapers in the distance, I noticed something I had never seen before. At the public park in the middle of the city, there was a structure. A large wooden building in the shape of a pyramid with a giant speaker at the top. I had been downtown before, but this had definitely never been there when I came. In fact, it looked like it had been built overnight. However, around the structure were finally the first people I had seen all day. Their cars were parked in disarray all over the grass, and some even in the street. They were standing oddly, staring at the ground, heads down, swaying in a single file line. To my shock and horror, the cityscape behind them was in ruins. Buildings were ablaze. The streets were full of glass, blood, and broken things. Outside the car, I could hear something faintly. I rolled down my window, and there it was. That same repetitive chorus, over and over again. As I pulled up, my vision began to blur. Yet somehow, I was more aware of everything. The sky was bluer, and the trees were greener. Just not visually. Everything was more of a sound. It was a truly awe-inspiring moment. I opened the car door, and the giant speaker slowly turned toward me. Then all there was light. A brilliant, intense light. Like nothing I'd ever seen before. Then I was gone. I was somewhere with the song. Somewhere with that feeling. The best a man could get.
The best a man can get.
College is one of the best times in a person's life. There is everything to look forward to, and you are finally done being controlled by your parents. You are free to go in whatever direction you want to. However, there are certain avenues that should never be explored. Which brings me to why I'm writing this. I was always a sheltered kid, and pretty much never did anything except go to school and do my homework. I don't even think I went to one single party during my entire high school career. That's probably why by the time I got to college, I was more than ready to begin exploring. I was an international affairs major, which basically meant I didn't have a choice but to be well-traveled. Nobody wants to hire an international businessman who hasn't left the US. So I got involved with this meetup group called Just Go Adventures. They basically got together every week and discussed potential travel destinations, and oftentimes would go to them together. I don't remember how it came up, but there was this one time that we got to talking about exploring abandoned theme parks, and the name Sino Wonderland in China came up. It's sort of a knockoff of Disney World that was never completed, and no one really knows exactly why. The thing was that the abandonment of such a massive construction project raised concerns for the property bubble in China. So the Chinese government wanted to keep the status of the construction pending. All that meant to us, though, was that there was a massive abandoned Disney World-like park just waiting for us to explore. For a young group of adventurers, this was too much to pass up. So the next chance we got, the 5 of us pulled our money together and planned out a trip to go visit. 2 months later, we arrived in China. We found an independent car rental service that rented us a van to drive out to Huainan. a small city a few hours outside of Shanghai. Grassy fields and mountains littered the roadside everywhere we looked. Finally, out the window, I gazed upon a giant Ferris wheel up against an empty horizon. This was the place we had been waiting the last 2 months for. At the bottom of the park was the sculpture of an old decrepit man, with a sign partially hanging from his forearm that read, Wonderland Theme Park. His sign blew in the wind as I snapped a photo of him standing beside the rest of my group. We all then began to climb up the hill towards the park. The inside of it was truly a concrete jungle. You could see mountains and forests off in the distance, but inside the park it was desolate. There were these giant dilapidated concrete structures littering the entire place. One of them off in the distance had this enormous concrete frog with his tongue out at the top of it. One of our group members, Zeke, pulled out a vape pen and started slowly puffing from it. He was sort of the instigator of this entire thing. The kind of guy who would try to ride his skateboard through security and into our plane on the way over. He ran his fingers through these long, flowy dreadlocks and pointed toward a pavilion up ahead. At the front, there was a sign that read, Crazy Coaster. I definitely had to snap a photo of that as well. Inside the pavilion was this bizarre clown-based spinning ride. Jen, the token hot girl of the group, of course wanted to do an Instagram shoot on top of one of them. She jumped up on one of the ride cars and started spinning around, telling Andy to take pictures of her. Now Andy's this goofy dude who always wears Hawaiian shirts and is pretty much obsessed with her, so she had his attention the whole time. Zeke and Paul, who was basically Zeke's right-hand man, decided to head over to the Ferris wheel. I wanted to get some photos, so I went out of the pavilion and started walking around. There was this dark alleyway up ahead that got my attention. I wondered if it was maybe some kind of weird Chinese version of Nocturne Alley. As I entered, I was surprised to see these 2 beat-up old fiberglass statues of Chinese men in business suits. It was strange, though. They looked totally out of place with the Wonderland theme, and one of them was holding what looked like some kind of ancient tome. But I figured the place was pretty random anyways, so I went back to find the rest of my friends.
Oops.
When I entered the pavilion again, Andy and Jen were already gone.
Dun dun
I left the building
dun.
to go look around, but then heard the echo of Jen screaming. When I finally got over there, I was relieved to see that she was alright. She was pretty much just watching Zeke as he dangerously climbed up onto one of the Ferris wheel cars about 15 feet above our heads.
Ow.
I rolled my eyes as he jumped into the car and swung it back and forth, blowing
Why'd
out
that
giant
blow
clouds of
up?
smoke from his vape pen. I noticed Andy wasn't there, though, and when I asked Jen where he was, she just simply
I guess
shrugged
it
her shoulders.
contacted him.
I turned around to look down the hill at the rest of the park and saw him standing a few hundred feet away in some overgrown brush. I could tell it was him by the Hawaiian shirt, but the weird thing was he wasn't moving, and he was in this weird position, just covering his face with his hands. I'm gonna be honest, that kind of freaked me out, so I turned around to tell the others, and the Ferris wheel just suddenly switched on. It then lifted Zeke up to almost the very top of the wheel and abruptly stopped. His Mr. Cool facade immediately broke down and he started freaking out. We yelled up to him to tell him to stay where he was and that we were going to try to figure out the controls to get him back down. After a few minutes of us being unsuccessful, though, he grew pretty frantic. He got out of the ride car and began climbing down the side of the wheel. Then, without us touching anything, the Ferris wheel just jolted back to life. Not expecting it, Zeke lost his grip and fell about 80 feet, smacking into the pavement below.
No, Zeke.
When Jen saw this, she shrieked and absolutely lost it. Paul began screaming and freaking out too and got out his phone to try to call Chinese emergency, but he couldn't hear anyone on the line. Then I built up the courage to go check his pulse. was nothing there. On this realization, the three of us took off running, not knowing what else to do but get back to the van. It was weird though, I was trying to go down the same way I'd come up, but the theming of the park looked totally different. The area we eventually found ourselves in was this ancient Roman area. Figuring we had gone down the wrong way, I tried walking back up to the Ferris wheel a little bit and checked where the parking lot was, but it wasn't anywhere in sight. Then when I turned back towards Jen, the giant frog statue from earlier somehow just crashed down on top of Paul. That's when the true panic set in. I barely remember the rest of the ordeal, but I know that as we were running, dusk began to set in, and it was early too, way before sunset. Then we came upon this old concrete bridge with giant Spartan statues on both sides of it, staring into the distance proudly. As we cautiously walked across the bridge, I heard a cracking sound coming from deep within. Before we even realized what was happening, the bridge was collapsing in on itself. I ran and jumped forward as far as I could, and just barely made it across. Jen was not so lucky. I saw her fall off the bridge and get buried under the rock. At that point, I just gave up and covered my face with my hands. And after a few moments, it was weird. I noticed my hands were stuck there. I know it sounds crazy, but my arms began to grow cold and tense up. I couldn't feel my legs, and I was barely able to breathe. Just as I was almost totally immobile, someone rested their hand on my shoulder. I came out of the trance or whatever it was and saw that it was a Chinese police officer. Suddenly, I was able to move again, and they escorted me out of the park. Luckily, I avoided any jail time for the trespassing that occurred. But as far as my friends go, when I told the police about them, they said there was no proof that they had even entered the country. I pulled out the photo of them that I had taken from the front of the park, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was just a picture of these 4 old beat-up statues standing next to the statue of the old man with the sign. I think the police knew more than they were leading on, because they took my camera and sent me on my way. But ever since then, I've been trying to prove my friends' existence. None of their friends or family admit to knowing them, and there's no paper trail of them ever existing now. I know I'm not crazy. Please, someone, tell me they were real.
They weren't real. It was China the whole time. Bum 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 bum. How do I... Oh. Jesus Christ.
I can't describe what I am. I'm a human, I know that, but there's something else there. Something incredibly disturbing. It's not like I'm possessed by anything spiritual, or I'm part alien, or anything like that. It's something else.
Whoa.
Maybe something that science can't explain, at least with our current understanding of how the universe works. I think it's just that there's more to reality than what we can perceive. It's not magic or demons or angels, because I can tell it's more like some force that's just part of me, and always has been, but was lying dormant before. Maybe all humans have the potential to awaken and become what I am. I'm probably not making much sense, so I'll explain what happened. This is the story of how I awakened and became whatever I am.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I've always been weedy and unnoticed by girls. The boys noticed me, but only because I was such an easy bullying target. The one and only time I managed to talk to a girl at school was in PE once. She was the girl I had liked for the last 2 years, ever since she moved to the school. I happened to end up walking next to her out in the field, on the way back in after a game of field hockey. I actually can't remember her name. I only remember Martin's name, because he played an even bigger part in my awakening. I somehow managed to finally speak to this girl, and she actually smiled back and asked me a question. I remember thinking that means she's showing interest, and I just couldn't believe it. It was my most glorious, shining moment in the whole of my school life, until Martin ruined it.
Martin.
He kegged me, underpants and everything. That might not sound like much of a big deal now, as an adult, but at the time it was the worst feeling imaginable. To say I was embarrassed was an understatement. I felt rage building up inside me, but it got worse. In a sitcom, this might have been the moment where you think the hero has ruined his chances with the girl, but because she's a nice person, she actually defends him from the jerky bully, and still likes the hero all the same. But no, this was real life. She laughed at me. Not with me, not at all. It was a hateful, mocking laugh for sure. Not only that, but she high-fived Martin for such a hilarious prank.
Hell yeah.
And worst of all, gave him a flirty wink. I was mortified, humiliated, heartbroken, and, as a result, more furious than I'd ever been. I'm not a vengeful person, but a deep hatred for Martin flashed into my heart, if only for a moment. But in that moment, my world as I knew it ended. It must have been my sheer rage like I've never felt before, that awakened me. Martin's head collapsed in. Just like that, no whirring of energy or flashes of light. That's all science fiction baloney. The top of his skull just caved in, killing him instantly. It was so without fanfare that no one even noticed for a good few seconds. I noticed, of course. I sort of felt it happen. Not the pain or anything, but I sort of felt pressure on his head, as if I was making it happen. Yet I wasn't even touching him. Then one by one, the class walking past started to notice. They screamed and cried out, and as Martin slumped back onto the grass, the rest of the class and the teacher turned and saw what had happened. It was chaos. Every person there was crying or puking or just running around screaming. I was the only one who remained still. I was in shock. Perhaps even more than everyone else, because I knew that it was me. I didn't know how I knew, because it's not like I even desired for it to happen. But there wasn't a doubt in my mind that it was me. There were more strange happenings after that. Sometimes when I looked at myself in the mirror, I noticed my eyes glow a bright yellow.
Ducks.
Or sometimes people saw me and just ran in fear. Then when I looked in the mirror, all I saw was a shadowy figure. If I got sad, everyone in the room complained it was getting either freezing cold or very dark. If I got angry, someone nearby started to choke or double over in pain, or just start screaming for no reason. Those things still happen to this day, plus a lot more. As I got older, it only got worse. My friends and family members started to notice that strange things tended to happen around me. Quite a few of them died in horrible ways. I moved to a new city and kept to myself, never making any friends and working from home. That was a couple of years ago. These days it's so bad that I realized I couldn't be around anyone ever again. Not when every time I speak, the words come out as ghostly wails, or when I eat something nearby, walls just disappear as if being eaten as well. All dogs bark at me so angrily and cats try to claw at me, if I laugh, then everyone around me cries, as instant depression comes over them. And every time I look at
Isn't
someone,
there a way to
something
switch
horrific
targets?
happens. Like a random part of their body falls off, or thousands of spiders come scuttling out of their mouths.
Fuck.
Or if they have one, they start wrapping a plastic bag around their head. Sometimes if I get hungry enough, I'll go into the town and eat people. I can expand my mouth large enough to stuff someone inside. They automatically comply, of course. They just crawl right into my gaping mouth, despite their begging themselves to stop, and let me swallow them whole. My body stretches and I end up looking like a snake swallowing a much larger animal, but they digest pretty quickly. Oh, and I eventually realized that I can pass this condition on. I still don't know exactly what I am, but I learned over the years that if I hold someone's attention for long enough, they too will awaken next time they feel intense emotions. And I can guarantee that people will get emotional when I simply look at someone they love and they burst into flames, or start running into traffic, or they puke in one continuous stream until they die. I started mixing with people again so that I can share my gift. Why would I keep it to myself? Whatever I am, I don't have to be the only one. I don't have to be alone. I can pass it on whenever I'm talking to someone face to face, on the phone, through a recorded voice message, or even by holding their attention through a body of text written by me.
Dun dun dun.
should do it.
Now we're becoming a stretchy jaw.
Congratulations. You'll soon awaken too.
Joke's on you. I don't feel intense emotions. Get down here, bat. What the hell are you?
Losing a family member is certainly one of the most difficult things we as humans have to deal with. The emotional energy we invest in our relationships often surpasses anything else that we do in this life. That is why after losing my son, nothing seemed to be able to fill the gap and make me whole again. I became obsessed with pretending that he was still alive through keeping items he possessed. I just couldn't seem to let go. It got to a point where I just had no room for his stuff and mine in my apartment. So I decided to join the masses of America and purchase a storage unit to make up for my lack of space.
The masses of America.
I was kind of forced to go with a facility on a more rundown side of town to get a good deal on the amount of space I needed. It was called Save Your Stuff Storage, which kind of said everything it needed to about the quality of the place. I booked the unit online and received all the paperwork ahead of time for it. When I first showed up at about 7 p.m., I was surprised to see how dead the place was. It didn't seem like there was a single other person inside the entire complex. There was also this automatic gate at the front that opened when you put your code in. And it was one of those places where the inner hallway lights only come on when the motion sensors trigger, and once you stop moving, they fairly quickly turn off. The place pretty much seemed as if it was functioning completely on its own. My unit was on the second floor, and you had to go through at least 2 separate hallways to get to it. So pushing all my stuff up there was a real pain. The hallways were all dirty, and the place really had this old, gross vibe to it. I finally got to my unit and began to unload my 40 or so boxes into it. I was leaning over one of the boxes when suddenly the hallway lights turned off on me. That was going to get annoying. I stood there for a moment in the pitch black darkness before turning around and waving my hands to trigger the motion sensor. When the lights came back on, I noticed that something was slightly different. One of the garage doors behind me, which had been fully closed before, was now slightly open. This really freaked me out because no one had been in the hallway since I got there. I lifted up the door to reveal nothing but a lonely little Hot Wheels car inside. This was pretty strange, but I didn't think too much of it and closed the unit again. However, as I did that, I saw the automatic light come on from a different hallway perpendicular to mine. I had a small knife on me to cut tape and stuff, so I grabbed it just in case and slowly began walking towards the hallway where the light came from. Looking around the corner, I didn't see anything out of the norm at first. Just another boring hallway full of garage doors. As I ventured down it, though, I noticed that at the end, there was a ceiling panel that looked out of place. Again, this was weird, but not necessarily proof of anything out of the norm. Considering the condition of this place, it could have been like that before. So I chalked the whole thing up to faulty wiring and just went about my business. I opened my unit up again and started organizing the boxes into something a bit more manageable. I noticed a box that said Timmy's Animals on it. This box hit me deeply on an emotional level, and I had to open it to take something out. It was a ragged stuffed dog, which was my son Timmy's favorite stuffed animal. As I took the dog out, I heard something fall over in the unit next to mine. I looked over and saw that the door was completely locked with a padlock.
What?
This was getting too weird, so I closed my unit up and locked the garage door. I figured I should probably go to the front office and tell the building manager. So, stuffed animal in hand, I marched over to a building at the front of the complex, but it looked closed. Surprisingly, the door was unlocked and I walked in, but the lights were totally out. All I could see was this flicker from a TV in the back office. "Hello?" I called out, but was met with complete silence. "I think there may be a squatter in one of your units. You might want to go check it out." Still, I heard nothing. Kind of annoyed, I walked around the side of the desk and stepped into the back office. It was dark inside, with the TV being the only source of light I could see. I noticed the silhouette of a man staring into the TV, watching these black and white 50s sci-fi movies, with the volume turned almost all the way down. "Sir, did you hear what I said?" I asked.
Jesus Christ.
The man didn't move a muscle. I thought he may be hurt or worse, so I slowly approached him. "Sir?" I stepped around the side of him, seeing his blank, emotionless face gazing into the TV. He was clearly alive, but speechless all the same. His hand was clutching a pocket watch, which he rubbed repeatedly with his thumb. "There's nothing there," he said, lifting the pocket watch up for me to see. I gazed at him in silence, at a loss for words. "There's nothing there!" he yelled,
Same room.
growing increasingly distraught. "What happened? Is there something I can do for you, sir?" I asked, trying to remain cool. "You'll never believe it. You'll never, ever believe it," the man said as he began to laugh maniacally. I backed away, pretty much done with this place altogether. Extremely tense, I hurried back to my car when I realized I didn't have my phone on me. I had put it down in one of the boxes I was packing and locked it inside the unit. I couldn't even remember how I'd gotten to that place, and I'd be completely lost trying to head home without GPS. So I had to run back to the unit to get my phone. I went back up the elevator and stepped out into the hall. The lights flickered on as I slowly walked back towards my hallway.
25.
As soon as I turned the corner, the lights flashed on, revealing this horrific creature standing in front of my unit. It appeared to be some kind of giant, pale, human-insect hybrid, with bent-back legs and these claw-like structures for arms. It looked like one of its claws had snapped the padlock attached to my unit, and it was frantically jittering around trying to get inside. It then turned its hideous bald head toward me and opened up these terrifying mandibles on its face. Slipping and nearly rolling my ankle, I ran back toward the elevator. The creature screamed and took off after me at an incredible speed. I obviously didn't have time for the elevator, so I ran to the emergency stairway and flew through the door. Jumping down several stairs at a time, I was outside in seconds, but the creature bursted out just a moment later. I ran to my car but didn't even have time to unlock the door before the creature grabbed onto my shirt and started tearing and thrashing at me. It swung its claw at my head, missing and breaking my car window. Luckily, it got stuck for a second, giving me a head start. Still clutching my son's stuffed dog, I darted for the front gate of the complex, yelling for help as loud as I could. I knew if I could get through the gate, I could possibly use my code and lock it inside. I got to it and dove towards the exit door, but was caught mid-lunge by the creature's claw. It slammed me to the ground and used its incredible weight to keep me down. I screamed for help as it pushed my forehead down and ripped the stuffed dog out of my hand. This slithery tentacle then extended out from its forehead and made a disturbing sucking sound on the toy. Then that tentacle reached down and stuck to my forehead, latching on. I screamed and shook, but there was no way out of this thing's clutches. Then all I remember was blacking out. I woke up confused in a hospital bed with my son's stuffed dog sitting in a chair beside me, as if waiting for me to awaken. Strangely, though, I could not remember whose stuffed dog it was. In fact, when my ex-wife and parents got to the hospital, they showed me photo after photo of a boy who was apparently supposed to be my son. I have no memory of him at all. In fact, I thought that perhaps the telling of this story would somehow rekindle the feelings I had for him. But after completing it, I'm sad to say that has not happened. It's been weeks now, and there was no disturbing creature ever found at the unit, and somehow the cameras had malfunctioned. The police have questioned the front office manager, and he had pretty much the same story I did. However, as a police officer, I guess you don't pay too much attention to things like this. They did, however, check the storage facility and discovered that many people had items missing, so I know I didn't just somehow imagine it. In fact, I've heard reports about another facility not too far away having some strange similar incidents happening in it as well. Tonight, I'm going to check it out. People have told me that this could be more of a blessing than a curse, and that I should just move on with my life. I'd argue that memories are some of the most precious things we have. Without them, it's like the things of the past never even existed at all. So perhaps tonight, I'll figure out how to get back what I can only assume was one of the most valuable things ever taken from me.
Dun, dun,
hey guys,
dun.
Mr. Freaky. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoyed the story, and if you ever get a storage unit, keep the things safe that you have. You never know if certain entities out there may value them more than you think. Please remember to smash that like button. Go ahead and subscribe to my channel. If you want to keep up to date with all
Smash
this
that
creepy
like
stuff.
button.
Have a horrific evening, and stay spooky, my friends.
Fuck. Just
They
walk
say
into
that
the
99%
lava.
of the internet is not accessible to traditional browsers. The world that lives beneath that, which we see when we visit the dark web, contains things that defy normal understanding. It has become a breeding ground to all of man's most perverse and dark fantasies. It's a place where chaos reigns supreme. My mother is not an extremely savvy internet user. In fact, most of the time she has little to no idea what she's doing on there. If she's in someone else's YouTube account or Gmail, she often does what she's trying to do without paying attention to whose credentials she's using. Can you really blame her, though? Her generation didn't grow up with computers. They are severely disadvantaged when it comes to that kind of stuff. I, on the other hand, somewhat pride myself on being knowledgeable about computers and the internet. I don't know how I would live my life without the opportunities it affords me. One could easily assume, then, that I would be someone who would take an interest in the dark web, and believe me, it's not for the faint of heart. Now the thing is, I'm very careful with what I do. I use a great VPN service, and I know what I can and can't click in order to not expose my IP address to anyone. After years of doing this, though, I did, however, become a bit too careless, and it just so happens that the time I did, I was on my mom's computer. I was hanging out with my family during the holidays, and I got into an argument with my little brother, Tommy, about a certain listing that I had seen on a darknet market search. He's always been a bit of a sheltered kid, considering he has a cleft lip and my parents baby him like a toddler, so I figured it was my responsibility to show him some of the real world every once in a while. I had told him about this listing for a clown that you could hire for birthday parties that was for some reason being advertised on the dark web, and he of course didn't believe me. So I showed him the listing, and we read about how the clown would provide your party with an exceptional experience, one that you would likely never forget. But considering my knowledge of the dark web, I was pretty sure it was not an experience he would want to remember. After I showed him, I got distracted and went about my business doing other things. Somehow, though, I left my browser window open on my mom's computer. This was hands down the worst, most careless slip-up of my life, one that I will likely never live down. After I was done on there, she used the laptop, and thinking that the clown was something my little brother wanted to do for his birthday, she went ahead and paid for him to come visit the house. After I found out what she had done, we tried to cancel it, but I guess it didn't work, because that weekend a clown car pulled up out front of our house for Tommy's birthday. Out of the car stepped an old man in traditional clown makeup with these pale bluish-white eyes, like those of a blind person, yet he seemed to be able to walk up the driveway totally fine. My mom was very freaked out and had my dad go meet him in the driveway. When my dad approached him, he tried to shake his hand, but instead the clown just immediately pulled out 3 juggling balls and started tossing them up effortlessly. My dad stared at him for a moment in awe, then began to guide him around the side yard into the back, where the rest of the party guests were. I was definitely a bit worried, so I went to the backyard, and the clown was already setting up for a magic show. The guy looked freaky as hell, but everyone in the crowd seemed okay with it, so I supposed I was being too judgmental and should just let him do his show. Plus he had a name tag on that said Noisy, and considering he hadn't said a word the whole time, I thought that was pretty funny. For the first trick, Noisy took a quarter out, and he pretended like it disappeared in his hand. Then he reached around the back of his head and pulled the quarter out from behind his ear. It was a pretty basic trick, but then he kept going with it. He pulled out quarter after quarter from behind his ear, until there was a pile of change at least a few inches high on the ground beside him. Everybody in the yard seemed very impressed when they saw this. It really was an incredible trick. Then he picked up the pile off the ground and put it in his shirt. Then he held the shirt up with his 2 fingers and launched the coins up into the air. Only nothing flew out.
Yeah.
The change had totally disappeared, and in its place, a bunny rabbit popped out. The crowd really got into this. A few of them even got up and started putting money into his tip jar. Then Noisy extended his hand out and pointed to Tommy. Tommy smiled, excited to have been acknowledged, and stepped up. Noisy then pulled out one of those huge bubble-making wands, and had Tommy stand in this round tray of soap on the ground. Noisy then lowered the wand over Tommy and lifted it back up quickly, covering him in a gigantic bubble. This was not an ordinary bubble, though. It would not pop no matter what. Tommy would hit the side of it and it wouldn't break. Everyone in the audience stared at this, speechless. Clearly they were watching something that wasn't possible occurring before their eyes. After a few seconds of being trapped inside, Tommy started to freak out and thrash against the side of the bubble. He began screaming and crying, panicking.
"Hey, let him out!"
my dad yelled as he started approaching the clown. Noisy then looked over at him and put his finger to his lips, shushing him. He then lifted the wand up above my brother's head and quickly brought it down over him, The bubble instantly disappeared, and so did Tommy. Frantic, my dad charged towards Noisy, but just before he could get to him, the clown brought the bubble wand down over himself and vanished as well. My dad screamed frantically, looking around for the two of them. Realizing the gravity of the situation,
Apparently birds are
the
my
crowd began to stand up and try to help my dad
weakness.
look for them. Then we heard a car start up in the driveway. Several of us sprinted to the front yard and saw the clown car pulling out and taking off down the street. My dad and I, along with several others, got into our cars and peeled out, chasing after him. Then the clown car turned a corner, and by the time we got there, it had vanished. Upon the realization that we'd lost him, my dad immediately broke down in tears, screaming and pounding on the steering wheel. I had never seen him get like that before, and I knew it was all my fault. The following weeks were some of the worst I had ever experienced. Constant contact with the police and interviews, where everyone was relentlessly asking me about why I was on the dark web and what I knew about my little brother's disappearance. I honestly feel like I was lucky they didn't pan the entire thing on me and just close the case. I didn't stop going on the dark web, though. In fact, I started using it more. I knew that if there was any way I was going to find my brother's kidnapper, it wasn't going to be using the old-fashioned police detective model. I had to track Noisy down once he decided to stalk again. So I created various fake identities on numerous darknet markets, and made posting after posting for birthday clowns to come perform at my son's party. Then finally, after several weeks of doing this, I got a response. Only it wasn't from Noisy. It was another old man dressed as a clown, who included a picture of himself in the posting with his response.
It's his brother!
The weirdest thing was, though, the old man had a cleft lip and looked just like my little brother. Only he had aged at least 50 years. I was really freaked out by this and had to know more. But after I posted several times for him to meet me, I think he could tell I was trying to trick him, because he never showed up. I'm going to continue to look for him as long as I can, but I think he knows it's me. And for some reason, he doesn't want to be found. Hey guys, Mr. Freaky here. I know I never want to get a clown off the dark web. The ones in the regular world are scary enough for me. Well anyways, I hope you all enjoyed the tale, and please like, comment, and subscribe if you want to see more of this kind of stuff. Have a horrific evening, and stay spooky, my friends.
Stay spooky.
Good evening, folks, and welcome to the channel. This night I'll be reading you an original story from me, Mr. Freaky, and it's about meeting new people in this strange new world of technology. A lot of times, they aren't exactly who they seem. They won't let me out. When thinking about Walmart, people generally don't consider it a great place to meet new people, or hold interesting conversations, or anything like that. Well, I'm here to tell you that on at least one occasion, that was not the case. I randomly met a girl there named Taylor, who seemed like she was a similar age, and was walking in front of me in the DVD section. I am a massive movie buff, especially in the realm of science fiction. You could even say I'm kind of a specialist in a sense. So when I saw her begin to peruse that section, I was immediately intrigued. She was a little hesitant at first to talk to me, but eventually she reciprocated, and we got to talking. After a few minutes, I started to think that oddly enough, her and I could probably become friends in the real world. Apparently she was scouring the aisles, looking for the original DVD box set of Star Wars. You know, before they added in the ridiculous CG characters? They were supposed to have one of the sets in, but she wasn't able to find it. I felt bad for her, So I brought her over to an employee named Mick, who I knew but couldn't really remember from where. We asked him if they had the set in, and he went to the back to go check for us. When he came back up to the front with a brand new shiny box in hand, Taylor was ecstatic. I told her I knew that particular Walmart very well, so we experimented, and sure enough, I was able to find her all the things she was looking for. I kind of even surprised myself with how versed I was with that particular location. Anything that Taylor would point out, I would immediately be able to find it, without having to use the digital locator screens on every aisle. Speaking of that, I should probably tell you that this particular store is basically Walmart 2.0. There are only a couple of this type of store being tested across the country, and it has integrated an incredible amount of technology into it in order to enhance the customer's experience. Not to mention it's much larger than the others. The more Taylor and I walked and talked, I began just wanting to help her. I mean, I had met random girls in public before, but this was different. I really didn't know how to process it. Before I knew it, I was helping her plan meal calendars on the store's new app, and grabbing items off high shelves for her and efficiently organizing them in her cart. I mean, I was definitely kind of lonely, but I didn't think it was this bad. It was oddly not sexual either, just to clarify. It was more about me just knowing that I had the ability
No,
to
don't
make
worry,
her life
guys. It's
better.
not sexual.
That's what got me. Made me feel as though I was useful somehow. The strange thing was there were these people following us that seemed like they were analyzing data or something. One was in the cheese aisle and the other one was by the chips, and they seemed very interested in what I was saying to Taylor. It made me uncomfortable and kind of suspicious, but luckily I was able to just sort of shrug it off. Finally, after the shopping was complete, we headed to
Whoop.
checkout and I helped her pack up her
Died
stuff.
to a cricket.
She thanked me extensively since I don't think she was used to this kind of generosity. We chuckled about the fact that I had walked with her the entire time and I hadn't even bought anything for myself when we were stopped by a large security guard at the front door. The guard placed his hand on my shoulder and looked me in the eyes. He pushed me back, but I didn't budge, so he seemed upset. "Not again. Come on now," he said, seeming as though he felt bad. Taylor turned towards me, and it was strange. She made a sad face and waved goodbye, but it gave me this odd sense that she knew what was going on and I didn't. The guard then turned me around and started pushing me to the other side of the store. I shook around and wanted to yell, but also couldn't let myself make a scene. The guy just kept saying to me, "It's all right. Once we get back to the station, you'll feel better." That's when I saw a sign in the back that I hadn't noticed before. It was a photo of a young man with half of his face metallic, like in the movie Terminator. He had his arm on someone's shoulder and appeared as if he was talking to her about something in her cart. Then above the robot, I read the words, "Now beta testing, synthetic shoppers." Then to my surprise, I saw two other young men looking just like me, walking back behind the wall with the sign on it. The security guard forced me back there, and when I got around the corner, I saw the reset station.
The hell?
Before I got there, I looked over and gazed at the movie section where I had met Taylor. I wondered if I would meet another girl like her, or if everyone in my mind felt that way. As the synthetic shopper ahead of me removed his headpiece
Interesting.
and handed it over, I guess all I could really do was hope.
There was a hidden monster.
I hope you guys enjoyed the story this evening. If you did, go ahead and leave me a like and subscribe to the channel, as well as check me out on Patreon. As always, have a good evening and stay spooky, my friends.
I feel like there's other guys out there.
It's 3:16 p.m. on April 10th, 2018. A 911 operator receives a call from 16-year-old Kyle Plush, who had just experienced a freak accident. In the minutes prior to this call, Kyle had just arrived at the Seven Hills School in Cincinnati, Ohio for a tennis match. He had been driving a 2004 Honda Odyssey, a minivan that featured 3 rows of seating, with his gear for the day's match being stored in the very back. In order to retrieve it, Kyle climbed to the back of the vehicle and reached over the 3rd row seating, extending his body as far as it could go in order to grab his equipment, when suddenly, the seat's folding mechanism was engaged, causing it to collapse into its storage position, taking Kyle with it. In an instant, he was pinned and completely unable to move, as he was now trapped in the car upside down, not even being able to move his arms and hands enough to grab his cell phone. Though luckily, his phone had Siri, which he would call out to call the police.
Where are you? Hello? Where are you? I can't hear you.
While on the phone, Kyle couldn't hear anything given how far away he was from the device, but he stated as clearly as he could that he was in dire need of help. Due to the position he was stuck in, he was already struggling to breathe, and he knew he was likely not going to survive much longer, which he made very clear to the operator.
I'm in desperate need of help. Hello? I'm gonna die here.
Less than 1 minute later, the call would cut out. In the recording, Kyle clearly portrayed to the operator where he was, that he couldn't hear her, and that his life was in danger, which prompted her to immediately send a patrol car over to the school in search of him, though inexplicably, she never told the officers that Kyle believed he was going to die.
What?
Not understanding how dire the situation was, the officers that pulled up to the scene didn't even bother to stop the car. Instead, they simply drove throughout the parking lot, unsure of what car was Kyle's. They didn't even bother to turn down their music or crack a window. Seemingly being more interested in the types of cars that other students were driving.
These kids drive better cars than you do.
As officers continued their half-hearted search, another phone call would be made to 911. It was Kyle, whose tone was now drastically different.
I probably don't have much time left to tell my mom that I love her if I die. This is not a joke.
After Kyle says his goodbyes, he tries one more time to relay what was happening, this time providing the parking lot he was in along with the exact make and model of his car.
This is not a joke. I'm trapped inside my gold Honda Odyssey van in the Southwood parking lot at Seven Hills Beth. Send officers immediately. I'm almost dead.
At this point, officers were still in the parking lot looking for him. Help was literally just a few feet away, and on top of this, the operator was also able to get a ping from Kyle's phone, which gave coordinates to his exact location within just 5 to 10 feet of his vehicle. And yet, the dispatcher never passed this information along. As Kyle remained on the line fighting for his life, the officers on the scene would pull out of the parking lot, close their report, and carry on with their day, stating, "I don't see nobody," which I didn't imagine I would. With this line making it apparent that those involved with the case never actually believed this situation was real, and instead viewed it all as a hoax. Just minutes later, Kyle would go quiet, and the phone would disconnect for a final time. It would take 6 hours for that trunk to be opened, and not by the police, but instead by Kyle's father, who had no idea that any of this had taken place, seeking out his son's vehicle only to find Kyle flipped upside down in the trunk. He had been dead for hours. Despite the circumstances, Kyle did everything right. He remained calm, he was respectful, and he described exactly where he was and what his car looked like. And yet, the police never really bothered to take his case seriously, instead believing that this was all just a prank. And had the dispatcher simply relayed how serious the situation was, and had these officers just gotten out of their car to look more thoroughly, Kyle Plush most likely would have survived. As a result of the mishandling of Kyle's case, his parents, Jill and Ron, were awarded a $6 million settlement with the city of Cincinnati. Though even more importantly for the couple, they vowed to do their part to assure that mishandled 911 calls of this nature never happen again, as they've gone on to consult with various emergency call centers to tell Kyle's story, somehow taking this horrible accident and selflessly turning it into something positive for the rest of society. Today, these phone calls remain relics of a grave error made by law enforcement, and a life that never should have been lost, with these recordings now being forever immortalized in the internet's darkest corners.
This piece clearly shows the
Dun,
metamorphosis
dun,
possible
dun.
with computer graphics. We're going to play a game.
Is it hide and seek?
Yes, it's hide and seek.
I am sick and devastated.
It would suck to just slowly suffocate. I don't actually understand how that's possible.
It's April 4th, 2020.
I guess your
a man living in Baltimore, Maryland,
lungs
goes live
could
on his
be
Facebook
bruising
page
or
announcing
something.
that tonight would be another one of his famous game nights. At this time, the COVID lockdown was in place all across the United States, and practically everyone was cooped up indoors, with little opportunity for real socialization. But for 24-year-old Ernest Wilson and his friends, this didn't stop them from having a good time. Ernest often hosted parties featuring childhood games like Monopoly and Uno, adding in his adult flair by turning them into drinking games, with one game in particular being top of mind that night: hide and seek. The evening began with Ernest inviting his Facebook friends to the function, letting them know that this time the game night would be held at an Airbnb rather than in his home, though he never gave out the address, as this was a closed invitation event, which he made very clear on his page. Please don't show up with nobody I didn't personally invite if we didn't discuss it first. They're going to get left outside. Ernest took this so seriously that at one point he even called out one of his viewers, stating outright that they were not allowed to show up under any circumstances.
You're not invited. You're not pulling up on me. The person who just joined. If you're still watching, you're not invited. Because you don't fucking listen, and I'm gonna bang you in your mouth next time.
However, it was never revealed who exactly this person was, or why Ernest expressed such hostility towards them. From there, Ernest would start and stop his live stream a few different times, showing the progression of the party, which ended up with a decent turnout. And by 2 a.m., with there being no signs of slowing down, it was time for the main event. About to play hide and seek. This was the caption for Ernest's final live stream of the night, which shows his group of friends preparing to play the game, turning off all the lights in the house before Ernest himself steps outside, assuming the role of the seeker, beginning his countdown as the camera keeps rolling.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I can hear y'all. 14, 15. I can see y'all. 16, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Because I'm tired of fucking counting. Ready or not, here I come.
After a long 30 seconds, it was time to find his friends, with Ernest starting his search inside the home.
Ain't nobody in this bathroom. I didn't think about it. Fuck. Oh, alright. His ass.
Until he notices something.
Next time they on y'all ass. Down here. The front door locked. Dumbass. I'm on your ass.
According to Ernest, someone was trying to get in through the front door, unaware that he had just locked it. And assuming that this was one of the people he was looking for, he took off to the backyard, believing that's where he would find them. And sure enough, he did.
1, 2, 3. Who the f is that, G?
I don't know.
Get your dumb ass on the other side of this gate. Who the fuck?
Ernest flips the camera around, revealing a man hopping over a gate to the backyard. He had no idea who this person was, but he seemed to assume that they were likely just trying to get into the party, not really taking it too seriously, hence his joking attitude. Though his attitude would soon shift drastically.
Dumbass nigga. This can't be one of my friends.
Fuck on the ground.
Hey, Pride! Pull that shit up!
In this moment, Ernest's live stream cuts off, and he would never go live again. According to those at the party, this unknown man hopped the fence and brandished a gun, stating that he was there to rob the place, being followed by one other person whom the group also failed to recognize. Ernest tried his best to run, but was eventually caught in the house, where after a few minutes, and for reasons unknown, the man seen hopping the fence fired his weapon, striking Ernest twice and ending his life. The killers quickly fled the scene without harming anyone else, or seemingly without even taking anything. The footage is highly disturbing, knowing that we're witnessing the final moments of a man who was just having some fun with his friends. But what makes this so much darker is that we have no idea who this person is, or why they did what they did. Even after 4.5 years, Ernest Wilson's killers have yet to be identified. Detectives working on the case have theorized that this was likely a robbery gone wrong, potentially spurred on by Ernest's posting habits, as to put it bluntly, he was a drug dealer, as on his Facebook page he often showed off huge amounts of his product, including during a live stream he did on the very day of this party. And also on the same day, Ernest had made a post about how much cash he had on him, essentially putting a target on his back. Online, some have theorized that this botched robbery may have been committed by the person that entered Ernest's live stream earlier that night, which caused him to have that intense reaction.
You're not invited. You're not pulling up on me because you don't fucking listen, and I'm gonna bang you in your mouth next time.
Though to my knowledge, this person has never actually been tracked down. But by far the most common sentiment online was that Ernest's friends were involved to some capacity, as none of them were injured and none of their possessions were taken, making it clear that at the very least, this crime was targeted at the host. And on top of this, remember, Ernest never shared the address for that Airbnb, at least not publicly. And yet, these people just so happened to show up to the home at the exact moments that Ernest was by himself in the dark. And perhaps most chillingly, as the robbery is unfolding, you can hear one of Ernest's friends chuckling in the background.
This can't be one of my friends.
Fuck on the ground.
Though as concerning as this is, it's sadly far from conclusive, and to this day it appears that Ernest's case is slowly being lost to time, leaving us for now with only questions, and one of the more disturbing live streams I've ever seen.
And now, these messages.
Before we dive into our next case, I want to first thank today's video sponsor, Factor. I'll admit it, I have a very bad habit when it comes to ordering food. I usually don't give myself enough time to plan meals for the week, and therefore when it comes time for dinner, I'm always left scrambling trying to find something, which usually leads to me ordering food and ordering really unhealthy food too. It's a bad habit, but thanks to Factor, I'm slowly starting to kick it. Factor provides chef-prepared, ready-to-eat meals that are always fresh and never frozen. There's no stress, there's no prep work, just 2 minutes in the microwave and they're ready to go.
Spooky
And these meals really
Factor.
are restaurant quality, and honestly even more delicious than what I was ordering before anyway. Not to mention way healthier. But my favorite thing about Factor is the time I get back, as I'm not wasting my time and taking half an hour to figure out what I want to eat. It's all right there for me and ready to go. You just have to pick how many meals you want, and just like that, you have most, if not all of your meals planned for the entire week. And you can even pause or reschedule your deliveries at any time with no stress. And what's really cool is Factor is now owned by HelloFresh, which just so happens to be one of my favorite sponsors of all time. And now that I'm eating real food, I'm excited to get back to cooking at some point with HelloFresh too. So definitely try either one of these out, or both, depending on what your situation is. If you want to try out Factor, head to factor75.com.
I did the
or click link in
child
description and use code
dungeon.
NickCrowley50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20%
I'm
off
a
your next month's
hero.
orders. That's code NickCrowley50 at factor75.com to get 50% off your first box and 20% off
I
your
want
next
this
month's
old man's axe.
As evidenced by the previous case and several others discussed throughout the series, live streams are often a hotbed for disturbing moments online. And when researching Ernest's final stream, I came across yet another example of just how dark things can get when the cameras go live.
Yeah.
It happened on January 22nd, 2017, when a 14-year-old girl named Naika Vinent went on Facebook Live with a caption. In the stream, Naika discussed how difficult life had been. Throughout the years, she had been placed in and out of countless foster homes, where her treatment ranged from poor to straight-up abusive, with this constant mistreatment leading her to just want it to be over already. And based on the title of the stream, it was clear what her intentions were going to be. As the live stream progressed, hundreds of people flooded into the video to see what exactly was going on, as word quickly spread that something horrible was about to happen, though you wouldn't know it by looking at the chat. According to many watching, those in the comments had no sympathy for the girl, as many actually mocked her, calling her names, and even commented laughing emojis, as she desperately tried to open up, with those same commenters viewing this not as a cry for help, but as a cry for attention, outright pushing her to carry on with these intentions. And tragically, she did, all while the camera remained rolling. However, even after she followed through with this, the behavior of her chats didn't stop. Whether they assumed it was fake or just didn't care either way, the hateful barrage of insults actually got even more vile once she had obviously passed away. And this went past just words, as people who knew her actually began making parody videos of the girl, replicating the position she was dead in, all while her livestream continued running. It would take over an hour before police would finally be called and retrieve her body, with the stream being shut down by Facebook shortly before. It was an awful situation all around. But what I found most saddening about this was her final reason for doing what she did, as she stated simply that she just wanted to be with her real mother, who she loved so dearly. And this was something that seemed to be the plan all along, as her mother, Gina Alexis, claimed that she too desperately wanted to be reunited with her daughter. And following her daughter's highly publicized death, Gina actually came forward at a news conference to discuss the tragedy.
Her biological mother broke down while speaking about her daughter's death. She dreamed of one day being reunited permanently.
I have trusted Florida foster care people to care for my baby.
Where she blamed the entire foster care system for everything that had happened, believing that they didn't do a good enough job of keeping her daughter safe, and they failed to try and reunite her with Naika. Because of the obvious emotion involved and the overall shocking nature of this case, the news report would quickly go viral, leading to widespread support for the grieving mother. However, this also caused some people to look a bit deeper into what exactly led up to this livestream, for which one piece of information was brought to light that somehow made this case even more upsetting. On the day that Naika's life came to an end, it was revealed that her mother was actually in the stream watching before and after it happened, seeing her own daughter having this mental breakdown, as well as seeing all those people in the chat mocking her, which made people feel even more sorry for Gina, as her plight was unimaginable. Though this wasn't the only revelation to come forward, as it was soon realized by the investigators looking into Naika's case that Gina had not only witnessed all of these people laughing at her daughter and egging her into ending her life, but she had also joined them as well. Hashtag ADHD games played, you sad little DCF custody. That's why you are where you're at. For this dumb shit and more, you keep crying wolf. You dead, you will get buried, life goes on after that doesn't listen to their parents, trying to be grown, seeking boys and girls' attention instead of her books. In a live stream where one of the last things Naika ever said was that she desperately wanted to be reunited with her mother, that same mother was not only watching, but actively pushing her to follow through on her plans, leaving this comment where she outright says that it doesn't matter if you live or die, life goes on. And it got even worse. The media also discovered that the reason Naika had been removed from her custody to begin with was because Gina had beaten her 30+ times with a belt when she was only 6 years old. On top of this, Gina often texted Naika saying that she wanted nothing to do with her, despite the young girl frequently reaching out and begging to be part of her life. Eventually, Gina would tell Naika's caseworker that, "The girl is y'all's problem, I'm done with the games." before sending Naika middle finger emojis when all she did was ask to see her brother. And this is all amongst other things that are far more horrendous that I really don't want to get into. And yet, after Naika's death, Gina had the audacity to go on television in an attempt to garner sympathy for a death that she clearly contributed to, saying that all she wanted was to be the girl's mother, despite rejecting her at every turn. And honestly, this is where I thought this entire story would come to an end, until I noticed something strange when I was editing this video. Naika's Facebook page is still active. It's no longer posting anything original, but instead, the account is consistently reposting content from another page, a page run by Gina. After Naika's death, Gina seemingly seized control of the young girl's Facebook account, where she now posts her own content, which includes her attempting to defend the fact that she gave up on Naika.
Tell me what mother would accept a 13 going on 14-year-old in and out of detention centers, going to jail or getting arrested while in foster care?
As well as her responding to those who blamed her for her daughter's death.
People be like, you heard the rumors going around about you? And I did. But they forgot to tell you one thing. That I don't give a fuck. What's my name? My first name is Very Much. My last name is Unbothered.
And even some posts where she's promoting her podcast, as it seems that after all this, Gina's actually trying to carve out some sort of career as an influencer, as she posts videos garnering sympathy for the loss of her daughter, along with giving out parenting advice.
Like, there's so much stuff that parents need to do for their child that they're not motherfucking doing. They're not paying attention because they're taking the easy way out.
With all this making it even more obvious that Gina has little to no remorse for what she did. On the 11th of June 2009, a young man named Eugene Latta took to an urban exploration forum and wrote in broken English, "Hello, I'd like to tell you about Odessa catacombs. Odessa is not far from the capital of Ukraine, Kiev. Under Odessa consists the biggest catacombs in the world. Their total length is more than 2,500 kilometers, so these catacombs are much bigger than the Paris catacombs. During World War II, a lot of citizens were hiding in the catacombs. A lot of them used to live there for a year and more, so even today it is possible to find weapons, equipment, and even dead bodies. Every year a lot of explorers get lost and even die there." His post was accompanied by a series of photographs from the underground labyrinth, which stretched over 1,500 miles, its paths winding aimlessly deep below the surface of the Earth. The structure was mainly the result of limestone mining many years ago, though despite this, it was never properly mapped, and was, conversely, not often explored, essentially being a pitch-black
I didn't even
maze
see
nowhere.
where to buy the glass
Given
shot.
that the area wasn't well known back in '09, the post was met with amazement. Fellow urban explorers applauded the location and the photographs that Latta had taken, wanting to see even more, and since he was a native of the area, Latta delivered. "Thanks to all. If you want, I can add more photos. As I said earlier, a lot of people get lost and even die under Odessa. Maybe this photo will shock you. It's the dead body of a 19-year-old girl who had gotten lost in the maze." Though it's censored here, the image shows 3 young boys staring blankly at the camera as they stand behind a badly decomposed body. Understandably, this image caused a lot of intrigue on the forum, as other users began to press for more information, and sure enough, it was a story that Latta knew well.
2, 1. Happy New Year, everybody! Happy 2005!
It was New Year's Eve, the final day of 2004, when a group of teenagers made their way down into the catacombs to begin their celebration. This wasn't super uncommon at the time, as many of the entrances to this labyrinth were very easily accessible. This one in particular just so happened to be located directly next to the public school, School 56, and had just been left wide open, making it the perfect place for friends to sneak a few drinks. As the group began to grow more intoxicated, one of the girls wandered off in search of a place to relieve herself. However, she apparently took one too many turns and soon found herself completely alone. She cried out, but the tunnels were just too complicated. Each step she took led her more and more into obscurity. Her friends tried to find her, or maybe they didn't, we really don't know. But in their drunken state, they left the tunnels without their friend, and never went back to find her. If she did have a flashlight, it wouldn't have lasted long, and for days she likely wandered deliriously through that pitch-black maze. until after what was likely at least 3 awful days, she passed away, with her body being found approximately 3 miles away from the nearest exit. And looking at one of the only attempted maps of this tunnel system, she never stood a chance. Perhaps it was dehydration or hypothermia that killed her, but according to some, based on the photo, the corpse appears to have its skull caved in, implying that in a desperate attempt to end her anguish, she may have bashed her head against the wall until she passed away. Her name was Masha, and she was only 19 years old. 3 long months later, in April of 2005, Lata and his group would stumble across the body, immediately reporting their findings to the police, though law enforcement refused to even try and venture down there in order to retrieve her, as they knew just how dangerous and unmapped this environment was. It would take 2 long years for her body to be recovered, thanks to a friend of Lata writing a strongly worded letter to the government that included a photo of Masha's body. The story is unimaginable. To be trapped in a place like this with no means of escaping, it has to be the absolute worst way to go. And because of the gruesome nature of the story and the photograph, it spread all throughout the online world, where it became a legendary internet mystery, as even with the added context, many were still left with pressing questions. Were Masha's friends involved in some way with her death? Had they abandoned her there on purpose? And did Lata know more than he claimed? But as it turns out, there was one far more pressing question that needed to be answered. In 2015, a full decade after this photo was taken, a journalist named Mike Pearl had picked up the case with the hopes of writing a Halloween article for Vice. And in his research, he made a rather unusual discovery, as according to him, Masha seemingly didn't exist. Pearl was never able to find any verifiable proof that a girl named Masha had ever gone missing in that area. He was also not able to find any death records of anyone by that name either, or even any reports of a body being pulled from the catacombs during this time frame. Something just wasn't adding up, and it got stranger from here. Sometime after the photograph began making its rounds, one of the most prominent explorers of the Odessa catacombs put out a statement on his own website in regards to Masha, which read, "Besides the original photographer, there isn't one person, civilian or law enforcement, that can confirm the story. We believe it is just a practical joke and the corpse is fake." Following this revelation, Pearl was able to track down Lata, who was unable to recount where the body was roughly seen, or even how to get in touch with the other people shown in this photo, none of whom had ever come forward to back his testimony, which makes the credibility of Lata and his story of Masha incredibly shaky at best. However, this is where the crux of the mystery stands today. When looking at these photos, one thing is apparent to me and essentially everyone else who has seen them. The corpse shown seems very real. It matches the decay of the bodies found in similar environments, with that one prominent Odessa explorer eventually deleting his statement at some point over the years, leaving the general consensus that this is in fact a real corpse. But if the story of Masha isn't true, then who is this? Well, we have no idea. It's entirely a mystery. But the reality of the situation is that bodies being found down in these catacombs isn't totally uncommon. Over the years, many explorers have gotten lost down there and suffered the exact same fate as the story of Masha. But on top of this, these tunnels have also been used by murderers as a dumping ground for their victims' bodies, with either one of these scenarios being possible in this case. Though the frustrating part is that we may never actually know who this person was or how they died, as I and many others have doubts that this body was ever actually recovered, just simply due to lack of public information and news reports about it. And instead, the reality is that this corpse is probably still down there somewhere and has simply been lost to time, as sections of the catacombs have been known to flood and cave in, sealing them off from the outside world forever. So for now, and potentially the rest of time, the story of Masha will remain an internet mystery.
Internet mystery.
It's September 1985. A hunter trudges through the wooded terrain of Christie Creek, Montana, on the trail of something big. He had been hunting a large black bear and managed to land a single shot, causing the animal to take off, leaving behind a trail of blood. He followed this trail all throughout the remote region before stumbling across a shallow ditch, where he would find a body. Though not the body of the bear he had just shot, and rather, the body of a woman, reduced to bone. The remains were quickly sent off for forensic analysis, though very little could be determined other than the fact that she was a young woman, and that she had been murdered, as they found 2 bullet holes in her skull. With there being essentially no other information to go off of, a special team at the FBI started creating a composite of what this woman may have looked like. This was the result. This was their first attempt at depicting this Jane Doe, who they would later dub Christy Crystal Creek, though it wouldn't be their last. The uncanniness of these depictions is undeniable, and recently I've fallen down this rabbit hole of disturbing police sketches and recreations. As though these can often be very helpful and do lead to legitimately good results, there are often times where they appear almost non-human, with many examples like Christie's being shared online on the FBI's website in order to enlist the public's help in identifying these victims, with one of the more notorious examples coming decades later in 2014. The discovery was made on June 5th of that year, when a group of highway workers were mowing grass in the town of Geneva, Wisconsin, when they noticed a pair of strange-smelling suitcases. Inside them were two bodies belonging to two women, both in various stages of decomposition, and both appearing to have been strangled to death. One would quickly be identified as 37-year-old Laura Simonson, while the other was in much worse shape, and distinguishing her facial features proved extremely difficult. But this didn't stop them from trying. This is one of the more infamous examples out there due to just how unnatural it appears, with the face of this woman being turned into a meme and even being used in a video game. But to me, there's one example that I've never been able to shake, as the entire story and its recreation gives me such an uneasy feeling. The discovery was made all the way back in April of 1977, when a couple in Alberta, Canada had returned to their often abandoned cabin in order to empty the septic tank, only to find a body floating inside. The body was in brutal shape and showed signs of extreme torture, as the man had been beaten, mutilated, burned with cigarettes, and even shot multiple times. And due to the condition of the body, it was impossible to identify him, though regardless, a recreation was made, and using a computer model of the man's skull, they slowly pieced him together. He would later be dubbed Septic Tank Sam. There's something so depressing about these composites, as these are real people with real stories and real names, that have been reduced to these horrifying images and tacky nicknames. But there's another side of these police sketches too, as when dealing with victims it's obviously incredibly sad, but when dealing with suspects, these off-putting identities can be outright horrifying. Over the years there's been numerous unidentified killers who law enforcement were not able to positively identify, forcing them to turn to these same methods of sketching and recreating, with one of the darkest examples being that of the Lake Bodom killer. It was June 5th, 1960. 4 Finnish teenagers were on a camping trip to Lake Bodom, sleeping peacefully in their tent on the lakeshore, when suddenly they were attacked. It happened in an instant, as a man yielding a knife began stabbing through the tent, eventually bludgeoning the group with an unidentified blunt object. That night, 3 of the teens would be killed, while one managed to survive with substantial injuries. When asked about what he had seen that night, the lone survivor claimed that the man who attacked them wore all black and had large red eyes. Based on his accounts and other potential sightings, a sketch of what this man may have looked like was made, and the results were unusual at best. With this man going on to garner the appropriate nickname of Bug Eyes McLip due to just how unnatural his facial features appear, especially his eyes. In fact, there's something unnatural about all of these recreations, which begs the question, did any of them actually work? Well, surprisingly, out of these 4 people, 3 have been identified. Christy Crystal Creek would go on to be identified as Janet Lee Lucas, a 23-year-old who would be the last identified victim of serial killer Wayne Nance, with this identification being the result of improved forensic genealogy. The second and most notorious example would go on to be identified as Jenny Gomez, who had been strangled by Steven Zilich, a man dubbed the Wisconsin Suitcase Murderer. And despite this recreation appearing to look nothing like Jenny, it was actually the sole reason that she was identified, as one of her family members ended up recognizing these overpronounced cheekbones and matching them to Jenny. And then there was Septic Tank Sam, who was revealed to be Gordon Edwin Sanderson, thanks again
Yeah.
to genetic genealogy, as a sample of his sister's DNA was eventually used to prove that this was in fact him, though it's still unknown who killed him or why. Which leaves just this final person, the killer of at least 3 people. He, unfortunately, has never been identified, and this isn't too surprising, as the features of this person just seem impossible. He just looks far too strange to be real. Right? Well, even though he hasn't been positively ID'd, it doesn't mean that he hasn't been potentially photographed. Shortly after the teens were murdered, a funeral was held in their remembrance, for which a large crowd of locals were in attendance, with this photo of the crowd being snapped. And standing there, in the center of it all, was a man whose features looked impossible. This man would never be photographed again, and his connection to the case has never been officially confirmed, leaving these murders unsolved to this very day.
Oops. Fucking target the guy right next to you.
It is the early morning.
My tear ducts are
and the
going
working
crazy.
day of the steam locomotive and its crew is just beginning.
It was the 31st of August, 2023. A typical day for 34-year-old Michael Zanera, as he had yet again
I
spent
just
his
completely
afternoon
forgot
in
how
the
to play
car
for
on
a
the
second.
railway. Michael was a welder who had been putting in long hours repairing train tracks in northern Italy, a job he seemed to thoroughly enjoy, as he'd often post various images and videos onto his TikTok page, showcasing this unique work that he was doing. By this point, this was the type of content that you typically expect from Michael, with some other images and various memes sprinkled in here and there, cultivating into a rather inconspicuous page that, for the most part, flew completely under the radar. Or at least it did until that final day of August, when Michael would encounter one of the strangest moments of his entire life. The post he'd share was just a single image, showcasing what appeared to be one of the tracks he had been working on, with a strange glowing cross at its center. For more context, Michael would write, "It's the first time this has happened to me while I'm balancing the rail. The crucifix came out. God definitely wants to tell me something, even though I've been calling him every day lately, because it's not a good time for me." It was quite the strange coincidence, especially considering that Michael himself was known to be very religious and a devout believer in God, and he had been calling out to God for months looking for some sort of sign to help him out of this dark patch that he had found himself in. And in his mind, this inexplicable red cross was it. It had to mean something, but he just couldn't figure out what. And so we posted the image to TikTok to share it with the world before continuing on with his work, likely having the vision of this cross looming in the back of his mind all day, trying to figure out what exactly this could be foreshadowing. And just 24 hours later, he would get his answer.
An investigation's underway after 5 railway workers were killed by a speeding train in northern Italy. They were working on replacing parts of the track at the Brandizzo station near Turin when the locomotive slammed into them.
On the 1st of September 2023, just one day following Michael's post, he and 6 others had been continuing their maintenance on the tracks, when, out of nowhere, a train would come hurtling towards them, at a speed far too great to properly react to, as according to reports, the men had been working late at night welding train tracks. As they were busy going about their job, an oncoming train headed straight towards them at 100 miles per hour, killing most of the team of workers and throwing their bodies hundreds of meters in the air. Within that group, 5 of the 7 men would tragically perish, with the victims being named as Kevin Lagana, Giuseppe Sorvillo, Giuseppe Lombardo, Giuseppe Aversa, and Michael Zanera, who was pronounced dead at the scene. passing away on the very tracks that just one day prior had yielded what he and many others believed to be a sign from God. The cause of this tragedy is still currently under investigation, with early reports hinting at it being nothing more than a tragic accident. And whether this glowing red cross was some sort of divine intervention, or just simply an eerie coincidence, Michael's final post remains haunting nonetheless. It has now found a permanent home in the internet's darkest corners.
They know that the only right track is away from the tracks altogether.
One of the most startling facts about witches is that there are more of them today than ever before.
Before we dive into our next rabbit hole, I want to first thank today's sponsor, Grammarly, for making this video financially viable. For essentially all my life, I dreamed of one day becoming a YouTuber, but now that I've been lucky enough to do this as a career, there has been one unexpected downside that has haunted me for years: business emails. My online communication in general is absolutely abysmal, and I am nowhere near professional enough to be sending out some of these emails, which is why I am so thankful for Grammarly. Grammarly is an AI-powered writing tool that helps you with your writing from start to finish so that you can hit send with confidence. Okay, so we all know that responding to emails can be a headache, but now with Grammarly, you can click on their logo and it summarizes your emails and provides you with suggestions on how to reply within seconds. This alone has already saved me so much time and effort, as I'm able to respond much quicker, since I don't have to sit there and overthink everything that I'm typing. And Grammarly doesn't just apply to your emails either, as it helps with basically all your writing needs. It can even help you rephrase some of your writing that just doesn't come off right. And craziest of all, you can click Set Voice to personalize your tone to perfectly convey whichever message you want to send. And whenever you're stuck on writing in general, you can ask Grammarly to help get you started with some initial ideas, which is a huge time saver as a content creator. You'll be amazed at what you can do with Grammarly. Sign up and download for free at my link, grammarly.com/nickcrowley. And if you want access to some exclusive features, you can use that same link for 20% off premium.
To her husband, she must be a companion, a sweetheart, a wife, and a mother. She must know how to make her home comfortable and inviting.
Our next case takes us to Japan, where 18 years ago, one of the strangest websites that I've ever come across would be launched for the world to see. Now, to properly understand its context, it's important to note that, in large part, Japan is a country that culturally looks down on the practice of divorce. So much so that in most cases, a partner can't separate on their sole discretion, and it must instead be approved by both parties, making it a difficult thing to achieve in general. And those that actually are able to go through with it are often judged in an extremely negative light, especially by their family members. For these reasons, couples will often wind up being stuck together regardless of their feelings towards one another. And it's this very sense of being trapped with someone that you don't actually love that can lead to emotions turning sour very quickly, with many eventually reaching the point of pure hatred for their spouse. Hatred that has led to the rise of one of Japan's darkest websites, Danashin.com, or in English, husbanddie.com.
Heck.
The forum takes inspiration from the manga Death Note, a series in which characters write a name in a book which ultimately leads to their demise. It's a manifestation of sorts, and on Danashin.com, users are given an outlet to manifest death upon their husbands.
Supposed
but
to
this
be
goes
a
far past just typing their name out
person
and
I can
hoping
find
that they
with the
eventually
eyeball,
perish.
but there never was.
Instead, each post contains some sort of description as to why their husband is so hated, and how they wish that they would just die already. What do I have to do to get you to die? Hurry up already. I pray for it every single day. You're the most selfish person I've ever met. Even the kids hate you, so there is no need for you here. My life started its downfall because I met you. You should have never become a husband or a father. I'm the one who is the biggest fool in all of this for not being able to see that until it was too late. Just disappear from this universe. Just disappear. I keep telling myself that I will be patient until my child becomes of high school age, but every day is nothing but pain. Don't you understand that when you say you won't show your smartphone, you're admitting it? Reserve insurance, full expectation, die before that, and make amends. Posts like these are littered across the site, with thousands of women venting their allegations of infidelity, neglect, and even abuse at the hands of their own husbands. Allegations that society would likely frown upon if they were said out loud, and allegations that would likely lead to divorce, which would be considered far too taboo. And so, with nowhere to go to with these issues, this site has become a space for women to share their dark feelings with others going through these similar issues. Though this goes far past just venting, as users will go as far as to outwardly celebrate the deaths of their husband when it finally does happen. My husband died. Finally, he died. Thank you for granting the god of death my wish. I will spend a lot of time laughing
for
from
the
now on."
mountains.
To which a user responds, "Congratulations, I envy you. I want to sleep too. I hope that your future will be wonderful. God of death, I also want to be freed from my damn husband. Please take ours with you as well." This concept of the god of death is one that is mentioned countless times across this forum, making it apparent that users genuinely believe that their posts are manifestations, and essentially prayers to this god of death, in the hopes that they will then kill off their troubled husbands. And the Danashin site leans into this too, taking credit for the numerous deaths with a monthly counter that's proudly displayed on the site's homepage. It's this very god of death that so many place their trust into in order to end the lives of their spouse, praying for things like car accidents, heart attacks, and a variety of other terrible health conditions. But while many eagerly
Trying to
wait for
figure out this
manifestations to come to
mountain
light,
thing before I go on to
aren't
the
so patient.
next trial.
I want to somehow find a way to kill my husband without getting caught. I'll pretend to be sad when he dies, so please, really die? I hate him from the bottom of my heart, and if I make him shut up, I would win. I hate myself for why I married such a person. This post in particular has become one of the more notorious entries on the site, given its users' outward admission of their murderous desire. Though truthfully, it's one of thousands, as many others even take this a step further. Like one post that was so disturbing that YouTube made me remove it from this video, as it quite literally gave step-by-step instructions on how to poison your husband without him noticing, mentioning how they slipped up to 1,200 milligrams of this certain drug into their husband's drinks every single day, a drug that would slowly cause the liver to fail, but would likely never really be noticed by regular hospital staff, making it essentially a foolproof way for them to kill their husbands. And this is one of many posts like this, outlining how to murder your husband and get away with it, with many even reporting their progress as it happens, due to the fact that poisoning someone in this manner takes months and even years to successfully complete. Everything about Danashin.com is terrible, as the posts themselves are twisted enough, but you also have to factor how bad these women's lives are at home, many of whom are quite clearly stuck in abusive relationships. And beneath all the darkness of this site is another layer that's honestly just very sad, as there are many users who call to the god of death to take themselves, accepting that there is no escaping their situations and not wanting to deal with it anymore, manifesting accidents and health issues onto themselves as to not shame their family by intentionally ending their own lives. Despite the depressing and concerning nature of this entire website, Danashin.com still remains relatively active all these years later, and stands as one of the darkest rabbit holes that I've gone down all year.
Its engines are warming up, and inside the cab sits Mr.
Oops.
Schroeder, the
Wrong button.
engineer who has driven locomotives for many years.
The safety of all the passengers depends on his skill and watchfulness.
Fire department paramedic on 58, what's the address of the emergency?
Yes, I'm on the Metrolink train. We just left Northridge. We had a collision with something. We have a whole bunch of people who are now bleeding and on the floor.
Is it a train?
It's the Metrolink train.
This call was placed to 911 on the afternoon of September 12, 2008, by a patron trapped inside a derailed train. Inside the cart, there was no way to fully understand the traumatic event that they had just survived, as around them stood nothing but mangled debris that once comprised two large trains that had violently collided at a combined speed of 83 miles per hour, head-on.
Yeesh.
It was gruesome, as trapped within that twisted metal were hundreds of passengers who had taken the commuter train in California's San Fernando Valley. And as the smoke would eventually clear on the tragedy, the question was quickly posed: how could this have happened? A question that wouldn't take long to answer. According to the NTSB, the Metrolink passenger train responsible for carrying over 200 commuters had been given a red signal alerting them to merge into an oncoming track in order to avoid an oncoming Union Pacific freight train, which at the time only had crew members aboard. Based on their positioning, the Union Pacific freight train had the right of way, Though despite this and being given the clear signal, Metrolink's engineer Robert M. Sanchez failed to adhere. In fact, despite the impending collision seemingly being imminent, the brakes were never so much as tapped. A startling phenomenon that is only really understood when sifting through the man's phone records.
Meanwhile, authorities are now confirming the engineer had been text messaging the day of the accident.
In the minutes leading to the collision, Robert Sanchez had sent out numerous texts, including some to friends of his who were fellow train enthusiasts. And these messages seemingly distracted him to the point of not just missing the signal, but failing to notice the massive hurtling train coming directly towards him. In the end, Robert would be killed instantly in the wreck along with 24 others. All the while, 135 people were left with serious injuries. But despite how notorious this collision has since become, thanks in large part due to Robert's behavior leading to it, it has since gained additional notoriety on the internet, thanks to a key detail centered around another cell phone. Following news of the collision being broadcast all across the area, Andrea Katz, the fiancée of 49-year-old Charles Peck,
so I guess this is what I would call the
as she knew
mountain.
Charles was on board the train at the time of this collision. Her nerves were initially quelled, however, as she would realize that on her phone were multiple missed calls from Charles. Realizing this, she quickly called him back, though there was no answer, which was made a bit more unusual as, only minutes later, Charles would call her back once more. Upon answering the phone, nothing could be heard but the low sound of static, before they would be disconnected. This very same thing would happen once more, and then again and again, all the while occurring at various intervals, as Charles seemed to be desperately calling, yet saying nothing. And when Andrea would try and call back herself, she would be sent straight to voicemail. And things became even more alarming from here as numerous other family members began to receive these very same mysterious calls, to which not a word was ever spoken. This led to the whole family believing that Charles must be trapped somewhere in the wreckage, and was likely unable to speak due to his injuries, but was somehow managing to send these calls as a way of letting them know that he was in fact alive and just needed saving. Because of this, his family members would cheer him on and give him words of encouragement every single time he called, assuring him that rescue was on the way. And sure enough, authorities would use these calls to pinpoint Charles' exact location, with the coordinates being right at the very center of the debris. And using this, rescuers would clear the way until finally, after 12 long hours, Charles Peck would be found. Which leads us to the strangest part of this story. Charles was dead. And not freshly dead either, as it was quite obvious that he had died directly on impact, meaning that there was no physical way that he could have possibly made these calls, as he quite literally was not alive for any of them. And yet, that day, his son, his brother, his stepmother, his sister, and his fiancée all received numerous calls from him, 35 in total, and all spread out over the course of numerous hours. To this day, this bizarre phenomenon has never fully been explained, with some theorizing that it must have been some sort of phone glitch, or maybe even another passenger who had found his phone and was placing calls to all of his recent numbers, though an official conclusion has never actually been given. And even stranger, Charles Peck's phone was never found.
Spooky phone.
Boy, I've never been so glad to get rid of somebody in my whole life.
September 19th, a man is crushed and tortured to death under the suspicion of practicing witchcraft. September 22nd, 8 individuals are hanged on the same charges. And October 17th, 4 elderly women were hanged upon the belief that they too were witches. These stories will likely ring a bell with many watching today, especially those who are living in the United States, as back in the 1600s, in the small town of Salem, Massachusetts, a bizarre mass hysteria had unfolded, leading to the deaths of 25 people, all of whom had been incorrectly labeled as witches. The Salem witch trials are one of the darkest and most notorious tales ever told, given just how unusual the whole event was, as it just seems so hard to imagine a situation like this actually occurring. And most would understandably believe that something of this nature could never happen again, failing to realize that it actually already has. In fact, of the opening 3 executions, only 2 happened during the Salem witch trials, with the latter happening just 2 years ago. The practice was first reported to the Western world back in 1993, when the LA Times would feature an article titled, "Kenyan Villagers' Suspicions, Fear Spark Deadly Witch Hunt. Evil lurks beneath the tranquil facade of 2 highland districts, where vigilantes have burned to death 44 men and women accused of practicing harmful witchcraft." The article goes on to explain how, since the previous summer, 44 men and women accused of practicing witchcraft had been burned to death in Kissy, as well as other nearby towns, a number that's nearly double the entirety of the Salem witch trials. In most cases, village mobs had formed, some several hundred strong, locking the suspected witches in their home and setting fire to the structures as they were trapped inside. For more context, witchcraft is known to have deep roots in African culture, and despite many not having an issue with the practice in general, in the county of Kissy, a deep fear had grown over black magic in particular, with the villagers becoming paranoid that members of the community had been using said black magic
Maybe
to
it's this
negatively
weird
influence
eyeball.
the area. Despite the shocking claims made within the article, not much would be spoken of these witch trials following its release to the public, and remained relatively unknown
Eyeball does
until the rise
see,
of the internet.
theoretically.
Witches in Kenya resulted in 11 people being burned to death. 8 women and 3 men were attacked by an angry mob and set on fire.
They burned down over 60 houses like this and brutally murdered 15 people, most of them were elderly women.
The charred corpses of 11 elderly Kenyan villagers accused of practicing witchcraft.
In this incident 3 months ago, villagers watched as a group of youths torture 5 suspected witches.
Nowadays, incidents from the Kissy area involving witches being killed are heavily documented by villagers with cell phones, capturing
Friend,
images and videos
heading
of
towards the
beatings, public
mountains,
shaming,
C.
and eventually the killings of these alleged witches, providing some of the most chilling imagery I've ever seen on the internet,
Don't get
and
it.
exposing the true horrors of this practice all across the world. And what's scariest of all is that it's not just 1 or 2 people doing the killing in
Oops.
secret, it's
Wait.
often the entire village, as anyone brave enough to step forward in support of them would be labeled as a witch sympathizer and potentially face the same punishment. And what makes this all even more disturbing is that in the vast majority of examples, the accused witches that are being tortured, set on fire, and beaten are usually elderly, and are far too frail to do anything but accept their fate. Which brings us to the biggest question in all of this: why? Well, despite the practice of executing witches being ingrained in this area's history, it's supposedly only really within the past 40 years or so that things have progressed into the barbaric attacks that they've become today, prompting some to believe that the ingrained fear of black magic has led to some sort of mass hysteria among the villagers, causing them to react in such a crazed manner, which has remained persistent for years on end now. Though there is one other element to consider. In the Kissy region, land is one of the most valuable things you can own, and coincidentally, when these supposed witches are killed, it just so happens to free up their land for the taking, which makes it all the more interesting when you consider that most of these victims just so happen to be elderly landowners. And it goes even deeper than that, as not only are these elderly landowners killed, but due to their designation as witches, the family members they leave behind are usually exiled or even killed due to their relation to the witch, meaning that the land can't be passed down to their next of kin as there would be no family left in the area, making that land essentially open for the taking, thus allowing the accuser or accusers to take ownership. The incentive is certainly there for people to take advantage
What's
of this
going on in my
widespread
head right
fear of
now?
witches in order to essentially get free land with no real punishment. And I honestly think this greed surrounding land, at the very least, plays a role in this whole situation. Though truthfully, I wouldn't be surprised if this was some sort of combination of culture, mass hysteria, and land all rolled into one, leading to the worst of humanity being brought out. And though the local government has taken steps to help end this violence, these 3 factors may
free
prove
money.
too much to ever see the practice fully end. And as long as it's happening, the internet will be there to capture it all.
Dark means danger, so get yourself seen. At night.
Taylor Scrum began her TikTok account back in October of 2020. Being just 20 at the time, Taylor had fallen in love with all things motorcycles, dedicating her life and the entirety of her TikTok page to this hobby of hers. Through the following years, Taylor would post various memes and inspirational videos to her page, helping her amass a decent following along the way, with fellow riders appreciating the more niche aspects of her content and her attempts to break the stigma surrounding female motorcyclists. Though not all of her postings were without controversy. On various instances, Taylor would film videos of herself driving recklessly, soaring well past the speed limit and performing various dangerous tricks while on the road, with the stunts growing concerning enough to the point that TikTok began adding disclaimers to numerous of her videos, stating, "Participating in this activity could result in you or others getting hurt." Many of the things that Taylor had been showcasing
This
on her
looks
page
mounty.
were downright reckless, and she seemed to acknowledge this all the while, joking about it across various videos on her page.
Oh, sure. Yes, trust what is getting all over me.
Leading some to believe that Taylor had a death wish, or she seemingly just couldn't believe that a rider of her caliber could ever get into an accident, hinting at this on numerous occasions and showing no signs of changing her behavior. And she continued doing so all the way up until the 23rd of May, when her most notorious video yet was released.
Whoa, shocking to see someone here. Wait a second, do you remember me? We met in the desert. What's your name again?
Flagler County fatal crash, 195 northbound at MM296, multiple motorcycles traveling together. Approximately 3 motorcyclists went down, 2 motorcyclists pronounced deceased on scene. Roadway is currently blocked at this time. Please seek alternative route. While Taylor was riding with a group of 4 other motorcyclists, the group would inexplicably begin to swerve and crash into each other, hurling each and every rider into the air and down onto the pavement below, with it all happening so randomly and so quickly that a large SUV heading straight for them was unable to stop in time, running over each of the riders. 22-year-old Taylor Scrum was pronounced dead on the scene, along with one other 29-year-old man, with this crash occurring just a single day after this final TikTok post. Taylor's story is tragically ironic, though here on the internet you can find numerous other similar examples of final postings that led to unforeseen tragedy, with one of the most haunting coming from all the way back in 2008. Alright guys, I'm new here and I have a question. As I'm driving in M mode, with the car set to P500 Sport and everything set to max, as I shift with the pedal shifters, it sounds like the transmission is banging into gear, like there is a thud that comes from the trunk when I upshift. Could this be due to the way that I'm shifting, or is this normal? And if so, is there any trick to working the shift? Let me say I am a beginner when it comes to high performance cars, as I'm only 18, so take it easy on me. This post was made by the user American M5 on the website m5board.com, a forum dedicated to drivers who owned BMW M5s, a pricey sports car revered by many thanks to its high speed. In the thread, some users would leave genuine advice for the young driver, but many others responded with disdain, doubting that he actually owned this expensive car at such a young age, along with some who blamed his age on these issues that he was having with his vehicle. Maybe your 2 years driving experience in your whole life is the problem. This is the internet after all, and so for whatever reason, it seemed that many in the group took great offense to his youthfulness. But through it all, there were a select few who expressed concern for the young driver, as based on his posting, it was apparent that he had been driving the car very fast and potentially recklessly, with one user writing, "I would much prefer an 18-year-old with brains to have an M5 than spend his money on some other piece of junk that could kill him and his mates in an accident. My only bit of advice, matey, if you crash in a big way, expect to be on the news. Enjoy and resist the temptation to drag others at the lights." As well as another user who commented, "Please be careful driving balls out. 18-year-olds and M5s don't mix well." Following this, American M5 would leave a comment thanking the entire forum for their input, even those who reacted negatively to his post. "Thanks guys, don't get me wrong, I never said I didn't respect your wisdom. Thanks for the welcome, and I am looking forward to getting to know you guys better. Josh." and I plan to have all the pics up tomorrow. With this last line referencing taking photos as proof that he did in fact own the car that he claimed to. These photos, however, never came. As a matter of fact, following this comment on January 25th, 2008, American M5 went radio silent, which is when things started to take a concerning turn. The very next day, on January 26th, news would break of a high-speed accident having taken place at 3:54 in the morning near Jacksonville, Florida, involving a car filled with 5 occupants, all between the ages of 18 to 20. According to the report, the group had driven their car onto a private airstrip in the area and had been driving at dangerously high speeds before the driver lost control and ended up soaring off the edge of an 85-foot-high embankment, leading to the instant death of all 5 inside the vehicle, with the driver being identified in the report as Joshua Amorato, an 18-year-old who happened to be driving a BMW M5. The news immediately made its way to the thread, where one user commented, "Hey, American M5 lives in Florida, is 18, drives a gray M5, and signed one of his posts above, Josh. OMG, I hope this is not him." And another saying, "American M5, you better respond to M5 board ASAP, we all worry now." Though Josh would never post to this thread again. And from that day on, no activity would ever come from the American M5 account, making it all too likely that he was the one behind the wheel of that terrible accident.
Frick.
White and engine instruments are dependable reference, with which first officer and captain peer out into the distance to find the smooth, clear way ahead.
August 31st, 1988.
What's that thing called? Where there's like IKEA and shit. That's a brand of creepypasta. Shit. What is that thing called? Oh, it's me. Nice. I'm third on the list for me when I search for creepypasta.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Complete Gaming Creepypasta Iceberg Explained. This iceberg is almost 3 hours long and has every gaming creepypasta we have covered and more. This has been an amazing journey getting to make this iceberg alongside this great community. So thank you all for your recommendations and contributions. Now without further ado, let's start this iceberg off right by starting from the top.
Sonic EXE.
Sonic.exe is the story about a haunted copy of Sonic the Hedgehog. The story begins with a man receiving a game from a friend in the mail. The disc that he had received came with a warning about the game. The note told him that he must destroy the game, that an evil entity was tied to it, and that he wasn't strong enough to defend himself from it.
What?
The man notices the disc has Sonic.exe written on it in black marker. He weighs his options, but ultimately decides to ignore his friend's wishes and puts the disc in his computer. After installing and booting the .exe file, the narrator sees the familiar Sonic the Hedgehog title screen appear. A split second after pressing the start button, the screen changed from the usual happy Sonic to a demonic version of the character. Sonic had black eyes with red pupils in the center, and they were bleeding. The water in the background was now blood red, and the sky had gone black. In the bottom right corner, he saw Sega 666. This screen flashed for a second before it loaded into the character select screen from Sonic 3. Tails, Knuckles, and Dr. Robotnik were all selectable, which the narrator noted as strange since Robotnik was typically the main villain of the game and hadn't been playable at this point in time. The narrator selected Tails and loaded into the first level. The level's title was wrong and it was called Hill Act 1. The first 5 minutes of the game was just a barren level, almost like it was incomplete. The music was playing backwards and started to get lower as Tails traveled around. Eventually Tails would come upon the corpses of the animals that he and Sonic were supposed to save. They were all mutilated in gruesome ways. The bodies continued to stack up as Tails kept moving to the right. Tails then found Sonic, who was just standing there with his eyes closed. Tails approached Sonic slowly as Sonic continued to ignore him. As soon as Tails was close enough to almost touch Sonic, static began to cover the screen. Sonic opened his eyes and revealed the same red dots from the opening screen. A message flashed across the screen reading, "Hello, do you want to play with me?" The author talks about how creepy this all was, but continued to play anyway. What followed was the evil version of Sonic chasing Tails until he supposedly kills him as the screen turns to black. The next few levels are the same thing as the first. Knuckles runs from Sonic but isn't fast enough to escape him. Dr. Robotnik is the last character to be killed by this evil Sonic. Once Sonic has finished killing off all the characters available in the game, an image would pop up on the screen with a demonic picture of him. Underneath the image were the words, "I am God." Creepypasta ends with the narrator finding a creepy Sonic plush sitting on his bed with bloodstains under his eyes. Sonic.exe would even go on to inspire fan art, a total recreation fan game, and even its own community, totally in love with this evil rendition of Sonic. Sonny the Tragic Clown is a creepypasta about a kid who loves to torture his Sims. He specifically creates Sims just to be killed. Some were based off of people he knew, and some based off famous evil individuals. In the original Sims, if you got your Sims moodlets down low enough, a clown named Sonny would eventually come to your Sims' lot and try to make them feel better. More often than not, he would just walk around sadly and not help out at all. Sonny came to the lot, and the author immediately started to torture him as well. He was ruining his day and making him more and more sad. He was explaining how fun it was to mess with his Sims. Eventually, the narrator decides to kill off his Sims by starting a fire. He put a lit firework in the house and started the fire with his Sims inside, including Sonny. This leads to the familiar sound that plays when a fire starts in The Sims. A few of his Sims caught fire, and instead of their usual sounds of pain and flailing, they seemed more realistic. They moved more like a person would instead of how a Sim normally would when they were on fire. While the Sims were screaming in pain, they all looked up at the author. He was shocked by their pained expressions on their faces. They all looked at him like they knew that he was the one who set them on fire. When Sonny looked at the author, he had an evil grin on his face. He laughed in a way similar to the Joker and wailed while on fire. It was a horrifying image that scared the author. The PC that the author was playing on shut off. He reset the computer, and there were visual issues when he started up The Sims. The game looked different and the sound was completely mute. More creepy stuff ensues. The creepy paintings in the game keep looking at the author. The TV keeps changing to the horror channel, and the author keeps receiving creepy messages from Sonny the Clown. Sonny the Clown would eventually steal a kid, like a burglar in the game would. The kid's Sims would scream and cry in an overly realistic way. Sonny would return and continue until the family was entirely gone. The creepypasta ends with all the homes in the game being erased from the world, leaving just a graveyard where the author used to torture his Sims. He had since dropped the game forever and now has a deep-rooted fear of clowns. Ben Drowned is the story of a haunted Nintendo 64 cartridge. The game was purchased by the author of the story and follows his descent into madness. The author purchased the game while away at college. He wanted more games for his Nintendo 64 and figured he could find some at a yard sale. After searching for a few in his area, he decides to check out some over the weekend. The author found a few games for a good price, but not the game he specifically went out to find. That wasn't until he came upon a man standing in his lawn. The elder man wore a crooked grin and had a table with paintings on it, clearly trying to sell them at his yard sale. The author walked over and inquired about if he had any video games. The man paused for a moment before retreating into his home. While he was inside, the author looked through his paintings and noticed that one looked like Majora's Mask, the game he was really hoping to find today. The man returns with an old-looking gray N64 cartridge. The cartridge had Majora written on it in black permanent marker. It was the exact game that he had been looking for, and he was excited even if it wasn't in the best shape. The old man gave him the game for free and he took it home, too excited to play it. Popping the game into his console, the first thing he noticed was that the old save file was still on the cartridge. The file was named Ben, and the author thought it must have been the old man's grandson or something. He ignored the file and started a new one named Link underneath it. Strange things began to happen in the game. The townies would all call him Link, but every once in a while they would call him Ben instead. Which was odd, and it must have been a glitch, he thought. The author went back to the main menu and deleted the first file named Ben, thinking that would fix the weird glitch issue, but it didn't. Now the townies would call him nothing. It was a blank space where his name should be. After the author tried to do the fourth day glitch, a popular glitch in Majora's Mask, strange things began to happen. The main town was now in a Twilight Zone version of itself. The town was empty and the music was playing backwards. The occasional laugh of the mask salesman would play very low in the background, adding to the ominous feeling. Link grabbed his neck and the screen flashed for a moment with a picture of the happy masked salesman. A few seconds later, a creepy Link statue appeared and began to follow the author. Every time he would move, the statue would follow him. The screen faded and the author was now on top of the clock tower with the Skull Kid. The author fired a few arrows at the Skull Kid before he said, "That won't do you any good," before Link was lifted into the air and burst into flames. What follows is the author's descent into madness. He keeps seeing the happy masked salesman everywhere and the famous lines, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" and "You shouldn't have done that," are repeated over and over again in his head. The save select screen has changed to "Bend around" and then would eventually change to "Your turn." The author couldn't sleep as his nightmares were filled with the face of the creepy Link statue. It followed him in the game and now it followed him in his dreams. He accepted that this was the ghost of Ben haunting him. Ben was a young boy from the neighborhood where the author had bought the game. He had drowned, as the game has suggested, and now he was haunting the Majora's Mask game cartridge as it was his favorite game. The author talks about how he'd used Cleverbot to ask if Ben had drowned. He would post the weird and cryptic conversations he had with the bot. Some of the conversations confirmed what he had already knew about Ben, and eventually Cleverbot would claim to be Ben and that he now haunted his computer. The first arc of the story ends with the author explaining how he had sealed away the computer with Ben on it, and he hoped that the entity would never be able to haunt someone ever again. There are 2 more arcs to the full story, and I think I'll talk about those in a separate video all to itself. Herobrine tells of an encounter that a Minecraft player had while playing in his solo world. The author was playing Minecraft alone, but due to having a not very powerful PC, had to play the game on a very low draw distance. This meant that the further away anything was from the author would appear to be in a fog.
Will the Smith,
essentially making the world a little more creepy. While the author was roaming around the world, he saw another character just outside of the fog. He tried to follow him, but every time he got close, the figure would move just outside of his draw distance.
Will himself
when he did see the other character,
Smith,
he
great
looked
new
just like the
arms for
default
you.
character Steve, but with white pupilless eyes.
The hell is the
The
garden?
figure was
Is it
gone
out
as quickly
front?
as he saw it. As the author continued with the game, he began to notice tunnels were built in his world while he wasn't playing it. Strange structures kept popping up everywhere and trees had all their leaves removed. The entity would appear just out of the corner of the author's eye, but always just out of sight when he turned to look at him. He tried to turn up the draw distance, but nothing seemed to work. Finally, the author went to the forums to try and figure out if this was happening to anyone else. The post would get deleted time and time again. Eventually, they would receive a PM from an account called Herobrine that simply said, "Stop." Herobrine would become the boogeyman of Minecraft back at the beginning of the game's life. In the early days of Minecraft, everything seemed so mysterious and it almost seemed possible that a character could exist just to haunt the player. Tails Doll is an evil entity that exists inside the Sonic R video game. He is an unlockable character that you can only get after completing the game to 100%. Once unlocked, you'll see a strange and eerie looking doll version of Tails. It is said that the Tails doll from the game can curse anyone who plays the game. If you meet certain requirements, then the Tails doll will be able to leave the game and haunt you. Of course, the first requirement is to complete the game and unlock him. Once you've done that, you'll need to play the tag game mode. You must select the Tails doll and then start the mode. Once started, you'll need to tag Supersonic. Once all these criteria have been met, the Tails doll will appear on your screen. He will look menacing and possessed. The song Can You Feel the Sunshine will be playing in the background. The Tails doll is now haunting you. You will see him in your dreams, and you may hear him come knocking on your door. In the year of 1996, there was a strange surge in illnesses and suicides in children in Japan shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Green. The deaths were related to an area in the game known as Lavender Town. Due to this, the incident was labeled as Lavender Town Syndrome. Lavender Town is a town in Red and Green that has the only known Pokemon graveyard in the series. The town is far more creepy than any other area in the game. This has led to many asking about its inclusion in a kid's game at all.
What the hell is that?
The Lavender Town Syndrome actually has to do with the music in the game. It's this eerie song that drives home the feeling that the town may have some dark secrets hiding beneath its surface. The song was said to be composed of binaural beats, or two tones that when combined can make an audio-optical illusion. The original Lavender Town music had these beats, but the later entries and re-releases removed them entirely. The reason listed was because it gave listeners headaches, nausea, and according to Lavender Town Syndrome, suicidal tendencies, especially in children. Later, someone ran the Lavender Town theme through a special software near the end of the song and noticed that some unknown had spelled out something. Unknown are Pokemon that are shaped like letters. They wouldn't be introduced until the following game. The unknown spelled out, "Leave now."
Oh, the
Lavender Town
other
would become a very
boots.
popular spot for Pokemon creepypastas and urban legends.
Can floating boots get me that far? Am I gonna have to use a movement glitch that I don't know how to do?
Mario is a creepypasta about a Super Mario World hack the author downloads from a popular hacking website. The game is described as being a Mario hack that starts out pretty normally, except for the messages in the game being very different. One of them reads that Mario is the villain and he has kidnapped the princess instead of the usual Bowser. This whole story makes Mario out to be the bad guy. It even has Yoshi talking about how Mario has trapped him in the egg that he was currently in. The pointed advice block even says, "I hate you." The other advice blocks had different messages written in them as well. Some stated things like,
What?
"But is there anything I can do to change your mind?" Another says, "This is
Maze
the selfish way out." A message later in the story would say, "Don't you think you've done enough?" The author completes the first boss level and gets a disturbing message afterwards. This leads the author to the final part of the hack, where he is on a long road where he can only walk to the right. The author ends up in a world with a black background and small doors that he can't enter. Going right, the author ends up in an area where he can only jump off of a ledge and into a pit. Jumping into the pit, the author finds a pipe. The game ends there with the idea that Mario had died as the game had crashed. The story then picks up when the author found a file in the game's folder that he didn't know what to do with before. He changes the file from a text file into an image file, and this was shown on the screen with the caption of, "Find me."
Cursed copies of video games are a rather popular idea amongst creepypastas. Lost Silver is one such creepypasta. Around the time that Soul Silver came out, the author was feeling nostalgic for the original game, so he bought a copy from GameStop. When he booted it up, the Game Freak logo was glitched, and it was immediately loaded into the game's previous file, which he noted as weird as he was expecting the cart to be wiped. The file had 999.99 hours put into it, with all 16 badges. 999,909 Pokemon dollars, and all 251 Pokemon, including Mewtwo and Celebi. The author figured he probably used a game shark to get them. Deciding to check his Pokemon, he was surprised to find 5 unknowns that spelled out Leave, and a Cyndaquil named Hurry, that only knew Leer and Flash. Closing the menu, he found himself in a room at Bellsprout Tower. Walking around for a few minutes, he couldn't seem to find his way out. Eventually, he managed to find a ladder. Going up the ladder, he found himself in a pitch-black room. Remembering that his signal had flashed, he used it to light up the room, which he immediately regretted, as the room was a chilling red, with a linear gray path heading south. Heading in that direction, the room got progressively darker. Hitting the end of the path, he found a sign that said, "Turn back now." The option yes or no popped up on the screen. Not knowing what to do, the author hit yes. The text "Hurry has fainted" appeared on the screen, and his signal was replaced with another unknown. They now spelled out, "He died." Closing his Pokemon status menu, the pitch-black room was now revealed to him. It was a small room, only being 4 gray squares. Checking his trainer profile, Gold was now missing his arms. The expression was more sad than smug now. He also appeared to have 24 badges. After a few minutes, the rope escape sound played once again, and he was transported once again, this time to Sprout Tower. The sprite of Gold had also once more changed. He was now missing his legs, and his skin was pure white. Pokemon consisted of 5 level 15 unknowns that spelled out "dying," and a Celebi that only knew one move called Perish Song. Heading north, he passed some generic NPCs that he was unable to talk to. They were also pure white, just like him. Eventually, he found a transparent red. Approaching him, he was pulled into a Pokemon battle. Gold's back sprite matched his front sprite, with the bloody eyes and white skin and missing arms. Red's sprite was basically the same as the original game, the only difference being he was transparent now, and appeared to be crying. Both of them only had one Pokemon. The author's unknown seemed to have disappeared. When the battle began, he was only given the option to attack. With only one move available to him, he used Perish Song, which gave them 3 turns before both Pokemon fainted. But weirdly enough, after 3 turns, only Celebi fainted, though the battle didn't count as a loss. On his turn, Pikachu used Destiny Bond, with the text "Pikachu has died" appearing before he was awarded the victory. Red's sprite showed back up before he was beheaded. Back on the overworld map, Gold's sprite had yet again changed, taking the same transparency that Red had. Checking his profile yet again, all that remained of Gold was his head. With 40 badges now, and level 20 unknowns, now spelling "no more," transporting once more, it appeared that he was now back in his room in New Bark Town. Unable to interact with anything in the room, he decided to leave through the southern door, but to his surprise, he just passed right through it, straight into a black void. Going south, he eventually reached a white area, and Gold's sprite turned black and transparent. During his journey south, he finally encountered something. It was the regular Gold sprite. Talking to him, he said, "Goodbye forever." Text question mark use nightmare appeared, and for the final time, the rope escape sound went off, and he was pulled downward, back into the small room from before. His sprite was now completely gone, and he now had 0 badges. The unknown is now spelling "I'm dead." Going back to the overworld, the room was then covered by the same gray blocks as the walls, which spelled out "RIP." The room was a grave. Gold had been dead the entire time. Presumably, his death occurred a few years after his victory over Red. Gold was a young trainer, and despite his success, couldn't escape the inevitable fate of death, and was eventually forgotten by the next generation. The author was unable to get the game to work after that, trying a few times to reset it before giving up.
Sally.exe is the unofficial sequel to Sonic.exe that follows a similar formula. The author finds a copy of Sonic.am on eBay and is upset that he never had the option to buy the show in his region, as they never released the DVDs where he lived, so he couldn't let this opportunity pass him up. He ordered the DVD and it showed up the next day. When he put it into his laptop, he noticed that the DVD didn't work, but instead just opened the files that were located on the disc. In the folder was a file called Sally.exe. This confused the author, but he clicked on the exe file anyways. It played one episode of the show, the episode where Sonic and Sally kiss. It was an odd episode choice, but he was surprised that the file contained only one episode when it claimed to be the whole series. Eventually the author gets bored and downloads a Sonic game from the internet. Starting it up, he notices that the usual Sega sound at the beginning has been slowed down to almost sound demonic. The game started with Amy Rose, a character that never appeared in the Sega Genesis Sonic games. The title screen appeared, and Tails and Knuckles were X'd out already. The game let the author play as either Amy, who had holes all over her body, or Cream. After Amy and Cream had gruesome deaths, next came Sally. Sally was the author's favorite character, and he couldn't imagine anything bad happening to her. He started the level anyway. Selecting her level, he was met with the demonic Sonic from Sonic.exe. The corners of the screen began to close in on Sally before they crushed her to death. Sally later appeared on screen with her eyes stitched shut. The author noticed something on the corner of his bed. It was a Sally plushie, but with her eyes also sewn shut.
Feel like arrows.
Misfortune is an obscure and lost Game Boy game. No physical copies of the game exist and no one has found a ROM. What people do know of the game come from personal accounts of the game and some screenshots. Of the people who have played it, they consider it to be one of the scariest games they've ever played. In the game, the player plays a young boy trapped inside of a gothic building. After searching the building for a while, the player will come upon an entity. He claims to be an all-knowing being that exists within every fabric of reality. The being then poses a question. Do you want to challenge me? Answering yes will start the maze portion of the game. The player must make their way through the many mazes in the game. One of the more popular ones is a maze where you must make your way through 4 cabins. The text box before any of the trials in the game will say, choose wrong and misfortune will befall your loved ones. Choosing the wrong one, failing a riddle, or just making a mistake in the game will lead you to the game over screen. A more detailed model of the entity in the game will appear on the screen with the words in the text box saying, I am God here. The side effects of the game were reported heavily in the late 90s. Players reported feeling depressed and a feeling of dread after seeing the game over screen. The players that reported this in the forums would sometimes go inactive altogether after posting. If you were to look for the game, you would most likely not be able to find it. The game is actually said to be hidden inside other popular Game Boy games. You can find the game hidden in some games like Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening, Pokemon Red, and Spud's Adventure. Finding the original game is almost impossible at this point. If you do find it, the game comes with a warning. You may experience the best horror game of your life, but you will also experience the misfortune that comes with it. NES Godzilla tells the story of a man who felt nostalgic for his old favorite video game from his childhood. He bought an NES but couldn't find the game anywhere. That was until his friend found a copy for him. The author was so excited to finally get to relive that part of his childhood and finally finish the game he wasn't able to so many years ago. The author starts the game and feels a wave of nostalgia seeing the game again after so many years. After the author gets to the first boss in the game, it glitches with red blocks appearing everywhere. The author removed the cartridge, blew into it, and then put it back into the console. After completing the area where the game had glitched, he discovered a new boss was in the game, one that hadn't been in the game originally. The author thought the game might have been a prototype version of the original. He moved as fast as possible to encounter the new enemy type. Once he got there, he had to complete a different boss first. Upon defeating him again, instead of the usual defeat animation, he instead began to almost be devoured by the same glitch as before. A similar glitch would happen with his next boss fight. He defeated the enemy and his sprite seemed to break off in fragments, almost like he was a piece of glass. This all happened before he made it to the newly implemented boss encounter. He beat that boss pretty quickly and took over the enemy base with no issues.
Isn't it this thing that was the...
The author started the second map and made it all the way through pretty easily. He noticed the new monster was on this map as well and made his way towards it for another fight. After fighting a different monster than the one he was expecting to, he saw a new icon on the map that he'd never seen before. The author started the level, and as soon as he did, he saw a hellish-looking world with no sky and flames burning in the background. The only background music was a low drum that almost sounded like a heartbeat. At the top of the screen was one word, run, which confused the author as he wasn't sure what he was supposed to be running from. After noticing Godzilla was taking damage but not seeing from where, he restarted the game. The author went to the password screen and jumped back to where he was previously. He started the same level and this time he saw it. There was this red creature that he's never seen in any Godzilla movie before, right behind him, chasing Godzilla. He began to run as he heard the creature's low bellow. This red creature had spider-like legs and long appendages. It was terrifying for the author, but he soon escaped, narrowly at that. He stared at the screen for a while, but decided he would still continue playing the game. The NES Godzilla creepypasta is a long one that is very much worth a read and deserves its own video. I couldn't do it justice in a short summary, so I will be making a full video covering the creepypasta. Until then, we await Red's return.
Jack the Ripper is a hidden item game where you solve the mystery of Jack the Ripper's murders by investigating his crime scenes. The author played this game as a teenager but couldn't ever get the secret ending,
supposed to
a
beat
game
these
he would
without
eventually forget
using
about
resources.
as he grew up and settled down. One day, the author found a copy of the game in a bargain bin. Purchasing the game, the author decided to play it on his next day off. Luckily for him, that day was the day after, and he was excited to relive a part of his high school years. Booting it up, he was greeted by the nostalgic text, "The Murders of Jack the Ripper." The author managed to run through the game rather quickly, only missing 2 of the secret items you find scattered across the crime scenes. The author decided to Google where to find them. Weirdly, there weren't a lot of walkthroughs for the game. Eventually, he came across a suspicious forum, one that set off his Norton security alarm, which he ignored. Scrolling through the forum, he happened upon an interesting post stating, "Do not play this game. If you bought it, return it. If you pirated it, delete it. It doesn't look evil, but it is. I know how that sounds, I really do. But this game is evil. Don't play it." The author waved this off as some kind of internet rumor, like Ben drowned. He did eventually find the answers to his question. The last item was in the empty hand of the blue angel creature. Booting the game up once again, he went directly to the scene where the angel is hovering over Jack's body, holding a knife. Going to the other hand, he clicked it, and the normal hidden item sound played. The last item was Jack's heart, a very realistically rendered heart at that. Then, the screen changed over to a black and white photo of a mutilated lady for an uncomfortable amount of time, before again changing, this time, the angel bringing Jack's knife down on him. The image shook the author, so he took a break before steeling himself for another playthrough, to figure out what was going on. Booting up the game, he was greeted by a different name on the screen, The Murder of Jack the Ripper. The game opened the same way, on the murder scene of Emma Smith, but this time it was much more graphic, more akin to the real murder scene, with organs strewn across the body. With each murder scene, the bodies got more and more mutilated, until he finally reached Jack's final victim, Mary Kelly, whose body was so torn apart it caused the author to throw up. When he reached the end of the game, it changed drastically, with Jack being long dead by the time they arrived, and the blue angel creature was nowhere to be seen. After the credits, he got a bonus level about Black Alice investigating the murder of a businessman who reportedly had paid Jack the Ripper to kill people. He was nailed to the wall by iron spikes. Collecting all the secret items in this twisted version of the game, including Black Alice's scalpel in Jack's room, he got a new scene depicting Black Alice murdering the businessman by nailing spikes into his hands and legs. At this moment, his wife came home, scaring him. Looking back at the screen, the murder was no longer there. Instead, just the scalpel. Turning the game off, he locked it away forever. The author is still haunted by the images of the final murder to this day.
To this day. Oh no, how is he gonna sleep?
Buried Alive, often referred to as its code, the Buryman script, was to be found in the final story of the Pokemon Tower, in what was now replaced with the Marowak Ghost. According to the scripts assigned to it, the Buried Alive model was intended to be the boss of the tower. Once reaching the top floor, the following conversations would have taken place. From Buried Alive: "You're here. I'm trapped, and I'm lonely. So very lonely. Won't you join me?" After this, the battle would have been initiated. Once in battle view, the Buried Alive model appears to be a decaying human corpse attempting to crawl out of the ground. It has been programmed to have 2 white hands, a Gengar, and a Muck. Strangely enough, the protocol for the Buried Alive's actions after it was defeated was not written. In the case of the player defeating him, the game would freeze. However, a specific ending was written by an unknown programmer upon losing the battle. In this ending, the Buried Alive was to have stated, "Finally, fresh meat," followed by several lines of gibberish. He was to have then dragged the player character into the ground surrounding him. The scene would finish with a typical game over screen. However, in the background, an image of the Buried Alive character devouring the player was to have been shown. Especially strange are the protocols for after this scene. The cartridge was to download this image to the small internal memory contained in the Game Boy, overwriting the title screen that normally accompanied a Game Boy.
So much health.
Instead, whenever it was started, the player would view this image as the sound file static mesh.wave was played. The intended purpose for this effect, unlike many of the other factors leading towards Lavender Town Syndrome, is unknown. There was an old game called The Theater. It was pretty obscure, so obscure that many don't even believe it exists. The game was released around the same time as the original Doom, which meant it was easily overshadowed and forgotten. The cover of the game was mainly blank, but featured a single character known as the Ticket Taker. The Ticket Taker was a poorly drawn man with large red lips wearing a red vest over a white shirt and black pants. He wore a blank expression unless, that is, you broke the game disc. Many reported that his face had changed on the game case, and he was now angry looking. These claims were never substantiated. Something else of note was that the case for the game didn't show who the developer was. If you looked on the back, you wouldn't see any images from the game or a synopsis either. The game case was essentially blank with just the Ticket Taker sprite on it. The game was initially known for its inability to install correctly. Whenever you tried to install it, your computer would lock up at the license agreement screen. The workaround for this was to reboot your computer with the game disc still in the tray. The computer would ask if you agree on startup. Upon starting the game, you'll be taken to a title screen that's just a sprite of the exterior of a theater on an empty city street. After that, the menu pops up with 3 options.
It probably has to be one of
available to
these.
you. You can start a new game, load game, or click on the options. Clicking on the options crashes the game back to the desktop. The load button does nothing even if you have a saved game already, leaving the only option to just start a new game. Once started, you are immediately playing the game in a first-person view. You are standing in an empty theater lobby. Standing across from you is the Ticket Taker, and past him is a dark hallway, presumably leading to the theaters beyond. On the walls, you can also see some distorted movie posters that are impossible to make out. Approaching the Ticket Taker, he will greet you with, "Thank you, please enjoy the movie." You are then free to walk down the hallway and towards the movie. Entering the theater will make the screen fade to black before you're back in the empty lobby again. If you walk past the Ticket Taker, he'll say the same phrase and you'll load back into the lobby again. At first glance, this game doesn't sound too great, but there's more to it. The more times you repeat this exact same sequence, the higher chance you have to trigger some odd and creepy occurrences. It's unknown how many times you need to repeat the sequence to trigger these occurrences, though. The first occurrence is when the player fades back in after walking into the hallway. This time they will notice the Ticket Taker is completely absent. The player then, without any other options, decides to walk into the dark hallway. The sound clip and the text box mentioned previously still play in the absence of the Ticket Taker, but when the player walks into the hallway, the screen does not fade out. It goes pitch black as they walk deeper into the hall. But the player's footsteps sound clip is still playing as they continue to push the up button on their keyboard. Those claiming to have played the original game report to have felt extreme levels of discomfort.
Little flying
like something horrible
shits.
was about to happen
My
to them.
weakness.
Well, eventually, the player is
Among
unable to
my
move
weaknesses,
around.
my greatest
There's nothing
weakness.
for a few moments before a strange sprite that is described as the Ticket Taker but with a swirl for a face appears and stands before the player. The original players of the game say their bodies immediately froze up and their stomachs churned when they saw this sprite, named the Swirly Head Man by the community. Nothing happens as the Swirly Head Man stands before them. Then suddenly a piercing screech plays as the game glitches out. This lasts for a few minutes, with the screeching being continuous. Then the players abruptly return to the lobby with all the sounds and graphics being as they should be. The game continues normally for the next couple of cycles of entering the hallway, with a couple of original players claiming the Swirly Head Man would briefly appear and disappear in the corner of the screen as a brisk yelp sound effect plays. Then, at some point, after meeting the Swirly Head Man, the player sees the Ticket Taker pacing back and forth, though there's no walking animation. The sprite's limbs are completely static, so he just hops up and down slightly as a substitute, with his eyes being wide and his mouth open to simulate a worried facial expression. Some players noted that the movie posters had been replaced with images of the Swirly Head Man. Then another different,
Sneaky
low-quality sound clip plays, but the speech box contains nothing but corrupted characters that cause whatever text that would have been in the box to be completely illegible. Due to the extremely low quality of the sound, it is debated by players what exactly the Ticket Taker says at this point, though it is widely agreed that he says, "Never reach the other levels." Then the screen fades out once again and returns the player back to their starting point in the lobby. But the Ticket Taker is gone and the hallway is blocked by a large brick wall sprite. Touching the brick wall will immediately crash the game, and that's all there is to it. No one knows what the other levels are or how to gain access to them, nor is it known why the Swirly Head Man causes so much acute fear in those who have seen him in the game. All the original copies of the theater have either been lost or destroyed, but the creepiest part is the fact that all the original players of the game claim to occasionally see a brief glimpse of the Swirly Head Man out of the corner of their eyes.
Waves.
Catastrophe Crow was a game that was in development for the Nintendo 64. It was being developed by a company named Opus Interactive under the leadership of Manfred Lorenz. The game was scheduled to release during holiday of 1999, but didn't due to multiple delays. For unknown reasons, the game was cancelled and Opus Interactive shut its doors forever. Years later, a YouTuber by the name of Adam Butcher discovered a long-lost copy of the game on eBay. In his video, he discusses its history and tragic development. Catastrophe Crow, or Crow 64 as fans call it, was a game scheduled to release for the N64, but due to a multitude of complications, never did. The company went under and the game's creator disappeared. Adam, after explaining the history and how he received the game, goes on to test it on his channel. The game starts out with the title screen and some very Banjo-Kazooie-esque music. Pressing start, the game begins. In the game, you play as a crow who must save her dad's business. The game was a 3D platformer that pulled heavy inspiration from Banjo-Kazooie and Super Mario 64. The game even used a similar system for characters talking using strange noises. The game quickly deteriorates. Strange glitches along with creepy entities that appear and then disappear make the game seem like it's hiding something. A dark story of a tragic loss. The full story of Crow 64 goes very deep, as it's one of the newest video game ARGs to take the internet by storm. There's certainly too much for me to cover in this section, so I'll be returning to this topic at a later date.
Still don't know where this garden
Polybius was
is.
an arcade game that existed sometime in the 1980s. It was only available in a few arcades in Portland, Oregon in 1981. The arcade machine was very popular with arcade goers, so much so that lines would form behind any machines. Polybius was created by a company called Sinoslotion. It was the only game that they would make. The game was so popular that it was borderline addicting for players. Even in 1981, the arcade machine seemed to be the one everyone wanted to play. There was some mystery behind the machine. The Polybius cabinets would receive weekly visits from men in black suits, likely extracting some sort of data from the machine. It was unknown what information they were pulling exactly. It was noted by many who played the cabinet that they would sometimes come away with headaches, minor forms of amnesia, night terrors, and hallucinations. These are a few of the psychoactive effects players reported. The game itself was said to play similarly to another arcade game, Tempest. The addictive properties of the game seem to have come from something other than the gameplay. It was believed that Polybius was being used for running some sort of government experiment on the people in Portland, Oregon. The game was testing psychoactive effects on the arcade goers in the area. Then that information was being collected by the men in black suits for some unknown purpose. The purpose was thought to be similar to Project MK Ultra, an experiment that tested the use of psychedelic drugs as a form of mind control, psychological torture, and interrogation tool. This was backed entirely by the CIA. Polybius was causing psychological damage to its players and is often compared to the project, though no actual connection has ever been established. The data being collected was also never released to the public. The arcade cabinet was gone a month later, seeming to vanish into thin air. The arcade owners had no records of the game, and many don't remember it even existing at all.
God damn it.
The elusive Polybius was gone. There are
Is
many
this
rumors
just-
about Polybius, but most of them are just that.
Okay.
Rumors.
Just hurts me a little bit. Fuck.
In the early 1990s, typing games were very common. There was a lesser-known typing game called Mr. Mix, which was released around the same time as Mario Teaches Typing. You start a character named Mr. Mix who would mix ingredients into a bowl as you typed the words for him. The game was very similar to Mario Teaches Typing, which might be why it was lesser known. Another reason the game was lesser known is that it was a very hard typing game. The difficulty started out pretty low at level 1, but by level 5 the requirement became 500 words per minute, which was impossible to beat. The game was notable for having some strange background music as well. It started with low growls in the first level that would progressively get louder as the level went on. Eventually the music would get so loud that it caused permanent damage to the early computer speakers. The second level notably didn't have any music, but the third had what sounded like a low-quality recording of a hairdryer in the background. The third and fourth levels would just play a loud, high-pitched ringing sound that would persist throughout the levels. Some people even reported ear pain from the ringing sound. The design of Mr. Mix was also considered to be creepy. He was a round-faced man with beady eyes and very red cheeks. He would stare at the player as they continued to type away. Most of the children who played the game would have horrible nightmares about Mr. Mix. He would talk to them in their nightmares with his raspy, quiet voice. Mr. Mix would tell them to keep quiet about something, but it wasn't anything they could remember. It caused a few kids to develop deep psychological issues. The game had terrified them to the extent that they needed to see a psychologist. The psychologist had noted that the kids had been deeply disturbed, but no connection was ever made to the game. The game didn't sell very well for a few reasons, and almost fell entirely into obscurity. That was until a ROM of the game was discovered, with hackers immediately trying to dig through the game's files. Everything seemed fine until the hackers used a memory hack to bypass the 5th level in the game. Whenever they would bypass the 5th level, the game would crash, writing a bunch of files to the home drive of their PC. The files contained pictures of people with horribly deformed faces. They appeared to be screaming in pain and agony. Their eyes had streams of blood coming from them, and their outer layer of skin was torn off in a few places. Attempting to delete these files would cause your computer to blue screen, possibly breaking it. The hackers did find a way around this issue and were able to finally get to the last 2 levels. The original hackers unfortunately all decided they couldn't talk about it and refused to answer any questions about the game when asked. Within a month, every single hacker had gone missing. 2 years later, a man was arrested for trying to abduct a child from a supermarket. It was discovered that this man was one of the original hackers of the game. When interrogators tried to ask him any question, the only thing he would say was, "I'm Mr. Mix."
The voice acting at the end there.
I Hate You is a Super Mario World creepypasta the author describes as not another haunted game creepypasta. The author explains how they'd played through Super Mario World so many times that they'd seen just about everything the game had to offer. One day while exploring the sunken ship level in the game, the author noticed a blind Boo hovering over the exit pipe. The only escape option was a key and keyhole above the exit that they'd never seen before. Grabbing the key and ending the level brought them back to the overworld map. A new area next to the creepy Bowser Cave entrance opened up. It looked like a whirlpool, and the author thought it must be a newly undiscovered level in the game. The author moves towards the whirlpool, and as soon as Mario stands on it, the Bowser face starts to bleed from its eyes. The title of the level was Oh God No, which the author brushed off as being weird, but not that odd since it was similar to the special stage names.
Oops.
Starting the level, Mario is stuck in a very small cavern with no room to jump and can only continue to the right. The further down Mario ran, eventually he would run into more of the blind Boos that the author had seen before. They floated ominously above the chamber. A giant bullet bill with blood running down its face barreled towards the author, and the only way for Mario to survive was to use a star. Of course, that meant he had to cheat to get the star. It made him invulnerable, and Mario was able to pass safely.
Die?
The author noticed something was written above Mario in what looked to be blood. It said, "I hate you," in all caps. To the right of the message were a group of giant Boos. To the right of the giant Boos was another message. This one said, "Why won't you die?" The author was still invincible, so the Boos didn't scare them at all. They continued down to where it looked like a group of thwomps were. They all had blood on the bottom of them, as if they'd crushed hundreds of victims to death just below them. The next section the author found had spikes on the floor and ceiling, meaning he would have to swim carefully between them. Of course, having invincibility helps as well. As the author swam through the area, he noticed the lifeless bodies of what looked like other Marios stuck to the spikes. This was by far the creepiest thing the author had seen up to this point. They looked to be the lives lost by Mario as he ventured through this area before. As the author made his way to the end, the lifeless Mario corpses started to float and follow him. They were terrifying to see moving around, but the author continued. At the end of the level, there was a doorway next to a weird-looking mushroom. The author decided better than to touch it and proceeded through the door. Once inside, the author realized he was in a boss chamber, but there was no one there but Mario. There were windows behind Mario, and in the third window was a mysterious shape. A second later, and Luigi stepped out onto the platform. He stared down Mario and told him how he truly felt about his brother. Luigi attacked Mario, who was too stunned to fight back. A second later, Mario, in a fit of rage, attacked back and sent Luigi flying into the lava below. Luigi shrieked out a last phrase, "Oh God, no," as Mario cried on the platform having just killed his brother. The game comes to an ending screen showing Mario sitting next to Peach, and on the far right was Luigi, horribly burned and disfigured. In the world of Fallout 3, there are radio stations that the player can listen to as they travel the wastelands. The most interesting of these stations is Galaxy News Radio, DJ'd by a very enthusiastic man by the name of 3Dog. In Fallout 3, you can actually kill just about every character in the game. This doesn't include major plot-related NPCs, but 3Dog isn't considered an important NPC and therefore can be killed. If you kill 3Dog, then he'll be replaced by his assistant, who has none of the charm of her predecessor. She seems very reluctant to do the job, but will do it nonetheless. What most players don't know is that there's a way to turn Galaxy News Radio into a numbers station. It requires the death of 3Dog, and a certain number of other events must be completed perfectly in order to activate it. First off, a numbers station is a shortwave radio broadcast that rattles off numbers, usually in Morse or some other code. They're very popular during the Cold War, as they were thought to be used to transfer messages to intelligence officers. With the Cold War type setting of Fallout 3, a number station being in the game kind of makes sense. There's a certain number of specific criteria that must be met in order for the trigger to happen. Some of these include skipping missions, completing certain missions, and destroying Raven Rock. These, along with other not yet discovered criteria, will trigger the number station, as long as 3Dog has been killed. Once the requirements have been met and 3Dog is dead, if you turn on the Galaxy News radio station, you won't hear 3Dog or his assistant. Instead, you'll hear a very monotone-sounding voice. It's 3Dog, but more like it's just the voice actor. He'll start to ramble off numbers in a very monotone voice. This is where the number station comes in, as users were quick to realize that the numbers were actually coded messages. The messages were in Morse code with dates attached. Some of the messages were pretty mundane, as one talked about his YouTube channel. Another message talked about how he's going to wash his car today. A lot of the messages were like this. Of course, there were some messages with darker undertones, such as one that listed the exact date and time of the death of Gary Coleman. Another message said, "The Queen has died today. The world mourns, as on days like this, we are all Brits." This one supposedly predicted the death of the Queen of England, which would be creepy if it wasn't for the fact that it predicted this would happen in 2014. There was one message that was rather vague. It said, "I can't believe they've actually done it. Not long left. The noise. I can't take the noise anymore. I have a pistol in the attic." The final coded message was timestamped for July 6th, 2027. We'll have to see if there's any significance to that date, but only time will tell. The Luna game was uploaded to Equestria Daily, a popular brony website as a simple flash game. The game wasn't malicious looking in any way, so many would go on to download it.
Woo,
the game starred Luna and had music from Super Pony Beat playing as you jumped around the simplistic world of the game. It was a very basic platformer. The only goal was to jump from platform to platform. After 20 seconds of playing the game, one of two very dark images of Pinkie Pie or Apple Bloom would pop up on the screen. These images scared many of the players who didn't expect the jump scare in their brony game. A creepy remix of a song from the show would play along with the image. When the players tried to shut down the game, they found that they couldn't. The game couldn't be closed by clicking escape or by pressing Alt F4. The only way the game could be closed was by ending the process in the task manager. Once the game was closed, if you checked the folder where the game was downloaded, you'd see you had some new images and text files. The images were the same pictures you received at the end of your playthrough, repeated over and over again. The text files, on the other hand, all said that the end was nigh. This was also repeated in multiple files across your folder. The game was completely anonymous and no one had come forward, which made the game just a bit more creepy. It scared many players who all thought it was a virus, but it just turned out to be a prank by the developer. The game would go on to inspire 4 more games, all with similar gameplay and slightly more creepy images being used. The Luna game would even get a bit of a story to follow up the creepy prank that scared so many in the brony community. In the spring of 1989, a game was released in very limited quantity. The game, which was very popular with college students, was called Kill Switch. It was created by the Carvina Corporation, and it would be their only game. Kill Switch was a precursor to Silent Hill and Myst in many ways. The game's graphics were very dark, using mostly gray and white shapes against a black background.
Precursor to
Background music used
Myst.
was slow MIDI versions of Czech folk songs. The game lets you play as two different characters. Gast, an invisible demon character who could breathe fire and had a coal stream attack. It was noticeably harder to play as him though, since he was entirely invisible. The other character you could play as was a human girl named Porto. Porto was significantly easier to play since she was visible. She lacked the strength of Porto, and her only real ability was random growth. She would get bigger and smaller randomly as players went through the game. The whole game takes place in the tunnels of a coal mine. The story is about a coal factory that started to falsify reports of malfunctions and blame the workers to excuse the low coal productions. These reports led to an investigation into the company. Later, men in red coats were shown to be stabbing workers who slowed down production at all. Clearly, it was a commentary on Soviet-era working conditions. Demonic creatures would rise up and take control of the old mining equipment in order to get revenge for the workers. The story requires Porto to travel around these dark tunnels and evade the machines, as well as the remnants of the red-coated men, which led to a lot of confusion about how to actually complete the game, as many of the puzzles were incredibly complex. Upon Porto reaching the final tunnel that led to the surface, she would make it out and the screen would just turn white. The game was completed, and as soon as it deleted itself from your computer. The game ceased to exist after that. You could not replay it at all, and it was meant to only be experienced once.
Cease
a
to
Japanese man bought the game in
exist.
2005 for over $500,000. The game was still shrink-wrapped. It was his intention to play the game for everyone and record his findings. However, he only ever uploaded one video of him playing it. It was a 1 minute and 45-second clip of him crying with the character selection screen visible over his right shoulder. In the 1980s, there existed a character so evil that he was able to kill 2 people after posting high scores on his game. The character in question is named Evil Otto, and he is the most unassuming antagonist in the history of video games. Evil Otto originates from an arcade game called Berserk. In the game, the player is tasked with fighting robots and traveling from room to room and clearing the rooms of those robots. Each room is a set of maze-like blue walls. Touching these walls would kill you as they were electrified. Getting hit by the enemy robots could also kill you. So your job was to avoid the robots and don't touch the walls. If you took too long to clear all the robots from any room, he would appear. A bouncing yellow smiley face starts to make its way straight at the player. That is Evil Otto, and he is the true face of evil. Evil Otto can go through walls, and if he touches the player, he will insta-kill them. In the case of Evil Otto, the character was
I've actually
claimed
played
to have
this
taken
game.
the life of 2 people who played his game. The first being a 19-year-old man. The 19-year-old, after posting his high score, suffered from a heart attack moments later and passed away. This was the first time that Evil Otto struck. A year later, an 18-year-old suffered the same fate. After posting 2 separate high scores in the span of 15 minutes, he also died. Evil Otto had struck again. This one has kind of become a video game urban legend, more so than a creepypasta. But the worst part is, it's true.
Oh my god. Did you hear that? It's true.
In 1998, just about every kid had a Game Boy Color. The handheld was very popular, but there was a peripheral that not many knew about called the Game Boy Camera. It was a tiny camera that was attached to the handheld. The camera took pictures in a very low resolution, making most of the photos look distorted and strange. You could doodle on the pictures you took, and you could also play some games that the camera came with. There was a JRPG game that you could access from the main menu if you clicked on the shoot action. The game was very simple and gave you a few more options, including shoot, items, magic, check, and run. If you were to click run from the options, then you would be greeted with this picture.
I wonder.
A doodled man's face with "Who are you running from?" written above the distorted and creepy photo. There were 2 other photos you could see in the US release, but even more
This
were available in the
comboed
Japan
with
version.
the cover
They also did the
boots
same
might
thing.
get me across
Who are
that
you
big
running
gap.
From the face in the picture, that's what I'm running from. There was a belief that the pictures were taken of members of a cult, and that one of the images was one of their victims.
The Shadow Temple in Ocarina of Time is one of the most terrifying dungeons in a children's game. Just ask Mark, who one day decided for nostalgia's sake to buy another copy of Ocarina of Time from GameStop. He played it for hours, waves of nostalgia rushed through him
Who would
as he got
play
to relive
Ocarina
parts
of
of his childhood,
Time?
from watching Darunia patting me on the head to easily beating Morpho. But then came the Shadow Temple. Mark had
Oops.
always hated the Shadow Temple, not because of the Redeads or Bongo Bongo. No, he hated it because of the mini-boss, Dead Hands. I never understood it as a child. All Nabe said was, it had infinite hands. After he drained the well in Kakariko Village, he discovered something strange at the bottom. A single dead hand. Something he didn't remember being there as a child, but it had been 30 years. Letting it grab him, he was instantly transported to Dead Hand's boss fight. During his fight, he remembers something his dead friend told him. Let all 4 hands grab you at the same time and something crazy happens, which he did, but nothing happened. Well, until he grabbed the lens of truth, and the description said, come back here 30 years ago. Mark was confused by this. After all, he was already Child Link. How could he go back farther? Unless, of course, he meant his old save file. Digging through his old stuff again, he found his old copy at the bottom. Selecting file 1, he was spawned at the Temple of Time as adult Link. Heading into Hyrule Town, he noticed immediately that things were different. There were no Redeads, just dead hands. Heading to Kakariko Village, it was much the same. No NPCs, just dead hands. Well,
What
there was
the
one
fuck?
NPC, the Kuko lady, who was just grabbing her head shouting, Why? Why did you leave us with him? How could you leave us like this for 30 long years? Mark made his way over to the well, where just like last time, a single dead hand stood sticking out of it. Letting it grab him, he once again stood in the Dead Hands boss room. Only this time, there were 20 hands. But that wasn't much of a
so
problem,
the
as Mark was an expert Zelda
pinwheel
player.
doesn't really help.
Soon enough, Dead Hands was defeated, or so he thought, as thousands of hands began to lift the visible part of him. Mark ran and ran, but he soon realized it was no use, as Dead Hands would always follow him. Deciding to stand and fight proved to be a mistake, as Link was torn asunder by hands. Turning off the game, Mark locked it away. Every night after that night, Mark was haunted by Dead Hands, seeing hands press up against his windows. Soon Mark stopped going out and eventually lost the will to do anything but cry. With each tear, his hands grew thinner, wider, hungrier. It would seem that Mark's fate was to become one of his nightmares, infinite hands.
Ah, shit. I forget what the boss was.
Mario 64 Damned tells the story of a guy and his girlfriend who are both in love
Maybe
with classic video games
312?
and collect them. They were pondering over some of their favorite games from their childhoods and stopped on the N64 as their favorite console. They discussed which games were the best and also both decided that Super Mario 64 was the best title to release for the console. This led to the pair deciding they wanted to find a copy of the game. Luckily for them, the narrator's uncle owned a video game
buckets.
store,
I'm pretty
which
sure
meant they could
3
go
was
and find
first.
a copy for hopefully a little cheaper than anywhere else. It took a while of searching through bins filled with games before they found the one they were looking for, Super Mario 64. They would also need a Nintendo 64, which again, luckily for them, his uncle had one left in stock. As they were about to buy the game, the uncle warned him that the game and console had been returned on multiple occasions. They had always been returned together, and the reason why was a little creepy. A few of the customers had reported that the game was evil and made in hell. That was the reasoning for returning them. The uncle never quite bought into it, but the game and console were sold and returned on 15 separate occasions. Paying it no mind, the narrator and his girlfriend bought the game, but received the console for free along with it. The two said their goodbyes to the uncle and went on their way home. As soon as they returned home, the narrator took out the console and began to hook it up to their living room TV. The narrator's girlfriend started up the game while he looked through a box of other N64 games. She played with Mario's face for a bit on the title screen before starting it up. When she got to the save file screen, there was already a game save on file 1. The save files were all started but empty, with not a single star obtained. The pair decided to delete the first file, and that's when the game froze on them, but not before a deafening screech could be heard coming from the TV. It was loud enough that they both had to cover their ears. They quickly shut the console off and the screeching stopped. They turned on the console again to find out that the first file that they tried to delete now had 66
Go
stars on
back
it.
to my
They proceeded
own
to try and delete it again. The screeching started, but it was louder this time, and the narrator had to pull the plug from the wall.
The
After cleaning
benefit
the game,
of
which was pretty
streaming
dusty,
on
they started the game
YouTube.
again, and all the files were empty this time, as a new game usually would be. The narrator chalked it all up to the game just being dirty. The game played normally until they reached the castle doors. Opening them started the screeching again, but it only lasted 30 seconds before the game loaded into Big Boo's haunt.
Oh, that's
The
Final
level
Fantasy.
didn't quite look right. It looked way creepier than it had in previous playthroughs. The
That's
castle now
Child.
loomed over Mario with blood and rust covering its walls. The sky was
Child.
now a mix of black and red, and there were new parts on the castle where there hadn't been previously. The narrator started to move Mario, but as soon as he did, something fell from the sky. The pair stared in shock at the screen as they saw Mario hanging from a noose with cuts all over his body. There was blood all over his clothes, but the worst part was that Mario's mouth and eyes were both sewn shut. After the narrator unplugged the console again, the pair just sat on the couch for a while to process what they'd just seen. The narrator and his girlfriend decided they should call it a night. They decided they would return the game in the morning once the store had opened. The narrator, lying awake still, decided he would try the game again while his girlfriend slept. He crept into the living room and started up the console, selecting the second game file this time. The narrator got more gruesome scenes of Mario, Peach, and Toad strewn all about the castle. Mario was strapped to a table, and Peach, along with Toad, were both already dead.
Okay, I'm in
The
the
sickening
right
sight made the
room.
narrator nearly vomit. The game continued to show Mario pleading for his life to be ended. A dark figure simply known as the Black Mass floated over to Mario and began to torture him. Mario struggled but ultimately could not survive his torment. The game ends with the player trying to ascend some stairs and finding a man hanging from the tower. It took him a second to realize that the man that was hanging was him. He had received the same treatment as Mario. His mouth and eyes were sewn shut. But before he could shut off the game, the body double began to scream. Mario turned and began to wail at the narrator as well. The narrator then fell unconscious, but not before he saw the black mass hovering over him.
We've all seen those anti-piracy videos that play before a movie. You know the ones, you wouldn't steal a car, would you? Well, what if
I
one of
would
those turned
steal
deadly?
a car.
That's what happened to our dear author, who one day bought a copy of Mario Party DS from a thrift store. At first, nothing seemed to miss with the game. It played like normal. But then he went to the shop, and Monty Mole said he doesn't serve criminals. Before a weird minigame started to play, where Monty started chasing him. The screen started to glitch, and he got an anti-piracy screen.
Okay.
It turns out that the thrift store
Mazes,
sold
Dark
him an illegal
Embrace,
copy.
a sequence hides,
Turning the
a
game
cryptic
off and on, it went straight
chase.
to the same screen.
Start
Except
with the
the characters
third,
seemed angry.
then the first
He
you
repeated
greet,
this a few
twice
times,
the
the image
second,
getting more
don't
and
miss a
more
beat.
creepy, until the characters were gone, and were instead in his room, attempting to kill him. Breaking the cartridge seemed to dispel whatever had happened. The author
I don't know
vows
if
to
I
never
can
play another pirated
reset
game
or
again.
something by... Oh shit. Start with the third.
There were rumors in the early 90s of a video game
First.
console with extremely impressive graphics, gameplay, and very intelligent AI.
Second.
The console was very rare, though, with only 50 being in circulation. The console had a short list of games, but everyone only seemed to remember the first one on the list. The game was said to have the most realistic graphics for any video game, even by today's standards. The game had an endless supply of new content and solid gameplay. It was said that the game could almost predict how you were going to play, meaning no lag between the player and the game. The game was so perfect that literally no one wanted to stop playing. The author of the story notes that the people he talked to remembered that their parents forced them to stop playing and had even thrown out the consoles with the game.
Whoops.
The author searched for a while after that, hoping to find someone who had more time with the
Got to
game.
put the shoes back on.
After a month of searching, he found two individuals that had vague recollections of the game. They described the game as having a perfect interface. After he questioned further, they explained that the game seemed to have a direct effect on the player. Playing the game seemed to give the player exercise, and the player was able to go without food or water for days, as the game was providing them with sustenance. After playing the game for a week straight, they started to notice that when the character in game would get hurt, they would also feel that pain. It started out small at first, but got worse the longer they played. One of the players remembers a boss using a whip that was a one-hit
Whips?
kill. The pain was immense from every lashing he'd received in game. It was even worse because he had to replay the level over and over again. They would have kept playing if their parents also hadn't thrown out their consoles. For a while, there were no leads following these two accounts, until the author stumbled upon reports of people being found dead in front of bootleg video game consoles. They seemed to have a butchered appearance, with many of them being found in pieces. Autopsies later revealed that their internal organs had also been dissolved. Whenever they were found, all the responders would see were the bodies and the bootleg console plugged into a TV, playing nothing but static.
Ooh, spooky static. That's probably the door up in the other room.
The author is playing games on the Xbox Live
I don't think
Arcade
I've
when he
ever
got an
once
invitation to an
scrolled
Xbox
the
Live
correct
party
way.
chat. The invitation didn't have a gamer tag attached to it. It just said blank has invited you to an Xbox
I'm not even
Live
just
party.
talking about today. I'm
But when
talking
he
about
entered, he was the only
the
person in
history
the
of
party.
me playing
The
Zelda.
author didn't think much of it, as the person who invited him could have left before he joined, or it could have been a glitch in the system. Glitches happened often on Xbox Live and happened just as often in the Xbox Live party chats. Right as the author was about to leave, another name popped up in the party. It was his name again, so there were two of him in the party according to Xbox Live. He thought it was another glitch, but said hello anyway. A few seconds had passed before an echo of his voice said hello back. The author was annoyed but kept talking to himself in chat. Eventually he would say, "Why don't you come say that to my face?" "Maybe I might just do that," the voice said back, and startled him. It was his voice that had responded. The other version of him left the chat and he was once again alone.
Point?
The author would receive another
Why
message
didn't I
from
just
the other
unlock
account
this
before
door
his
with the,
Xbox broke with the smell of
I guess
smoke
the spike
coming from it.
floor?
He tried to turn
Whatever.
it back on and got the red ring of death, a problem that a lot of early Xbox 360s had. The story would end with the narrator getting his Xbox fixed and finding dozens of voice messages from the account with his name. The final voice message said, "I'm done waiting, I'm coming to get you." The last thing the author saw was his
cool
avatar
guy.
on screen waving, but it wasn't at him.
Waving, but not at him. I don't know what that means.
Hypno is a psychic Pokemon that is known for the ability to hypnotize others. The creepypasta Hypno's Lullaby is a song written by Hypno using its power on children. The song details how Hypno will hypnotize kids in a very similar way
Fuck, I forgot the
to the Pied
spam
Piper
stuff.
legend. He takes the children from their homes with this song and leads them to his cave, then hypnotize them all together according to the song. The children are then presumably killed. He never says exactly what Hypno does with the children. The song also mentions how he will feed on the nightmares of the families that are going to have to grieve for their children, which might have been Hypno's ultimate goal from the start.
Oh shit.
So anyone who's been on the V board on 4chan probably knows about Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. For those who don't, it was a ride someone made for Roller Coaster Tycoon. It was one of those really slow motor car rides, but with a twist. It had 30,696 feet of track and a ride time of 70 real-time minutes, around 4 years in game time. In addition, there were these props of a skeleton holding out his top hat scattered around here and there, as if to mock the customers. Needless to say, there were a lot of passengers screaming, "I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride." Now here's where things get really good. Once a ride came to a stop, the passengers found themselves on a long path that took about 2 hours to traverse. Once they reached the end, they found themselves facing a sign that read, "Mr. Bones says, the ride never ends." The path led straight back to the entrance of Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. There was nowhere else to go. In other words, they were screwed. Needless to say, this gained a lot of popularity on V, and people started making their own Mr. Bones' Wild Ride. I was one of them and made a version with the Ghost Train ride. You know, the one that's usually a huge death trap? It didn't last as long as the original, but it did have a twist. Near the end, it launched the cars into a small shed with a sign on the side that said, "Enjoy your stay." I killed about 20 people with that ride and couldn't stop laughing as each of them went one by one to their graves. Fast forward a few weeks and I was in Busch Gardens on vacation. I was wandering around trying to decide what to ride. That's when I noticed a ride that hadn't been there the last time I visited. It was weird because it had never been advertised and there was nothing on the map about it. I figured, what the hell, and got in line. Surprisingly, the line wasn't very long. I only waited about 10 minutes to get on. It was one of those motor car rides, which was kind of weird because they already had one elsewhere in the park. Why would they open up a second one? After buckling in, I looked up ahead and froze. There was a giant skeleton up ahead tipping a hat to me with a sign over his head that said, "Mr. Bones' Wild Ride." "No," I whispered. I struggled with my restraints, but they wouldn't come off. I begged the employee controlling the ride to help and that I had changed my mind, but he ignored me. My car started moving and I screamed in terror. Up ahead, the tracks stretched on for what seemed like forever. I want to get off Mr. Bones' Wild Ride.
He wants to get off Mr. Bones. Wow.
Do you remember
Man's
the
got
stories you and your
goals.
friends would tell each other on the playground? Your friend would say that they found a way to unlock Luigi in Super Mario 64. All you had to do was collect every single star in the game and do a few other menial tasks. Then Luigi would be available to play. So you went home that night and loaded up the game. You spend the rest of the week collecting every single star and finishing up every other requirement. The weekend hits just as you finish everything. You go to unlock Luigi and then...
Fuck.
Nothing. Luigi never appears, at least not in your game.
Jesus.
You go back to your friend on Monday and ask him how he did it, and that you didn't get Luigi. Your friend swears up and down that he was able to do it though. What if Luigi wasn't in your copy of Super Mario 64, but was only in your friend's copy of the game? Super Mario 64 might be the first and only personalized video game. Every copy of Mario 64 is personalized to a different person. Every strange experience people have with the game comes from their own copies of the game. Some players may experience Luigi in their game, 4L is real. Some players may unlock the Ghoul Medal from Big Boo's Haunt. Yet even more players might discover minor changes that hardly change the game from copy to copy. Every copy of the game is unique and has its own features. Most are harmless and interesting, but if you see a giant floating Wario head in the game, it is recommended that you turn off the game immediately.
Because then you're at E3 and you're getting an advertisement.
Zelda 64 Beta tells the story of a Zelda fan who gets his hands on a red Nintendo 64 cartridge with nothing but Zelda written on it. He gets the game from a friend who received it from a woman whose son had gone missing. The friend didn't see the value in it, and so he gave the game to the author of the story. He took the game home and immediately started playing it. The first thing he saw was the title screen, just had The Legend of Zelda written on it. Nothing really in the background, no music and no animation. It was eerie for a Zelda game, which usually had this whimsical and fantasy-themed opening. He also noticed how the graphics were actually more detailed than Ocarina of Time, which didn't make sense since it was supposed to be the beta for that game. The graphics were better for the environment, but everything also looked more grotesque and realistic.
Environment.
The author would roam the world until finding a dungeon of sorts. It was well detailed, but the building looked gross, dingy, and rotten. There were blood splatters on certain walls of the dungeon to show where traps were located, something not common for the Zelda franchise. With the whole vibe being creepy and far darker than any previous Zelda game had been. Music began to play inside the dungeon the more he explored it. Moans were mixed with a discordant violin melody that played in the background. The moaning wouldn't loop, and it seemed to change based on the mood of what was happening in the game. The author goes on to detail a fleshy face built into a wall. He had to attack it until it died, and once it did, a door opened behind the face. Soon after, he realized he was in the tutorial of the game and had yet to see what the game truly had to offer.
Okay.
The world seemed to expand the more he explored it. Each time he restarted the game, it would have a different layout. He would get lost exploring the areas he felt familiar with every time he loaded the game. There were monsters that were just arms that would come out of the wall and throw him straight into traps if he was caught. Other monsters in the game were similar to what they would be like in subsequent Zelda games. For weeks on end, the author would explore the world of Zelda 64 Beta and find something new every time he played. He discovered the gods of that world and the lore that it contained. He was unable to stop playing the game. The game seemed to know he was playing and was creating new things for him to do.
The game knew he was playing.
Specifically for him, and it wasn't content with him to just stop playing.
You mean because it was getting power and like
A bootleg
code
Pokemon
was
game
executing?
collector is excited to receive a new Pokemon game that he found called Pokemon Black. It wasn't Black version, but instead a hack of Pokemon Red. It followed the same opening, and the only major differences was the press start screen didn't have the Pokemon cycling through. Also, under the Pokemon logo, it just said Black version.
Fuck.
The game started as normal with the player getting to pick their first Pokemon. But no matter which Pokemon you picked, you also got a Pokemon called Ghost added to your party. He used the Ghost sprite from Lavender Town and was easily the most powerful Pokemon in the game. Ghost had one ability, Curse. When used, it would instantly defeat whatever Pokemon you were facing. What was weird was instead of the Pokeball being grayed out to show a defeated Pokemon, instead the Pokeball was just missing entirely. This was most likely to show that the Pokemon had died from the attack. Once Ghost had used Curse against the entire team of Pokemon, the trainer would show up next. The battle commands would come back up. You could run, and the fight would end normally. Or you could use Curse on the trainer as well. After the battle ended, the trainer's sprite would be missing. If you returned to the same spot at a later time, then you'd see a gravestone where the trainer used to stand. Curse could not be used in all instances, though. It was useless against ghost Pokemon, presumably because they are already considered dead. It also could not be used against trainers you'd have to fight again. That is, unless it's your final battle against them, then you could use it. The game had a sudden shift after defeating the Elite Four. A box would appear with the words "many years later" written in it. The player character was now an old man standing and looking at tombstones. The game world was now as empty as your Pokemon party. Even Ghost was no longer in your party. As you traveled the world as the old man, Lavender Town's theme would play on loop. No other songs played, just Lavender Town. The player would then make their way back to Pallet Town where the game had started. Going into your house and standing on the exact spot where the game had started would start a cutscene. The game would show a Caterpie, then a Weedle. It took a moment for the author to realize that the game was showing all the Pokemon the player had used Curse on. After the Pokemon had gone by, next would be the trainers. Every trainer you had cursed would show up one by one. The Lavender Town theme in the background all the while had begun to drop in pitch until it was just a low rumble. Following this, a battle would start. The old man's sprite would appear and Ghost would be on the opposite side. The only option available to the player would be to fight. The option to run wasn't available. When the old man tried to fight, the only ability he could use was Struggle. Struggling would lower the old man's health, but didn't affect Ghost at all. Eventually, the old man would struggle down to his last bit of life and Ghost would finally use Curse. The screen would cut to black for a final time. The player had one option, and that was to turn off the game, or let it sit on the black screen forever. Restarting the game, the author noticed that the file was gone, and it had been erased like it never existed. Little Lamplight is an alternate story of how the Wanderer, the main character in Fallout 3, was able to access the vault in Little Lamplight. Little Lamplight was a settlement run entirely by kids. It was also the only way into the final vault that you needed to access. After being turned away by the kids of Little Lamplight, the Wanderer would work with a group of slavers to overrun the settlement and sell the kids into slavery. The creepypasta recounts the story from the perspective of the leader of the settlement, as he tries in vain to stop everything from happening. He is powerless in the end, and they are all taken and sold off one by one. Eventually, the story ends with the Wanderer making his way into the vault that previously he wasn't allowed entry.
Spirits can be a tricky thing, as they can seemingly bond to anything or anyone with no real reason. Just ask the author. Let's call him Percy for the sake of flow, who after saving up enough money to buy an Xbox 360 plus some games soon finds some weird things happening. It starts off with some small things, like the game's getting easier when he yells at them, like in Borderlands. Visual glitches in the title screen of Blaze Blue. But then, Percy starts to hear voices. Freaked out, he rushes out of the lounge to wash his face, and reasoning with himself that it might just be his flatmate. Returning to the console, he started playing Blaze Blue once more, and while there was still visual glitches, the voice seemed to be gone for now. After a few matches, he once again heard the voice, behind the microphone and headset, in the box. Freaked out, he checked the box, and there lay a headset, which is weird since he had not purchased one, and the Xbox did not come with one. The voice introduced herself as Cass. "What are you doing in my console?" Percy asked Cass.
Now?
Cass responded that she had been bound to him, and the Xbox was the first means she had to contact him, as his other consoles had no microphone
Pieces
feature,
of souls,
but the microphone on
please.
it was broken.
50 carry most
Tired,
rupees.
Percy turned off his console and passed out on his couch. The next morning, when he turned on his console, Cass was annoyed. "Why didn't she say
Pieces
goodbye?"
of souls,
she asked.
please.
A little
25
creeped out.
carry more
This time, after turning off the
rupees.
console, he told her that he'd be in contact as soon as
Pieces
possible,
of souls.
which would be sooner than he expected. As the following morning, a headset seemed to appear out of nowhere, attached to his DS.
What does that
Cass
mean?
found a way to fix the microphone on it. Freaked out, Percy asked, "Excuse me, but why are you wanting to remain in contact with me so often?" Her response sent chills down his spine. "You've had a hard time with your life, haven't you? You've had nobody to talk to all your life, right?" How did she know? He never told anybody. Turns out they can see each other's memories, something he'd experienced soon, as he started to see her memories, specifically her death. where she was stabbed by her employer and left bleeding on the ground, before he stuck something into her head, leaving her an empty shell. The next thing she knows, she's being woken up by his next victim. Shortly after learning this, Percy collapses, then wakes up in what appears to be a hospital ward. Cass is there. It seems that he has gone to where she is, his body doomed to become an empty shell. Stepping into the white door, he embraces Cass as they enter oblivion together, waiting for the next victim. The monitor turns off for a second before the words console subjects 4, beginning transition of 4th subject to target number 5 appear. Who will be the next to be consoled? Perhaps it will be you.
The author is a lonely child who was forced to attend a private school. They were shy and didn't have any friends, as most of their classmates were rude to them. This all led to the author finding video games as their only chance for socialization.
A legal fighting ring.
They received a GameCube with 3 games, one of these being Pokemon Channel. The author played the other 2, but Pokemon Channel quickly became their favorite game. The author would play it every day. She would run around with Pikachu, watch TV, and play minigames. The bond that she felt with Pikachu, who she named BRVR for brother, was that of a real best friend. BRVR was her only friend. That was until she switched to a public school and started to make real friends. The author even had a best friend that she made at school. The more and more she hung out with her friends, the less time she spent playing Pokemon Channel. After a while, the author had completely stopped playing Pokemon Channel. She spent all of her time with her best friend until her family had to move. She fought with her parents about it, but ultimately they had to move anyway. She soon lost contact with her best friend. The author fell back into her old habits of playing video games and never leaving her room.
Guess I need a
She was
chicken.
perusing her old games and found her old dust-covered copy of Pokemon Channel.
Cockle-doodle-doo.
A wave of nostalgia rushed over her and she decided she had to play it again. She had to see Brother again. The game loaded up and she felt the wave of nostalgia even stronger now. It almost brought a tear to her eye. The same loading screen, the same menu music, and now it was time to start the game. The author's room loaded, but she couldn't find Brother anywhere. Eventually, a low moan came from the bed. She looked over and saw Pikachu climbing out from under the bed. He looked sad and beat up. The author called out to Pikachu, but got a stern look in return. Brother was mad, and she couldn't figure out why. He had this look of absolute disdain, something that the author wasn't even sure was possible in the game. The game slowly devolved. The TV was replaced with a gory Pikachu-themed one that looked like its mouth was spread wide around the TV screen. A small stream of blood coming from the top of the mouth. It was frightening and definitely not part of the game originally. The wallpaper in the room has taken on a creepy design that made the walls look like they were covered in dry blood. A group of morbid-looking Pikachu dolls called Pikachu Doll Z were placed all around the room. Brother showed the author around the world that was now submerged in death. The dead body parts of Pokemon were strewn around their garden. Brother seemed to relish in ruining the world that the author used to love. The game ends with Brother telling the author that she left him alone for too long. The screen fades to black with the face of Brother staying on screen. When the author turns to look away, she sees a Pikachu Doll Z sitting on her desk. The author was feeling nostalgic for Super Mario 64 when he happened upon a mint condition copy online. He was watching some gameplay on YouTube when a pop-up showed up on his screen.
Okay.
He was of course weary of a random pop-up, but his nostalgia took over and he bought it. The buying process was also very strange. The message he'd received only asked him to send $10 to an address the seller had listed. Once he'd received that, the author would be sent his game. Once he'd sent off the money, the website seemed to go offline. His game arrived a few days after he'd sent the money. Of course, the offer was too good to be true and it wasn't a mint copy of the game. In fact, the front cover had been entirely removed, and instead a piece of duct tape with Mario was written on it crudely. The game luckily still worked and the author was relieved. He booted it up and got to the opening screen where you could mess with Mario's face. He moved the hand around and started to morph his face in a funny way. Just as he did this, Mario's face began to distort in ways he never thought possible. Random sound effects played and a faint voice speaking Japanese played in the background. The person seemed to be stammering and on the verge of tears. The author restarted the game and skipped directly to starting a new game. After loading in, the game skipped a lot of the intro and just put Mario inside the castle. There was no music, just dead silence. There weren't even any toads around to talk to. The portrait entrance to Bob-omb Battlefield was just a stark white canvas for some reason. Once the author entered the portrait, the image suddenly went from a blank canvas to the lethal lava land painting. The mission select menu came up, and instead of Big Bob-omb on the summit, the mission was called Turn Back. Once the author entered the level, it all seemed normal until he saw Luigi. Luigi just stood there until Mario approached him. Luigi took off running at a crazy fast speed. The author chased and picked up coins along the way. As the author picked up the coins, the game seemed to change around him. The colors were more mute with each coin, and everything was just a little darker. As he picked up the 5th coin, all the enemies dropped to the floor, as if they'd all simultaneously died. Mario chased Luigi up to where King Bob-omb usually stood. At the top was a very out-of-place looking cottage. The walls were worn and old. It appeared so stark against the background of the Mario world. As soon as Mario entered the cottage, the door slammed behind him, and for a brief moment an image of Luigi appeared on the screen. It was Luigi hanging from the ceiling, his lifeless body swaying slightly from side to side. Mario then fell to the floor and cried for 5 minutes straight as the screen went to black. The screen came back to Mario slumping out of the painting. The painting now showed the same image of Luigi. Across the hall from the Luigi painting was something that scared the author a lot more. It was a picture of him and his family, a very recent photo they had taken last weekend. The author tried in vain to turn the console off.
That's a
Even unplugged it
good
from the
question.
wall, but nothing seemed to work. The screen still showed
Why don't
his
I do
family,
that?
and it seemed his only option was to enter the new level. The author took control of Mario and jumped into the family photo. A mission named Run, Don't Walk came on screen. It was
Oh
the
my
only
god, he's
mission
chasing
available.
me.
The author was plopped on some platforms and had to run from a giant blob that chased Mario. He kept running, always staying just slightly ahead of it. That couldn't last forever, so Mario was eventually absorbed by the blob. The picture ejected Mario and he lost one of his 3 lives. The
Oh,
picture had
man.
changed somehow. The author and his family looked like they were starting to decay, like they had all died and been posed as corpses. The author shrugged this off and jumped back in. Again, Mario died and he was sent back out of the picture. The picture had gotten worse. Everyone was looking like they'd been dead for a longer time now. One last time, the author thought as he jumped back into the picture. This time Mario was on a lonely island surrounded by nothing but water. A sign told him to dive and he jumped into the water and began to dive down. The waters were empty as he made his way down. It was quiet until out of nowhere Mario was eaten by the giant eel from the game. And just like that, he was out of extra lives. The game showed a grotesque picture of the family in the last photo that the author had taken. He was so disgusted, but glad that he could actually shut the system down. When he tried to reload the game, all he got was the same picture and no option to do anything else. The author decided to open the only other file in the game. The grotesque picture came up again, but only it looked a little different. They were posed differently, and that was when he realized that it was a different family.
How far are you willing to go to uncover the truth? Would you endanger yourself for your own curiosity? It would seem the author would. The author considered himself a fan of all things creepy in video games. One day, the author decided to find the secrets of the Hell Valley Skytrees from Super Mario Galaxy 2. The author had heard of a theory that the ghosts from Super Mario 3D World and the trees were linked, so he began his own research by playing through Super Mario Galaxy 2. He eventually came upon the Shiverburn Galaxy, where the Hell Valley Skytrees were located. Entering first-person mode to see them, they weren't there, and confused, the author left first-person view, to find that they had surrounded Mario, and proceeded to grab him. The screen went black, and all he could hear was Mario's horrifying screams, before the figures turned to him and the words, "Seek no further, thou foolish man," were spoken by an unknown voice. The author ignored the warning. He began digging for more information on the trees, going to forums and even contacting Nintendo, but he found nothing. That night he had a nightmare of the shadowy figures surrounding him. Shooting up from his bed, clearly
Jesus
shook,
Christ.
the author stumbled into the living room. Booting up his Wii, he loaded up Super Mario Galaxy 2. Instead of being greeted by the menu, he was met with the face of his Mii, with no eyes and a frown. When he selected this file, he was spawned in the Shiverburn Galaxy, where the trees usually were, looking down on Mario, who was staring up.
Time
Then the screen
trial.
flashed, and he was staring at the trees, standing around a dead Mario, before telling the author that he must pay for digging too deep. Then the power went off in his house. It ends with the author warning people not to look into the trees. Well, where it ends for him. On October 16th, the homicide report states that this was found in the victim's pocket. It was seen the author's curiosity led to his death. There's actually another concept that mentions the eyes of trees. In the exact same spot, the author had looking down on Mario. And how they would send over this information to her cousin who loved creepypastas. Let's hope his curiosity doesn't get better of him.
Yeah. Well, they disabled my spin. That's why they said
Princess
that.
is the story about a strange entity known as the Princess. This entity has the ability to appear in any video game that they please and interact with the player. The player is advised that if they ever see her, they need to turn off the game. The princess can travel into any game she wishes. Once inside, she'll begin to change the game in different ways. Usually the things she'll change are pretty easy to recognize. They also corrupt the game in unforeseeable ways. The princess may enter any
20
video
rupees.
game she wants, and anyone can see her. Though she usually avoids online games and the newer stuff. She prefers older titles and N64 games, with an apparent fondness for Ocarina of Time. The story of the princess starts with the author talking about an untextured and weird-looking NPC that he found in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. She had red hair and wore a white dress. Both of these would become staples of her character. The most striking thing about her, though, wasn't really something she had, but rather what she didn't. The princess was faceless. When the author tried to interact with her, he was knocked back like Link had hit an enemy. This led the author to believe that she was an enemy of some type. She persisted in that same spot until he left the area. When he returned, she was gone. The author would run into her a few more times while playing through the game. The very last time he would run into
I
her,
don't have to wait for their
he finally
butts.
got some dialogue out of her. She said, "He's not moving anymore." What? Are you sad? Happy? I really can't tell. Looks like you're coming around. That's an unpleasant mask. Along with the dialogue box was a high-pitched screeching sound. The princess's character model was also shaking in place. The author immediately left the area. Following this event, the game was becoming less and less stable. Finally, the author would make his way to the marketplace where all the NPCs were acting strange. After talking to all the NPCs, the screen would flash and show the princess entity along with the re-dead scream. The author finally reached over and shut off the console. He would then put away Ocarina of Time for a while. When he did get around to playing it again, the game seemed normal. This was one of the stories that revolved around the princess, the entity that haunted a multitude of video games. The story goes into length explaining her backstory and what she's capable of, and also introduces the Princess Society. But I'm going to hold off here as she really deserves a full video. So remember, friends, if you see her, turn off the game. Attract Mode tells the story of a kid whose friend named Nicholas goes missing while they're at the arcade. They're both playing a game called Skull and Crossbow. The game was very alluring to the author, as it was very loud with pulsating bass. The author starts the game and finds that he's actually kind of good at it. The game was essentially just like Centipede, another arcade game that he was already familiar with, though it was much darker in nature. The author was getting very into the game, and he was slowly beating the final boss. Just as this happened, Nicholas came up and pushed him out of the way so he could play the game too. He essentially stole the finale of the game from the author. Nicholas ended up losing and started reaching behind the machine to unplug it. His logic was that if you unplug the arcade, you can claim a free game from the arcade owners. The author didn't love the plan but was on board since he really wanted to finish the game. As the boys tried to jostle the machine away from the wall, they were shocked to find that the game had no back. It was just a black void that Nicholas started to fall into. The author tried to grab him, but it was too late. He was gone.
Octopus?
When the author looked back at the front of the screen, he swore the main boss of the game, Oad, had another set of ribs on him. Attracted has 2 more sequels that expand upon the author character's slow descent into becoming a sociopath. I'll probably do a full video on this series as there's a lot of subject matter I want to cover.
I'm gonna have to remember how to frickin' use the bow well in this game.
You know that eerie feeling you get when playing a multiplayer game alone on a server meant for multiplayer? Like you are meant to be surrounded by people, but it's just you and you alone. That's the hobby of the author of Abandoned Servers. He would explore those servers that players didn't use anymore. He even got paid to do it. The author receives a call from his friend asking him to check out an indie game's abandoned server. He was told the server was pretty big and offered him $100 to go through and document what he found. The author created an account which was hosted on some very old website. He logged in and noticed that the game was very similar to Second Life, the game where you play as yourself and build by a second online life. The server that the author was in turned out to be the only active server left in the game. He was loaded into a forest-like area where the trees looked very similar to the ones from WoW. The first thing that he really noticed was the graphics that looked pretty good, even for a game its age. After walking around in the forest for about 20 minutes, the author came to a big tree. The tree had a giant door on the front of it. The door looked similar to the doors on the trees in The Nightmare Before Christmas. Clicking on the door brought up a loading screen. The game played an 8-bit tune as it took its time loading. When the game finished loading, the only thing inside the tree was a big mirror. The mirror was big enough that it separated one part of the tree from the other. The author's character walks up to the mirror and reaches his hand towards his reflection. After this, the game closes and shoots him back to the desktop. The game was gone from his desktop and all its related folders disappeared too. Confused, the author shoots his friend a message. He asks if he already cut the servers, and the only reply he got was no. Later that night, he woke several times from dreams about the tree and the mirror. Every time he's about to touch it, he wakes up. The author decides to get up and browse Steam since he couldn't sleep. After looking through some trailers, he received an invite to play Counter-Strike Source. The name was someone on his friends list, but he didn't recognize it. It just sort of resembled his name. The author loaded into the map and couldn't buy any guns for some reason. Every time he tried, it would freeze for a second and then return to normal. He gave up and just proceeded with his starting gun.
Damn.
The map was empty save for him and the person who invited him. The author ran around the map for a while but never saw the enemy player. He was about ready to quit when he saw the other player out of the corner of his eye. The author chased him under a bridge but couldn't catch him. When he emerged on the other side of the tunnel, he found himself back inside the tree. Someone was reflecting in the mirror. It was him. Not his character in the game, but him at his desk wearing his headphones and everything. The reflection of the author starts to rip into its arm with its nails. The marks began to appear on the author's arm along with the pain. He screamed before shutting the computer off. As the screen faded to black, the doppelganger's face began to rot and distort. 4 days later, the author gathers the strength needed to turn his computer back on. He attempts to open Word, but it shuts down and starts to load Battlefield 3. An old friend has invited him, but he was suspicious. The author joined his group and tried to talk to his friend, but only got static in return.
Well, it seems like it's
He attempted to
worth
shut the
doing
computer
just
off,
for
but as
the
he looked
money.
back at the monitor, he saw all of the trees in the game now had the same door on them. Frantically jabbing the button with his thumb, he came to realize he couldn't turn it off as he looked back at his monitor. He saw a familiar face looking back at him. It was his doppelganger again. His face was shriveled to where bone was visible, his eyes were sunken in, and he overall looked like death. The author's doppelganger began to jab a piece of wood into himself repeatedly. The wounds started to appear on the author, and he let out a scream as he pulls the plug from the computer. His doppelganger screams as the computer shuts off. The author calls an ambulance as he has some serious injuries. He was rushed to the hospital and overall required stitches for his wounds. As he's healing, he decides to sell his computer. The author's life starts a downhill trend. He loses his job for missing too many days. He can't stop thinking about the doppelganger in the tree. They continue to haunt his dreams. He has spent too many nights without proper sleep, and it was driving him insane. The author finally comes up with an idea to rid himself of his nightmare. He buys a cheap Dell computer and sets it up at his home. After 3 days of working, he finally gains access to the same server where his doppelganger resides, and sets up a peer-to-peer connection. Once the author was online, he was greeted by a very different page of the game. It had news of him losing his job, as well as people being killed, cannibalism, and other heinous acts being shown. The author makes his way through the game, which is now covered in the corpses of people. He must make his way past all of them and get to the tree. It was his only chance to overcome this nightmare. Once inside the tree, he finds a very deformed and menacing looking version of himself. The deformed, bloody creature begins to crawl towards him. The doppelganger breaks through the glass, and just as he was about to reach the author, he pulled out a pocket mirror. His doppelganger lets out a cry as a massive burst sound comes from the game. The author woke up on the floor covered in blood with the mirror laying beside him. It must be over, he thought. The author drove over to a bridge and threw the mirror into the waters below, hoping to finally be rid of the nightmare. He warns that you should be careful when exploring abandoned servers, to be wary of the laughs and cries you may hear, as you may also meet your very own doppelganger. JVK1166Z.ESP was a strange mod for the Elder Scrolls III Morrowind. The mod was only passed around smaller Elder Scrolls message boards and communities. It was even sent to a few people via personal messages. The mod wasn't so widespread, and that was likely due to the fact that if you tried to load the mod on your computer, it would likely crash the game. It would sit on the loading screen for an hour before it crashed, taking all of your save files with it. This led to warnings being distributed into most areas of the community, meaning the game was mostly being treated like a virus that was being spread around the community like a real virus would. A year later, the author of the story was messaged by someone who got PM'd a copy of the mod. In the PM, he was told that the game could run in DOSBox, which ended up working. The mod was now playable, even if it was laggy and it wouldn't allow you to save unless you used the quick save feature. JVK, as the board started to call it, started the game with every NPC that was important to the plot already being dead, essentially making the game unbeatable from the very start. Kind of like starting the game on a game over. It was noted that even though the NPCs were dead, you could still go and find their corpses as they were never despawned. Another important change was that your character would lose health as you played the game. I don't mean from receiving damage, but just as time passed. It was a little bit at a time, but more so if you played the game too slow.
Is there a strategy
If you actually ran out of
that
health,
makes...
your character, like in most games, would die. When your character died, you'd see what the cause was. A figure would crawl all over the character's dead body just before the game asked if you wanted to load a save. This figure would become known in the community as the Assassin. He could mainly be seen after your character has died, or on very rare occasion, he could be seen just out of the corner of your eye. He would be gone before you could turn to look at him. The assassin crawled like a spider on all four limbs and was very fast. He would crawl out of sight every time you thought you could catch a glimpse of him. He was even able to crawl up walls and trees, making the game a little hard to play at night. The only other noticeable difference was that at night, all of the NPCs would walk outside at random intervals and just stare upwards. If you try to talk to them, all they will say is, "Watch the sky." They will randomly stop and go back to normal after a short time. A new NPC named Tyrius has appeared in the game. He was pretty standard except for his robe, which seemed to be a unique item. It was rendered with twinkling stars all across it, looking like a torn chunk of the night sky. Tyrius had one quest line, and it required you to go to the new dungeon added in the mod, the Citadel. The dungeon was by far the largest in the game, and the hardest as well. It required you to make your way toward an island where the dungeon was located. The Citadel was considered harder due to the lack of proper save feature. At this point, the author quit the mod. The author then recounts the stories of what they were told by the others who continued onward. The Citadel contained areas that looked like Dwemer ruins, but darker. The rooms were black instead of bronze, and that included the creatures in the area as well. The sounds of machinery could be heard all around the player, and it grew louder the further in you went. There was even a thick fog which limited the player's vision to about 10 in-game feet. If you made it through all of that, you'd end up in an area the community has come to know as the Portrait Room. The Portrait Room was a room that pulled random pictures from your My Pictures folder on your computer. The room was filled with whatever picture files you had, which led to some very interesting situations.
Damn.
At the end of the hallway, past the Portrait Room, was a door. The door was locked, and none of the players could figure out how to get it open. Everyone returned to Tyrius to figure it out, but all he would say was, "Watch the sky." One player, a friend of the author, decided that it had something to do with the night sky. He figured that "Watch the sky" was in reference to the way the sky now looked like a real sky. His friend had figured out that the sky seemed to correlate to real time that just moved at a faster pace. His friend had to keep the game on though, because if you restarted for any reason, then it would reset the time back to the starting date. The game had to be on, but he couldn't let it sit still for too long or the assassin would kill his character and he'd have to start over again. His friend decided that he needed to keep the game running for 3 in-game years, which was the equivalent to 3 real-life days. After a little bit of time goes by, his friend finds that the assassin has a new method of scaring the player. He now shrieks at them. The first time it happened, his friend wasn't paying attention and it nearly scared the life out of them. He persisted still until he got to day 3 and the assassin shrieked at him again. His friend looked around and saw that all the NPCs were outside now. The only thing they would say was watch the sky. After that, his friend took some time away from the game. When he did get back in contact with the author, he talked about having suffered from sleep deprivation. His friend was once again trying to figure out the mod. His friend woke up from several nightmares. His first nightmare had the assassin looming over him in the real world. When he tried to push him away, his hands melted into him. After that, he woke to his character not being near where he'd left him. Instead, he was talking to an NPC, and he was telling him about how the door would open soon. His friend then awoke for a final time, actually being awake this time. He found his character swimming towards the Citadel Island, but he heard this tapping noise on the window to the left of him, which was strange, since his laptop was on the table to the right of him. This was the last message that the author would receive from his friend. He has since considered re-downloading the mod and running through it again.
The author's best friend, Mike, had a Let's Play channel, where he played obscure games. It wasn't a big channel, but he seemed to enjoy it. One day, Mike started to play a game called LSD Dream Simulator. In this game, the player would explore various Japanese environments, with animals and people floating by who paid no heed to the player.
What that again?
Except for an NPC known as the Gray Man, who, as he sounds, is the Gray Man in the hat and coat. Each time he appeared, Mike would laugh nervously before moving on. After getting to day 12, Mike made a post on his YouTube channel about dreaming about the Gray Man, and how it was time to play a different game. The next day at school, Mike seemed anxious, so the author suggested he take a break from YouTube and study with him. That night when the author arrived at Mike's house, he seemed distracted and shaken. Eventually, Mike opened up about the dream he had, about drowning for weeks while the Gray Man watched. Over the next couple weeks, Mike's health appeared to start deteriorating, and the dream seemed to have gotten worse. Eventually, Mike was switched to private learning after too many outbursts. As time passed, the author moved on and made new friends. It was around this time that a new graffitiist appeared, tagging walls with Japanese words and phrases. One night while coming home, the author saw Mike in an alleyway under a half-completed graffiti tag. The dreams had gotten even worse for Mike, not even being able to escape them when he was awake. The author woke up in the middle of the night to Mike standing in the corner of his room. Mike told him to delete everything that linked him to the Gray Man, which she did, except for the actual game. The author decided to play the game to see if there was anything wrong with it. Continuing from Mike's file, he noted strangely that the Gray Man had disappeared. That night, the author had a dream, not about the Gray Man though, but of his friend Mike. Mike disappeared after that night, and the author even started his own file in the game, where he encountered the Gray Man, but nothing happened. A few weeks later, the police found Mike's body, with forensics determining that he had bludgeoned himself to death with a rock. The author still dreams about him sometimes.
Somebody wanted a weapon, but I don't remember who. Not this guy.
Do you remember the Happy Mask salesman from both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask? Happiness for Sale is a story that tells of an encounter that a young boy had with the salesman when he'd first moved to his town. The boy encountered him one day as he was walking through town. He noticed the large sack on his back, the thin frame of the man, and his thinning red hair. The most striking part of his appearance, though, was his almost inhumanly big smile. The man's smile extended from ear to ear, and that creeped the boy out. Even if he was put off by the man's demeanor, he still wanted to know more about him. The man approached him and he was paralyzed with fear. A long moment passed before the man would turn and leave, and as he did, the boy noticed his large sack had masks all along it. The boy spent the night not being able to sleep. All he could think about was his encounter with the man with the masks. Every time he would close his eyes, all he would see was that man's smile. No, he wasn't a man, he was a demon in the skin of a man. The next day, the boy decided he needed to confront the man and find out what he really was. After eating breakfast, he ran to the square where he first encountered the man and found that the empty building in town now had a crowd around it. At the center of the crowd is where he stood, the man with the smile that sent shivers down the boy's spine. The happy mask salesman stood next to a sign and spoke of his new shop. The sign next to the demon said, "Happy Mask Shop. Happiness is just a mask away." The boy shuddered but decided his curiosity must be sated. He went into the shop once the majority of the group had gone. Inside, he found the mask salesman giving his mask to two different people, a woman and a child. Both of them had glossy looks in their eyes, but took the mask before walking out of the shop. It was just the happy mask salesman and the boy now. He stood and asked him a question, but got no response. The man stood like he was waiting for something else to be said. A few moments later, another child walked into the shop. He walked right up to the happy mask salesman and put his hands out like he was waiting for a mask. The man looked down at the boy and then began to glare. There was a moment of fear from the boy before the happy mask salesman grabbed him by the throat. He lifted the boy into the air and then opened his mouth. A crackling sound could be heard as his jaws unhinged and his mouth grew wide enough to swallow the boy. The happy mask salesman began to put the boy in his mouth. The boy began kicking and screaming, but to no avail. The boy was entirely inside the mask salesman's mouth now. The man brought his hands to his mouth and started to form the flesh of the child. A moment later, he had turned the child into a mask. He pulled the mask from his mouth and outstretched his hand to the boy, who was now cowering in the corner. "Do you want a mask, my boy?" The boy was in tears, but he managed enough strength to run from the building. He ran and didn't stop until he got home. There he sat in his room, crying and rocking back and forth. The boy the next day went out into town and saw that the shop was now closed, like it had never existed in the first place. He then proceeds to warn everyone of this demon and to avoid him if you ever see him. The happy mask salesman has been a popular recurring character in a lot of creepypastas. It's easy to see why when you can see how terrifying he can be, especially in Majora's Mask. Two friends are talking about getting games for their 3DSs. The author asks his friend Owen if he picked up the new Smash game yet, and he replies no, that he got Tamagotchi Life instead. He was a little upset with Owen, as he wanted them to play games together, but got over it as he saw how fun the game looked and figured Smash would still be a fun game by himself. Later, Owen was telling the author about how the game lets you make funny songs sung by the characters on the island. They let you change the lyrics and they can be whatever you want them to be. Owen was worried about one thing though. When he started the game, instead of making his Mii the main character, the game already had someone as the main character. There was a Mii named Mr. Happy already on the island. Mr. Happy had his own song, one that Owen didn't make for him either. It was a morbid song about how everyone should die happy. The lyrics made them both laugh, even if it was a bit uncomfortable. A few days later, the author got a phone call from Jenny, Owen's wife. She was crying into the phone and he wasn't sure what was wrong. She told him how Owen had jumped off a bridge near their house. The author was shocked. His best friend was dead. Not only that, but he was at the best time of his life. He had beaten the drugs, the alcohol addiction, and came out a stronger person. To hear that, even in the happiest moments of his life, that he was now gone, it broke him. A strange email appeared in the author's inbox. It was from Owen, but that wouldn't be possible. The email included a video file. Playing it, he saw Mr. Happy dancing and singing the song, the one that Owen had told him about. The lyrics, which were funny when they first heard them together, now took on a creepy undertone. It made his whole body freeze up. The song trudged up all of the memories of Owen. Later, when the author was playing his own copy of Tamagotchi Life, a new islander had moved in. It was Mr. Happy, just as he was in Owen's game. Same face, same voice, and same creepy song available to him. Not long after, the author found himself playing the game to find out more about Mr. Happy. Some of his Miis had started to die. When he would visit their apartments, all it said is that they had committed suicide. After a while, the author started to see all of his Miis following the same fate, until it was his Mii's turn. He wasn't sad though. He'd already accepted it. There was no reason for him to not die happy. man sends a letter to his friend Nick. Nick had to move away, but before he did, Nick let him download his entire game library from his computer. The games were all pirated and needed to be cracked before they could be played. Most of the games could be cracked pretty simply, but a few couldn't be broken so easily. After the author searched the internet for a solution for a while, he stumbled across a Japanese program. The program was titled Shikami no Tenjin. The program was perfect for cracking the games and making them playable. The program worked incredibly well, but came with a weird warning. It read, "Files will be unknown format, rename.iso, and mount external. Do not try to run." The author followed this warning, which made the games work fine. He was able to play through a ton of games that he would have missed out on otherwise. He played Skyrim, Civilization, and StarCraft 2. He did wonder, though, what would happen if he ran the files before mounting them. The first game he tried to run without mounting was Portal 2. The game started mostly normally until he got to that title screen. Portal 2 looked darker. Shell's body was strewn across the ground with her body crumpled in an unnatural way. After starting the game, the author noted how much darker in tone the game was and how there was a layer of fog covering the ground in every level. This happened in every game he tried to run in this unknown format. Serious Sam HD was darker and bloodier. Civ 6 had some questionable content added to it. When the author went back and mounted the games as ISO, they ran perfectly again.
Do a little more.
It only
for
happened
some
when the games were
rupee
run
farm.
in the unknown format. This meant that the program itself was somehow corrupting these games. The author then ran a movie through the program. It ran the movie mostly normally, but eventually the movie started to show darker imagery in the background, mainly of a violent nature. The author deleted the files from his computer and set out, as he put it, to show the world how truly dark a place it can be. The story ends with Nick getting a letter from his friend and explaining that his friend was found hiding in a bunker. He had committed several acts of violence and was hiding away with stuff to make bombs and poisons.
Glitches in video games go together like peanut butter and jelly. And they can range from the absurd to the downright creepy. The Cathedral is one such glitch, found in Kingdom Hearts. The glitch works something like this. At the beginning of the game, when you're in Sora's dream on the stained glass floor, if you die in the center of Snow White's apple instead of simply restarting before the battle, you will be transported to another cathedral. But instead of the happy music that is generally there, all you will hear is static. The stained glass floors have also changed. The Snow White one that you start on now features a dead Snow White, with blood leaking out of her eyes, ears, and mouth. The evil queen is depicted with her bloody heart in her hands. The rest of the floors appeared to have also changed, into warped versions of the original stories, with visuals such as Beast eating Belle, Cinderella being sold into slavery, and the decomposing body of Sleeping Beauty. When you get to actually fighting Heartless, they have changed as well, now standing taller than Sora, featuring claws and have yellow eyes with red irises. They can also only be defeated if the player chose the sword. For this reason, not many people have gotten past this point of the glitch, with most of them having reset the game to play the actual game. But for the dedicated few who sought to see it through to the end, they were greeted with a fight against the
300's my
giant
cap
Sora
right now.
Heartless. He too has changed. The heart-shaped hole in his chest is gone and his eyes are now red. I called it a fight, but honestly it's anything but. As soon as the battle starts, he immediately grabs you, and the black tendrils begin to enter Sora's face, before the screen goes black and all you can hear is Sora's screams, and weird whispers, with the words "Game Over" flashing on the screen. Players who restarted the game at this point were only greeted with a black screen and whispering. They have also reported hearing whispers when they are alone, along with seeing red eyes in the darkness. The developers of the game have denied the existence of this glitch, writing it off as people with deranged sense of humor making things up. However, there was one designer who only helped in the beginning of the game, who did not appear in the credits of the final game. His name was Akane Hoyotami, and as stated earlier, he only worked on the beginning of the game, leaving after a section of the game was done. After he left, he reported seeing creatures following him, creatures with red eyes and yellow
I
irises.
suppose I should have spent my money
These
before I
reports
came
were
in here.
ignored by the police as the ravings of a madman. Shortly after, he was found dead in his house. His body looked like it was cut up with sharp nails. His neighbor reported hearing him the night before, screaming about eyes and whispering.
Nintendo had a drought in Super Mario platform
Yeah.
games. From the years of 1997 to
Hell
2005,
is
there
this
wasn't
guy?
a single new Super Mario platformer released. The sales of the N64 and
Is this a
GameCube
real
were both
enemy?
far behind Sony's PlayStation and its gritty, dark, and realistic games. Nintendo thought that this is where the medium was headed. The thought then became to take Mario, their flagship franchise, in a similar direction. The next Mario game would be darker, grittier, and more realistic. Of course, internal strife in the company with how far to take the concept was a problem early on. The game was available as a demo on the Wii Homebrew channel, but was later removed. The author recounts his time playing the game. Super Mario 128 was noticeably darker than any previous Mario game, which was the new direction that Nintendo thought gaming as a whole was headed. It starts off with Princess Peach being taken as usual, but this time the note from Bowser was a little more sinister. He threatened to kill Peach if Mario were to pursue them, and that his death would follow. The game was very unfinished. There were no enemies, just platforms that Mario could jump on.
Dang.
Mario's jumping ability was very limited in this game. He could jump from platform to platform, but he seemed to jump just a little lower and didn't make the same sounds as he did so. Finally, the author spotted a single Toad on a platform. When he talked to him, Toad just said that he hated Mario, and that everyone was better off without him. This was so striking, as the Toads seemed to love Mario before. After a while of jumping aimlessly from platform to platform, a city appeared beneath Mario. It looked like an actual city with actual people in it, not something seen in a Mario game before. The buildings looked neglected but realistic all the same. Once Mario was in the city, the author could see all the people looking at him with disgust and anger in their eyes, as
Yeah,
if Mario
big
had
boy
somehow
up
ruined
there.
their lives. They all slowly started to leave the area where Mario stood until they were all gone and the city seemed empty. After some walking around, Mario came upon a lone house. It seemed to be a level, and after entering did the name appear, the House of Torn Memories. It was a level of sorts. Inside were normal objects you'd find in any house, but also had a broken lamp and old rotting food. There were a set of stairs leading downwards into a basement.
Jesus.
The author took Mario in that direction. In the basement was a dilapidated couch with two skeletons of what looked to be children sitting on it. The couch sat in front of an old and broken TV. The creepy version of Bowser broke through the floor and stared at Mario. He said that Mario could save the princess if he gave his own life for hers. Mario nodded and Bowser pierced his chest with his elongated claws. The story ends with Mario walking through a world that seemed like the afterlife.
Do I have to use
He
a
walked
bomb on this?
aimlessly until he found a single gravestone.
Maybe a...
The gravestone had a single word written on it. Innocence.
Give me that eyeball.
A huge Toho fan, the
Guess
player
I
decided
have
to
to use
torrent
a
the game,
bomb.
as they were only available in Japan, though oddly enough only one person had torrented the game before him. Opening the game, nothing was out of the ordinary. Starting in the game, the player blasted his way through the first boss, a husky blonde woman. When he started the
Husky
second level,
blonde woman.
the text, "Do you understand me now?" appeared. The player ignored it and proceeded through the second level, struggling to beat the second boss, a woman with glowing eyes and a dark aura. At the beginning of the third stage, the text, "Are you here to play with me?" appeared, and he again ignored the text. This level was a lot harder, with the boss integrated into the level itself. This boss was a blonde Oni woman. The player lost all of his lives here. After his defeat, the player decided to get an English patch to better understand the game. When you returned to the game, Remy Roo now had a frown on her face, and when he got back to the first boss, it said, "Have you come to harm me again?" The boss now sported cuts and bruises across her body. During the fight, she would simply try to run away from the player. Before he began the second level, the text, "I think she deserved it too," appeared from a person that introduced herself as Sealed Rose, who seemed to wait for a response, but none came from Remy-Roo. Defeating the second boss, the player moved to the third stage, and Sealed Rose spoke again. "Why won't you speak to me?" The player figured she wasn't talking to Remy-Roo. She was talking to them. Plugging in the headset, he said hello to Rose. Rose again asked why he hadn't responded until now. The player lied to her and told her he was unable to until now. She seemed to pick up on the lie and became hostile. Completing the third level, he continued to level 4. "Don't go just yet" appeared on the screen before he began the level, though it was unclear who said this. The boss to this level was a young girl, who told the player she must leave. The player assumed she was Sealed Rose and began asking questions, but all she said was, "You must leave now, she has suffered enough," before she introduced herself as Satoshi Komuji. Defeating Satoshi, he moved on to level 5, with the text, "Suffer as I did," showing up. This level was a huge departure from the regular Touhou maps. The background was a dark red field with patches of fire, and the enemies were ghosts that screamed in pain when they were shot. Getting to the end, he was greeted by the horrifying boss, a cat. Upon defeating the cat, Sealed Rose showed up once again, with the dialogue, "Hurry to me." Then, "You shall receive eternal torture" appeared, before the player was transported to a new level. This level was a violent, fiery landscape with magma flowing over it. Burning bodies were strewn across the area, being shoveled into the fire by half-animal creatures. The boss to this level was a giant raven, who spouted some nonsense about serving a new master. Managing to ink out a victory, the player ignored the end credits. Tired, he decided to go to sleep, except he couldn't get out of his chair. The screen flashed, and the text "Leaving so soon" appeared, before a small white-haired witch appeared, Scarlet Rose. Remy Rue once again had dialogue, meaning the player could talk. He asked, why was she doing this? She responded by telling him she had read the minds of humans, and deemed them selfish beings, who deserved destruction, before revealing who she really was, Kyoshi Komuji. The boss battle began, but it had a small twist. The player could feel the pain of his character.
That's supposed to mean something?
The fight wasn't going well, with the boss becoming invulnerable. Before the boss could finish him off, though, he was sucked into a black hole, the message "Supernatural Border" flashing onto the screen. The battle began once again. This time, though, the boss could no longer hurt him. Dispatching of the boss, the player spoke, not really expecting an answer. "Who are you?" he asked. A sweet voice answered him, a voice that came from him. The one behind the spiriting away. "The border is mine."
Plants vs. Zombies is a pretty simple and family-friendly game. The author, having heard it was a good game, decided he wanted to find a copy. He ends up pirating it and finds a torrent with only one seeder. The download takes a while, but it does eventually finish downloading. When it was done, the file for some reason had a different name. Instead of being Plants vs. Zombies.exe for the executable, it was deadplants.exe. The other files seemed normal, so the author went ahead and started the game. The first difference they noted was the change in mood of the game. It seemed darker, like it was modified to be more creepy. The stages were also much harder, even the starting ones. The night levels took on a much darker gloom. Instead of a clear night sky, they were now covered with clouds. These levels were especially hard. The author also mentions at this point that the music, which started in a pitch higher than usual, was slowly raising in pitch after each level. Eventually the author got to the roof levels, and this is where the biggest changes to the game took place. The level was noticeably dimmer. The plants, when they would die and get replaced, would be replaced by grotesque versions of the usual plants. It became obvious to the author what was going on. The plants were returning as the ones that had been eaten by the zombies. They were mutated, dead plants. The screen grew too dark for the author to play anymore, and he heard the familiar sound of the zombies breaking into the house. A loud scream rang out of his game that lasted for 7 seconds before the game shut off. Anytime the author tries to reopen the game, an unreadable error message pops up on the screen. The author has vowed never to pirate a game again, as he can't get that scream out of his dreams.
I don't know why it just now occurred to me to do that.
If you knew about stories of haunted cartridges and hacked games, would you play a mysterious version of a game you found in the trash? The author would, as we see in this story. The author would, as we see when he opens the game, finds the menu changed to string red, and continues to play the game. The author finds when he tries to continue from the last save file, the game doesn't let him. All he gets is a voice saying no. So he starts a new game. But unlike in the normal red version, his character's name has already been chosen, Steven. The rival, who's also his brother's name, is Mike. And finally, he had a level 5 Charmander named Mickey. The story had also been changed. He is no longer Red, but a separate character with relationships to the people of Pallet Town. Setting out on his journey, the author quickly finds that his Charmander Mickey is far stronger than a normal Charmander.
God damn it.
It isn't affected by its usual weaknesses. It did more damage, and even evolves into a Charizard at level 25. When the author arrives at Lavender Town, he notices that Team Rocket isn't there, and Steven refuses to go into Pokemon Tower, saying he has no reason to be there. Progressing through the rest of the game with ease, the author gets to the champion fight with his brother, and defeats him. Then the screen goes white. When the screen comes back, the brothers are in their room, where Mike is asking Steven to trade Mickey to him, so they can both finish their Pokedexes. The author is reluctant, but eventually says yes. During the trade, though, the game freezes, and he's forced to restart it. When the menu popped back up, he noted that there was no longer a Charizard, and he could only continue. When he clicked to continue, the words 1 year later popped up on the screen.
The fuck is that?
And the game opened with Steven standing in front of a tombstone in Pokemon Tower. His sprite had changed from a confident young boy to a depressed one. His hair splayed in front of his face. Music played, but it wasn't the Pokemon Tower theme, and Steven no longer had anything on him. It appears that Mickey had died in the trade, and Steven had given up on everything. Leaving the tower, he was greeted by NPCs offering up their condolences. Heading back to Pallet Town, it seemed to be the same thing with the people he grew up with. Them offering up condolences, and their brother even apologizing for what happened.
Oops.
That night, Steven talks about doing it, which confuses the author, having no idea what it is. Going out into the water, the author encounters missing number, and catches it. But strangely enough, it isn't a Pokemon, it is an item. He then proceeds to go back to Pokemon Tower, and stands above Mickey's grave. He uses the item and receives the Pokemon. The game then took away the author's control, leaving him unable to check what the Pokemon was, the music getting more and more distorted with each town he passed through, before eventually just sounding like demonic rumbling. When he made it to Pallet Town, he went directly to his room, and just stood in front of his brother's bed, making no more moves. It was so still that the author thought the game froze. Then the author proceeded to check his Pokemon training card again. He found that his name had been changed to some deformed version of Steven, and the sprite now bore a wide white grin. Trying to save the game, the words "nothing can be saved now"
I suppose that would have been helpful for the
game shut itself off. Turning it back on, he was greeted by the same sight as when he originally opened
time
the game.
attack.
A trainer with a Charizard, and an overview of Pallet Town with Steven's house surrounded by grass. Clicking continue, the game just said no.
Zombreon is the story of a guy who decided to try a beta version of Pokemon Gold on the Game Boy Color. The author had heard from a friend that there were supposed to be 2 more evolutions added to Eevee in Pokemon Gold and Silver, but they were dropped from the game. The author, being unconvinced but very interested, decided to try the game by getting his hands on a beta version of Pokemon Gold. The first few he found didn't really work or were just normal versions of the game. Finally, the author found the beta ROM he was looking for, and booting it up, everything seemed pretty normal. The first thing the author did was try and find ways to evolve Eevee into either of the other forms. The 2 forms were Poison and Ghost type. The author decided the easiest way to do this would be just to play the game through and see if he could figure it out along the way. He ended up finishing the game, beating the Elite Four, and conquering Kanto. Even after all of that, he was no closer to finding out how to evolve Eevee. As for the game itself, being a beta, a few things were different. Some of the locations, dialogue, and NPC locations had changed, but overall it was pretty similar. Also, a few Pokemon were missing from the game, including Dunsparce. The author decided he might need some help locating the item required, and so he found someone online who said they could write a code that would give him all the items. After a while, the person he met online delivered and gave him the code. The code worked, and now he had access to every item in the game. He found a weird item that he'd been missing. It was called Toxic Stone, which probably was how he would evolve Eevee into the Poison type. After trying, the author got no results. A message would pop up and say it has no effect. The author tried several different methods, but every time he was met with the same message. As a last-ditch effort, he decided to find every NPC and talk to them to see if they would give him any useful information. One NPC finally told him the answer he needed. Did you know there's a stone that can evolve a Pokemon after it's fainted? That's what he said, and it was the final piece to the Poison evolution puzzle that the author had been looking for. Once Eevee had fainted from a battle, the author applied the stone. Eevee started to evolve. Finally, after all the author's searching, it was real. his friend had been telling the truth and there were more evolutions. After the evolution screen ended, a green Eevee missing parts of his body appeared on the screen. It didn't look much different except for the palette swap. The missing ear made it look a little weird though. Eevee had also learned a new move, Zombite. The author decided he would try out his new move and went to find a battle. The first Pokemon the author encountered was a wild Centret. The battle started and the author decided to try out the new move, Zombite. After using it, the Pokemon was defeated instantly and then the game asked for him to name the Centret. The Pokemon was then sent to the author's PC and he was very confused. The game registered him catching the wild Pokemon for some reason. The author decided he needed to try this on a trainer to see what would happen. The author encountered a trainer and immediately used the move on his Pokemon. The Pokemon was defeated immediately and the trainer yelled at the author, "What did you do to my Pokemon?" The battle ended and when the game returned to the world, the trainer was gone. All the trainers in the area were gone, actually. The author then went to a Pokemon Center and checked his PC. All of the Pokemon in there were the same green as Zombreon. After exiting out of the PC, he saw the same trainer that he'd fought before coming here. The man yelled at the author again before a battle started with a different trainer. The trainer used an Arcanine, but the battle ended the exact same as the last one had. Zombreon used Zombite and immediately won the battle. The author flew to Goldenrod City and was met with an empty city. He walked around and tried to enter the buildings, but they were all locked. Finally, he went to the Pokemon Center and was able to go inside. It was empty as well, save for the radio on the counter. A strange message was playing over the radio. Beware of strange Pokemon. Trainers from the Kanto region have been reporting strange green Pokemon attacking and infecting other Pokemon and trainers. Remain indoors and avoid all contact with strange Pokemon and people. Followed by, I'm so lonely. Following this, a group of angry NPCs would try and fight the author, but Zombreon was too strong. After the battle, Zombreon left its Pokeball and ran free, attacking the Pokemon and their trainers. The Pokemon turned green, but any NPC that was touched would simply disappear. The author went back to the PC to get another flying Pokemon, but wasn't able to pull one out. The only option available to him was to release all of the Zomb Pokemon. Doing so would destroy the Pokemon world. The city was on fire outside and most of the buildings were now boarded up. The author returned to the player's hometown to be met by a professor at the lab. He had developed a cure and started a battle with the player. The new ability, known as Cure, was easily working against the author's team. The fight nearly ended as Zombreon came out as the last Pokemon. Cure was used, but Zombreon used Struggle and both Pokemon were defeated. The professor left immediately after the battle and a loud bang could be heard from outside of the building. The author returned to his home and found his mom was inside, and clicked on her and the only thing that the game said was, "It's Mom. She's not moving." The game then ended with a loud beep and then the emulator froze. Trying to run the game again would freeze the emulator. In Halo Beta, the author decides he needs to get a new Xbox after his breaks. So rather than buying one on Amazon, the safer option, he buys one from eBay. The seller claims to be an ex-member of Bungie just looking to sell an old unit they were given for free by Microsoft. Of course, the author buys it and anxiously awaits his new console. It arrives and he is excited to play whatever gems might have been left on the console. The author searched through the save files but didn't find anything unusual. That was until he got to a file titled Halo Beta. It was exactly what he was looking for, an unreleased beta for one of his favorite games. It was even ready to be played and everything. The author tapped the play button and the game started up. Everything seemed normal. All of the same levels were available on the level select screen, the multiplayer maps were exactly the same, and the menu didn't appear any different. The author started a new game on Heroic and jumped in on the first level. The first difference came about when he started killing Marines on the Pillars of Autumn at the start of the game. Instead of there being invincible Marines or a game over, the game continues, but you've killed everyone. You'll still have to escape the vessel and kill both Marines and Covenant on your way out. The rest of the opening of the game plays out like an evil run. Master Chief kills more Marines, doesn't help those around him, and constantly does the wrong thing. This leads to some interesting dialogue between Master Chief and Cortana, who is still partnering up with him for some reason. Eventually Chief will get to the part with the Flood, and instead of being able to fend them off, will actually get killed by them and then turned into one. They burrow into his chest like the scene in Alien in reverse, and he now leads the Flood. The Flood begins their invasion of Earth, with Chief at the front.
Stuff back?
They start to take over and control the populace of Earth, including the Marines who came to stop them.
Thought you could recover it.
The
for
game
some
ends with
reason.
Cortana activating the Halo ring along with Sergeant Johnson. All 7 Halo rings start up and the game zooms in on Cortana's face. The galaxy now has been cleansed of all organic life.
Damn. Fucking hell.
The internet has really made sharing video games a lot easier. With just a simple button press, you can share what you're playing with the world. But things were not always so easy a generation ago. People would have to meet face to face to trade games with other like-minded people. During such meetings, would-be programmers would trade games that they had made, themselves, to get their game around. The good ones would find themselves in a collection of aficionados across the country. Pale Luna was not amongst these games, never making it out of the San Francisco area. All known copies have been long disposed of. All computers that ever ran the game now detritus, buried under layers of fill-off and polystyrene. The reason for this being its rather abstruse design. A text-based adventure, Pale Luna would open up on a blank screen, except for the text, "You are in a dark room. Moonlight shines through the window. There is gold in the corner, along with a shovel and rope. There is a door to the east, command." The game was described as unplayable, with the game only accepting a few commands, after which the player would be presented with the following: reap your rewards. Pale Luna smiles at you. Then the game would give you the option of going in one of 3 directions, with only one of the directions being the correct one. If you went in the wrong direction, the game would freeze, forcing you to hard reset your computer. But even if you did go in the right direction, the game would just give you the same text with different directions to go in. Most people only got a couple screens in before deciding it wasn't worth the time, and threw it away. That was until a man named Michael Nevins decided that there was probably more to Pale Luna than met the eye, and after a lot of resetting his computer, he finally got new text. Pale Luna smiles wide, there are no paths. Pale Luna smiles wide, the ground is soft. Pale Luna smiles wide, here, command. After more trial and error, he got the final screen, which read, "Congratulations, 40.24248-121.4434. Figuring that the numbers were coordinates, Michael armed himself with a map, compass, and a shovel, and set out. The coordinates led him to a forest near Lassen Volcanic Park. Following a path, noting that each turn corresponded with a turn from the game, at the end of the trail he found some uneven dirt. Excited, Nevels began digging, though what he would find shook Nevins to his core, as he unearthed not treasure but the badly decomposed skull of a blonde-haired girl. Reporting it to the authorities, the skull was identified as
How do you know it's a
Karen
blonde-haired girl?
an
It's a
11-year-old who went missing a year
decomposed
and a half
skull.
prior. They tried to track down the original programmer, but only met dead ends. The rest of Karen's body was never found. Summer camps, those horrible places that your parents force you to go because they don't want to deal with you for the summer. Usually these camps just consist of stupid campfire games and getting bitten by bugs. What if the camp you got sent to ended up being a hellhole? Terrible Secret of Animal Crossing is a tale of one such occurrence. Billy was an 8-year-old child who was sent to a summer camp by the name of Animal Crossing. A camp he's never
Where
heard
was
of,
there an
but it was
NPC
cheap and they were
that
broke.
I
The camp
am
even sent
forgetting
them their own
about?
cabbies, so after tossing his suitcase in the back, he was on his way. The ride over was mostly uneventful, with the only thing keeping him awake the occasional small talk from the driver, which usually consisted of some sarcastic remarks about the camp. When he arrived, the cabbie drove off before he could grab his suitcase. So now here he was, at a strange camp with nothing but the clothes on his back.
The
Heading
guy at
into
the
check-in station,
checkpoint?
Billy was greeted by
Oh,
the
I
strange
think it was
sight
the
of a
guy at
giant
the
pelican behind the counter.
checkpoint.
Billy figured that was some weird
Okay.
gimmick that the camp did. Talking to the pelican, he was informed that Tom Nook had a special interest in setting up his cabin. Throughout her little speech, Billy noted how rehearsed it sounded. When he arrived at his home, he was shocked at what he was given. There was nothing in it aside from some cardboard and a radio that barely worked. Furious, he made for the admissions office, but before he could really get anywhere, he was chased down by a man in a raccoon costume, Tom Nook. Nook informed him of his purchase of the shack and how he owes him money, then forces him into a part-time job at his shop. After his first forced work day, Billy notices that he's the only camper. Starting to panic, Billy runs for the gates of the camps, but finds they are blocked by human-sized guard dogs. Begging the guard on the right to let him out, the guard doesn't budge, just telling him that he should be working his part-time job. Billy comes to the conclusion that everybody here is a part of this. He realizes that he is trapped. Throughout the next week, Billy is forced to work from sun up, sundown for Nook, with only a promise to be paid. With only a few oranges to eat, he begins to starve. Then finally he is given the chance to send for help when Tom has him send a letter to a resident. Instead, Billy tries to send a letter to his mother, telling her what is going on. It unfortunately doesn't work out how Billy wants it, as when he gets the letter back from his mother, it's clearly not from her. More days go by
this
without
guy's
being paid,
hookshot, I
and with
think.
no pay means no way to pay off his debt. One day, a new resident shows up.
Isn't
His
that
name
what
is Pate.
Goma- Whoa.
Billy winds up befriending this new resident, as unlike the other residents, he doesn't act like a zombie, and isn't an asshole to him. Feeling like he can confide in Pate, he secretly sends him a letter at night explaining everything.
Damn.
Unfortunately, the next day it seems Pate has changed, acting the same as other residents. After this interaction, he is waved over by the mayor, who tells him that the mayor is always watching. Billy comes to the realization that all of this is being coordinated by Nook, and that he can only rely on himself. Confronting Nook the next day, he is laid off as Nook no longer has work for him. Forced to find a way to escape, Billy comes up with a list of things he needs to do to escape. While biding his time, he starts to dig up fossils to sell to Nook. With the money, or should I say bells, he buys a costume to secretly fish, to stock up on food for his escape. While he's digging up fossil, he winds up finding some weird statue, which he finds himself unnaturally curious about. After a few months, Billy manages to pay off his debt to Nook, which he uses to upgrade his shop. While at the shop, Tom forces Billy to upgrade his house, forcing him back into debt. So he goes back to digging up fossils and G-roids, which he has become obsessed with.
Jesus
Residents
Christ.
come and go for no reason. One day, Billy sees a bottle floating in the sky. Following it, he finds a letter in the bottle from another trapped resident by the name of Penny. After a few days of sending messages back and forth, including maps of their camps, which are identical, Billy gets the idea to send messages in different directions to see how many people are trapped here. The next day, messages come flooding in from kids who have been here ranging from a few weeks to years. They also send maps of their island, Billy, and just like Penny's, it is identical to his. That night, Billy goes behind the museum and puts together the maps. What he finds brings him to his knees. They are on an island. They are all stuck on an island. Billy forms another plan to steal a boat to escape. The first thing they need to do is monitor Nook to see how he gets from one camp to another. So Billy stakes out Nook's store to wait for him. Hours go by and nothing happens. Nook never comes out of his store.
What the hell?
At around 3 a.m., sirens start to blare and the villagers start to file out of their houses. Billy tries to find out what was going on, but the villagers would only tell him to go back to bed. The next morning, he gets another letter from Penny. The blares from last night were because Penny broke into Nook's shop, found some secret tunnels, and then broke into Nook's house. She even managed to steal his personal notebook, which she sent his way. Returning to his house, he sits down and reads it. The island was originally meant to be a getaway island for rich people, a joint business venture between Nook and KK Slider. Halfway through construction, they started to find the G-Roid statues, and they began to infect the workers. The workers began fighting with each other over them. KK Slider tried to convince Nook that they should abandon this venture, but Nook didn't listen. He was being consumed by the G-Roids. He even winds up locking KK Slider up. Eventually, the journal entries start to get rambly and illegible. Then 7 years later, they're legible again. But there's something off about them. They talk about needing more, and about young ones crossing faster. Everything clicks for Billy. Nook didn't start as a raccoon, he was turned into one by the G-Roids. It takes time to turn them into animals though, and that's what the pointless activities are for. They're meant to distract them, until they turn. Before he really has time to process this, the animals break down his door, drag him out of his house, and proceed to beat him. The next morning he wakes up bandaged, bruised, and missing an eye. Over the next week he tries to get in contact with Penny, or any other kids, but gets nothing. Until a balloon floats by. Shooting it down, he receives his final letter from Billy. I've been a bad girl. You probably think I'm innocent, but I'm not, and I will tell you why. I screamed for 3 days and they took my tongue. I threw balls to the sea and they took my arm. But worst of all, I stole what was not mine and lied about it. So you see, I'm not innocent. I hope you will make better choices, Billy. I sent you my final gift. I don't need it anymore. Inside the box, he found a key. Nook's key. Heading to Nook's shop, which was suspiciously locked during the day, entering the shop, he quickly found a secret passage. Armed with a lantern and an axe, he made his way through the tunnel. Not too far into the passage, he came across Nook. Enraged, he demanded to know where Penny was before charging Nook with the axe, who just let it happen. The axe took a chunk out of his leg, causing him to topple over. Then Tom explained everything to Billy. It turns out Tom was Penny the entire time. Well, kinda. See, Penny is Tom's wife, who had terminal illness.
Tom was Penny.
Who, when she crossed over, never recovered from the insanity it caused. She's been controlling the island through fear, and kidnapping children to transform into animals, to harvest to keep herself alive. After telling Billy all of this, Tom kills himself. With the realization that it was Tom that was really his only friend, Billy resolved himself to kill Penny. Arriving at Penny's mansion, he finds the back door unlocked. Heading into the house, he makes his way to Penny's room. The door creaks as he enters, and Penny mistakes him for Tom. "Tom, dear, is that you? Did you bring the boy I told you to fetch? Did you have to hurt him?" Turning towards him, he was met with a face that appears to be falling apart, and eyes so malicious he almost fainted.
Alright.
He also notes that one of her eyes is his.
Coming up
Before
on
he can
11
kill her, he's
hours.
apprehended by some dog guards.
I'll be honest, I don't care about this creepypasta. I am enjoying this Zelda hack, though, so I'll certainly come back to it. But not at this particular moment. All right. Well, good morning, America.